Hey, what's going on, guys? We'll start this live a few minutes early, okay? Figured might as well not waste no time. I got a lot to talk about here. We're gonna go into a bunch of different topics. It's kind of frustrating because um, we're gonna get into once again criminal sympathizers, okay? This whole live is about criminal sympathizers. Us paying the price, taxpayers for the most part, paying the price for criminal behavior because once again the public want to make the people doing the right thing the bad people. Now we're going to talk about four topics. Shout out to Paris in the building. We're going to talk about let's see here. uh this first one is kind of nasty, but I got to talk about it. Shout out to Good Riddance. We're going to talk about an individual that reached out to me. I woke up in the morning with the start of this thread of text messages that the only crime, I guess, that white folks do more than blacks is bestiality, whatever the word is. Pretty much white folks do more screwing dogs than everybody else. So I guess that makes all crime, murder, R word, violent crime, makes us all equal because white folks do, screwing other dogs. So I guess I'm not supposed to talk about, the crime and violence going on in the black community for the most part because of white folks that do that. Like if I do the murdering and all of that conversation, I gotta touch on white folks that screw dogs. So I guess I gotta spend, a quarter of my time on here talking about, white folks screwing dogs, from what I'm being told. I guess. Shout out to Queefador in the building. I feel like that's a stretch. Consider most of the nasty crap that don't get reported anyways. I get it, but I gotta be honest. We got Chicky Chops in the building. We're gonna also, I gotta add that Chicky Chops made me reminded me. We're gonna look back at Pedro's live and me getting booted because I thought, I was listening Roy yesterday, and he told me that the audio went out, but people text me and said the audio didn't go out. I just got the boot. And I'm like insulted because, like I told you before, if that's the case, I'm about to see it in real time with y'all. Nasty work because you got I'm not saying he booted me because he didn't like me. I'm talking about booting me because he felt like the conversation that I had was just too, I guess, stupid. Maybe, I don't know. I thought I was cooking. I felt good. I thought they were gonna ask me questions, but I got the boot. I was out of there. You're out. So we're gonna rewatch that. Okay, probably start off with that. We're gonna go into a mom getting murked because she chose to bring a gun to a kid fight. And you have criminal sympathizers all on my Facebook page talking about how this is a good woman. She didn't deserve that. She did nothing to nobody when she's the one that was antagonizing everybody with the gun. And she got, what was coming to you if you point a gun at kids. I'm sorry. We're going to get into that. And then we're going to get into why murder from black folks get more attention than the same amount of murder happening with white folks. Okay. We're going to get into that topic. Okay. And then we're going to get into the main topic, which is on the thumbnail. This family getting in an accident because of a criminal that chose to run from the cops. And now the city has to pay $45 million for the screw up of this loser individual that you already know who he is, local Pookie. And we got to pay, not we, because I don't live in Chicago, but they got to pay the price because money just grows on trees. Okay, shout out to What Is Life in the building. So what I'm going to do all these topics, and I'm going to allow people to come on before I start. Now, this is how it's going to work. We're going to live in reality. Okay, we're not being delusional. Okay, if you're delusional, I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to boot you. We're living in reality. Okay, I don't want to hear we got unlimited money to print. Okay, $45 million when $20 million is paid by insurance, and then another 20 or 24 million is taxpayer money. I don't want to hear, yes, they should have got more. They should have got $200 million. How? Do you not understand we're not going to be able to afford settlements like this forever? Like, come on. Like, I don't get it. Okay. So don't come with that ignorance unless you got a solution for where this money's going to come to pay these settlements out. If you don't got a solution, I don't want to hear it. Okay. When it makes no sense. Okay. Don't even bring it on. Yeah. Let's give them $1 billion. How is this money going to be paid? You do realize you got schools to fund, you got things in your city, you just can't print money because you got a credit card and you're the mayor. So we're going to talk about that, okay? Um, look, I'm not pushing for one individual person to come on. Anybody can come on, but make sure you come open-minded, willing to actually make sense and not just say things just to talk. Okay, I don't want you coming on just to talk. Okay, come on with answers to these topics if you're gonna come on, and that's all I'm asking for. Okay, nice friendly atmosphere. Just I don't want to be frustrated today. But let's get to this first story. But before that, good question. Paris, how was work? Work was chill. Okay. It wasn't a grind. Here's the thing. I'm doing this Ashorian, job to where I'll be delivering phones to people. And then the pretty much the deliveries you do with people that don't have Ashorian already, you have to sell them on Ashorian. Okay. And you have to we got a 23% conversion rate you have to hit. I'm definitely going to hit those numbers and I'm going to knock it out the park and I'm going to make big money. Okay. But right now it's going to be slower than it's going to get in the summer or be in the summer because right now it's just slow in LA. So the job was cool. We're just doing training over the computer, whatever. And I'm probably going to I'm happy because most of the people they hired don't even know how to use technology for the most part. Like they're so basic when it comes to that. So I think that I'm going to be, way ahead of everybody else. I'm going to dominate it. If you got people making money with this company, I'm making money. Okay. No doubt about it. If that makes sense. So I'm happy about this position, but I gotta get another job because this ain't going to be a full-time thing and I want a full-time income. So yeah, we're going to rock with that. Shout out to Jesus Movie, gospel music in the building. So don't do what you do. I got it. I don't understand that. Comment because I'm sorry. I come and actually tell you guys how you can get things achieved and done. I don't just say, hey, we should, you gotta understand when I talk about, for example, the homeless folks that are literally crapping on streets. Like I had kind of girl, a family member was talking about how a homeless guy comes every single night and he poops in the same spot in front of her business that she operates and runs. Okay. It's a big franchise company that she runs. And I'm like, we're coming up with suggestions. She said, I was thinking about putting fire ants there, but how would the fire ants get up to his butt? I'm like, you can get itch powder. And then we were like, you know what? You got to get toilet paper somewhere. So why don't you just leave a box of toilet paper, a bag of Kleenex or a box of Kleenex and put some freaking itch powder in that thing and then freaking put that there, leave it there. And but then somebody else might come and get that toilet paper thinking, oh, shoot, some free toilet paper. Now they're screwed. Okay. So they don't even know where to stop it. Okay. But what I recommend is just have somebody wait there all night. And then when the guy do it, okay, pack him up, throw him in the van and take him to like the middle of the desert and just leave him there. And then he find his own way home. Hopefully he ends up in Vegas. Okay. Because this is the same person that keeps doing this situation. So I'm giving suggestions, but don't come over here saying, oh, well, he's mentally not there. So you got to let him poop in that same spot every day. You just got to clean it up. Even though you can get sick and catch something, clean up somebody's feces, that's what you got to do. You can't have any of your workers do it. You got to do it yourself. So, just deal with it. No, I'm not. I'm going to figure out a solution. If that was me, I'm going to wait out there and I'm going to something's going to happen. I'm sorry. So come with answers and questions and comments on how this can be fixed. That's all I'm saying. Shout out to Christina in the building. We got Project Hallway TV. Yo, Dennis, I'm proud of you, bro. I've been following you since the first DoorDash video that blew up. People hate you because you're elevated past rideshare. They're still searching for their calling. Yeah, Project Hallway. I'm not gonna say I'm searching for my calling because I already know what I want to do. But you're right. People, and when you grow and you adapt and you try to get better, because I was in a bad situation back then. My face was sunken like this. I had no swag. I was freaking nasty as work. People were at my neck and they were telling me to do this and do that and do this. And guess what I did? I leveled up, got a good woman. I got everything I need. I got everything I wanted. So there's nothing else to, nothing for people to hate, but they still find a way to try to hate. But it don't matter anymore because we're up. We're going to Vegas this weekend. Okay. Coincidentally, it's March Madness weekend. I don't know if I'm going to do March Madness, more than likely not. But, I crush it every year. Maybe maybe I should start pushing my matter of fact, I'm gonna put a link up to my to this site, my bookie. I'm gonna put my promo code up here. I'm gonna keep posting it. If any of you guys make an account and you put $100, I think, or more in it, then I get a $100 bonus. And if I get the $100 bonus, I get to bet. So if one of you guys, I got $2.32 in this account. I didn't even know. But if one of you guys make an account and you use my promo code, I'll get $125 and I will be making picks and I'll do it live. But I'm not putting money on myself. So if I don't have money on here for free, then I'm not going to oh shoot. Oh no, I got my 2 sign-up bonuses already. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, I already got 2 sign-up bonuses. It looks like some people signed up and didn't put money in the account. So yeah, I'm gonna put the link up. I gotta take this my bookie link because I'm trying to work on a sponsorship from my bookie or Bet MGM, one of these sportsbook companies. I'm trying to get one this week. So that way I can wager. So I'm gonna put this link up. If anybody wants to make an account, and if I see somebody make an account, put $100 in that thing, I'll make my picks. Last year I made $10,000 during during March Madness. Actually, it was like 12,000. So I'm gonna put the link also on my. You get a free bonus, and I get to get in the game, and I'll do my picks right here on live. So remember, it ain't guaranteed, guys. Gambling is never guaranteed. So you might lose. Big chance of losing. But you have a good chance of winning. Okay. You have a good chance of winning with me. I've never lost in a March Madness ever, but it's always a first for everything. So I might get my head cracked if somebody was to, but I am going to put this link up and maybe we'll get somebody that decides to make an account and then I get in the game. But I'm not putting my own money in this on this DraftKings, or I'm sorry, my bookie. I'm not putting my own money up. But if you guys want to, take that chance and try to make some money, you are free to do it. Thanks for reminding me. Somebody reminded me. Actually, I reminded myself because I was talking about, going. So, all right, there you go. I'm going to promote the heck out of that. Why not? We got that going on. Okay. So, yeah, if anybody wants to load up, just reach out. I got you. Original thought. Yeah, you got to come with the solutions. Fresh cut, not really. I cut it myself. It's kind of uneven. I did it myself. It ain't my best work, but I was trying. I was in a rush. Next time I cut my hair, though, it's going to be fresh. Shout out to NS in the building. Once again, shout out to Christina in the building. Solutions for lowering crime in the Black community. Acknowledging the crime. That's the start. And after that, we got a bunch of different solutions we come up with after that. But for start would be acknowledge that there's crime happening and stop being a sympathizer for criminals like most of the people on this channel that got a problem with what I'm saying. They are sympathizers. No other explanation for it. No explanation for people complaining. Let me put my music on real quick because YouTube pushes me for some reason when I put on some music with somebody else on my a little chill music going. All right. What else we got here? We got Too Sick. We got Swag in the build. I don't know what you're talking about. He don't got no solutions. He just don't want nobody talking about it. That's all it is. Yep. No, Kylie girl actually wants to go visit her nephew, and that's the reason why we're going. Otherwise, I wouldn't be going. I just found out I'm even going 3 days ago. She said, "Hey, we're going to Vegas." I'm like, "Okay, whatever." I mean, what I'm gonna do? I booked the car and we're going. So yeah. Back off, Christina. I'm asking him to see what you be doing in the comments when I watch videos back. Not gonna work with me. See what it's like? That's the problem. You have no solutions. You just want to stop somebody from talking about the violence. We're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that. Somebody asked a good question. I forgot to mention. That's gonna be another topic. Somebody left a great comment that I'm actually gonna show to where he was talking about how you have in our community, okay, you have the same amount of murders happening that white folks get, and why the media singles out our murders and not the white folks' murder. That's going to be a good topic that we're going to talk about. in a second. Okay, why did black murder get more attention than the rest? Okay, we're gonna talk about that. Let's see. I guess he thinks I'm profiting off of talking about the issues. I guess if you call, $5 profiting, I get it. I get it. You have people profiting off of exploiting the death, talking about selling dope, talking about all those things. Are you talking about those people too? No. You're not talking about NBA Youngboy. You're not talking about, the people that are Adam 22s, that culture vulture in our community. You're not talking about those people. You talk about me. That's what it is. That's what it is. Oh, it's all good, Creefador. Nobody has to do that. No. If anybody wants to gamble and they can gamble, I'm sorry. You're a grown person. I'm going to give that option because why wouldn't I? If I've won thousands of dollars every single year sports betting, why would I not give people the option? I'm not going to do it with my own money, but I'll give people a chance to load me up, and then we make money. We make money. Let's see. That's a fake solution. You're taking the easy way out. You talk, but ain't doing nothing, I guess. What is life? You sound like a beta male. You see how you ask somebody to provide solutions and you can't either. You just talk, and you're entertaining, bro. But this is money for you at the end of the day. You don't care about black people. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. What is life? It's hard to deal with people that, you personally try to act like we're friends and you say some of the most ignorant things in the world. If I didn't care about black people, why did I spend almost $100,000 when I had that inheritance on black folks around me, making them better, putting them in a position to win with no thought of getting anything in return other than me being uplifted, not thinking that they're going to steal from me and they're going to fail me, but to look out for these people. And a lot of people still accomplishing things. What is life? I spent $81,000 opening up that gym, okay? Or trying to do that basketball team. Yes, the white man at that time stole the money from me and stole the city, money from the city, but what can I do about that, okay? I'm talking about these things because I actually care. So why the heck would I not talk about, what do you want me to do? Just let people die? The conversations about to have today need to be said to the black folks that don't get that this is happening to us. I don't get it. Why do you not want it talked about? You want it to continue happening to where people like you are continue to be criminal sympathizers? Because if I don't talk about it and you talk me into not talking about it, that means I'm sympathizing with the criminals. I'm not talking about the criminals. I'm not talking about all black people. And only people who are criminal sympathizers and criminals actually doing this behavior are the only people offended, not the people. Don't you think when we talk about this topic of this criminal that hit the car that now the city has to pay $24 million to the family of, don't you think that the city wants people to talk about this? Then don't you think the person that got hit want you talking about it? Like, this person can't talk fully. They're not fully functional right now. Don't you think he's going to be happy knowing that somebody cares enough to talk about his story and shed him in a good light? So maybe criminals will be like, you know what, we hurt this man. Maybe we should pull over and not speed away and then hit somebody's car. Like, y'all don't use your brain sometimes. I don't get why. Like, you're so busy trying to cap, and shout out to Real Talk with Roy in the building. You're so busy trying to, oh my God, you're hurting me. I'm pretty sure if I start talking about white issues happening, white criminals doing things, I bet you anybody ain't going to be a bunch of white people in here talking about, oh, you should be talking. The only thing they're going to say is you need to talk about what's happening to your community because it's happening more than us. But they're not going to care about me talking about the freaking stories. And if I don't show my face and I just talk about white crime and victims of white crime, guess what's going to happen? I'm going to blow up fast and I'm going to be a sellout because I'm going to act like I don't care about blacks. I'm going to be like, you know what? I'm going to talk about the whites, the criminal behavior happening with the whites, the suburbs and all of that. And guess what happens? My channel is going to be popping. But what am I doing anything for when we need it the most? But the whites ain't going to care. They ain't going to outcast me and call me freaking an idiot or a criminal or nothing. They're going to be like, you're the man. Keep fighting power. Keep talking about these white criminals. But only the blacks are the only ones with sympathizers. And it's sad because the law-abiding people be the sympathizers. I don't get it. I don't get it. And what is life? If you don't got a point, then I don't want you to come on. Because now, since you were going in that chat, I'm sorry, I got to say it. No, I am not going to say it. I'm not even going to do you like that. I'll let you come on. But somebody did text me about whites screwing dogs. And that was their point, because of whites screwing dogs. That's the only statistic that whites outnumber blacks from the FBI reports. Because of that, I'm not supposed to talk about black crime at all no more. All heavens open up to where I don't talk about black crime anymore, because the whites are freaking making love to dogs and other pets. Like, how stupid is that? That you're literally trying to shut me up because whites are screwing dogs. So now I'm not supposed to talk about none of the stuff that actually matters. Like, freaking stupid, just stupid. And I wake up to that type of message. And he had like a graph that he sent me. Like, dude, okay, what does this prove? It doesn't matter. Yes, there's a victim in that animal, but not human. Tell me about a human crime that white folks do more than us, and then I'll talk about it. I don't get it. And I talk about all people. I don't just say blacks do it. Whites need to stop killing too. But the difference is you have 70% of the country that's saturated throughout the whole country committing. What was the number? I got it here in a text message. Actually, I can't even see the text message. I would be on the phone at the message is on. But you have, I think it's 2750 or something, murder happening with whites, and it's like 40 less happening with blacks in 2019, FBI report, 2019. But you have the murder happening throughout the country because you have 70% of the country split up compared to the same amount of murder happening in small saturated area, in which are mainly cities. So of course it matters, because when you have us situated in like a smaller location or smaller mass, like ground mass of the country, of course you're going to see and hear about it more, because it's happening in vicinity of like other people. But when it comes to white, you have whites in like middle of nowhere. That counts as murder because you have whites all over. But there's a lot of states we don't live in. You're going to find a lot of us in West Virginia, in Alabama, not Alabama, Alabama, there's a lot of black folks there, but you know, West Virginia, Idaho, Montana, there's not black folks there. So you got to take those states off where murder ain't happening with black folks. We're not there. We're saturated in these big cities. That's the reason why it matters, because when you have it happen more in a smaller population of area, that's the reason why. But let me get into the first story here. Let me make sure there's nothing else in the comment. Christina, keep doing what you're doing, because you're doing good. A lot of comments here. Yeah, guys, hit the like button. Show me some love on that like. Hit the like button. Y'all always subscribe. Show me some love there. Shout out to Cali Girl in the building. I sent you text with proof that Paris was right about the stats, since you were ignorant to look it up. Okay, so I guess I can tell you. Yeah, Roy, if you want to jump up, you can. But here's the situation. I got these 5 topics. So what is life? Who cares? You're talking about, see, this is how ignorant it is talking to, I'm sorry, what is life, but blacks like you. You're literally, because of whites screwing dogs the most, I'm supposed to shut up with all the murder and crime and all that happening. I don't get it. I don't get it. I appreciate that, what it's like, but don't try to butter me up with the haircut. It ain't my best work. It ain't my best work. Don't butter me up. No, you need to keep it above. Yeah, I appreciate that, Paris. Yeah, we're gonna keep the music going. Me either. I've never met a white person in the animals, but I've because I've been around black folks. I met a lot of black kids that let the dog lick the balls, putting some peanut butter down there. I met a lot of black kids that used to do that crap. Disgusting work. No longer my friend. Like, so I mean, what are you going to say? I mean, that's crime, but that's not being talked about, because, you know, cops are going to assume we ain't doing that because we as a whole aren't getting caught lacking doing that stuff. But for some reason, the whites that do it, they be doing the horses and all that stuff, to where, you know, it comes back that they've done it. That's the reason why, you know. In cities that we're in, we're not doing that crap. That's like the farm animal, people that own farms and all that crap. They're the ones getting caught doing that. Okay. But let's get to the first story. Okay. Remember, this live is sponsored by MyBookie. If anybody sets up, if somebody sets up a sportsbook account with MyBookie using that link, that promo code, I get credit for that. Then I will give picks this year for March Madness. Last year I destroyed, I killed it. I made good money. I made like freaking, it's on live. Like literally, I got it live. Look up last year's March Madness. I showed y'all live. I made like $10,000 to $12,000 off of $88. But you know, this might be the first time I lose. That might happen. So don't jump on it because you think that you might win. Do it because it's fun and you might get excited and you might make some money. Because I might lose the first 4 games and then we're out of it, okay? But if I don't get anybody that puts money in MyBookie, then I'm not betting, okay? I tried to talk to Cali girl. I said, hey, I was gonna do some DoorDash and maybe I can make some money doing DoorDash so I can have money to do March Madness because I don't got no more fun money left. But then I wake up this morning to do March Madness, to do DoorDash, and I didn't get any deliveries. I was out there for like freaking 2 hours. Nothing popped up good. Like only $2, $3 orders. I'm not gonna make enough by Thursday when the tournament starts to actually, get in the game. So I'm like, screw this. And I'm gonna try again tomorrow because I'm delusional. Maybe it might be better for me tomorrow. We're gonna see. But we're gonna try. All I need to do is make $200 by Thursday, and I'll be in the game. And then I'm gonna do some picks for March Madness, and I'm gonna see what I can do. Okay. Let's see. Another ignorant comment. Trauma, misguidance, and ego. I guess what is life? Because like if you came on a panel with smart people, what is life? Don't laugh at you and just say this black is ignorant. Literally, they'll laugh at you and say this black is ignorant. I don't get why. Why do you think that way, man? How many blacks you got in your building? A lot of blacks, but they're good, the good ones. Shout out to Real Talk Roy in the building.
What's up, man?
Nothing much. You got people that, they're comparing, because you're white, right?
I would hope so. I look white, right?
That's what I'm thinking. And they're comparing, I guess, because the whites, you guys do like the most bestiality, whatever the word is, beastie, whatever, screwing dogs. I'm not supposed to talk about murder and violence and all that due to the fact that the whites do more screwing animals than
I don't know what the fuck that has. I don't know what the hell that has to do with anything, but I don't think white people, I really don't think white people fucking dogs has anything to do with large groups of individuals going in and looting fucking businesses and shit like that. So I don't know what the fuck that has even correlation of what you're trying to talk about. So.
That's the point. That's like I woke up to those text messages and grabs, and I'm telling them it doesn't matter about freaking you. They don't understand that they had to find one stat that I guess white people got caught doing more of, and it was that. I'm like, find another one, find a looting or a murder or a robbery, just something else. But I'm gonna get to this first topic though. The main topic. The family got hit. Okay, so long story short, I'm gonna show you the video actually. I'm gonna do the video. So a family got hit by a criminal, and I'm gonna show you guys the exact story here before I talk on it. I don't think the city should have to pay, but of course they have to because it is what it is. But here we go.
From a dangerous police chase in 2021, a chase that ended in a terrible crash. A 15-year-old boy was left with devastating and life-changing injuries. NBC5's Charlie Wojciechowski has reaction from that boy's mother and from city leaders.
A massive settlement, but still a little joy for Erica Boyd and her son, Nathan Jones.
No amount of money can bring back the child that I had before this.
Nathan was 15, an 8th grader and the backseat passenger in a Volkswagen that slammed into another vehicle at the intersection of Grand and Damon in April of 2021. Moments earlier, the car he was riding in was the target of an unsanctioned Chicago police chase that was called off by the officer involved. Of the 5 people in that Volkswagen, Nathan's injuries were the most serious.
Nathan lost the ability to speak, He lost the ability to walk. He lost the ability to control his, bowel and bladder function.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Now the city has agreed to pay one of the highest settlements ever, $45 million for Nathan's future medical care, which is required 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. $20 million of that will be paid by insurance.
How is this family supposed to take care of this young person for the rest of his life?
The Finance Committee opted to pay the $45 million rather than risk going to trial, having to spend $100 million or more. The full city council will likely vote to approve this measure on Wednesday. The Jones case has prompted further changes, limiting how police pursuits are conducted in the city, and could lead to more restrictions in the future.
We are essentially saying we cannot pursue any vehicle in the future. I mean, is that kind of the direction that we're going then?
Despite his injuries, Nathan Jones is expected to live a normal lifespan, with a cost for care that is expected to be in the neighborhood of $44 million.
I would hope that the outcome of what happened with Nathan would bring about a change.
In the Loop, Charlie Wojciechowski, NBC5 News.
Thanks to Charlie.
Okay, let's see. So shout out to Regis in the building. Okay, so I will say this. Okay, I'm gonna say this before we go too deep into that story. That I'm happy. I give a hand clap to that family. I'm happy that the family got $44 million. Okay, I'm happy, or $45 million. I'm happy that the family got the $45 million. Okay, so I want everybody to understand this has nothing to do with skin color or anything in regards to the people that got impacted. What I have an issue with, and we're setting the precedence in this country that, that criminal, the cops were pursuing him because he rolled through a stop sign. Now, of course, me as a cop, like I know everywhere I've been, if somebody roll through a stop sign, then they go and like speed off, a chase happens, you get chased. And what happens is the cop, they don't let you go. They just go. Now, if it gets to a high speed, then they may call it off if you're going through a residential city, okay? What happened with this case was that they followed them for a couple blocks, and then they tapered it off, and they stopped, and the guy continued going, and he ran into the intersection, and he hit this family with 5 people in the car. So the kid took the blunt took most of the impact, okay? He's disabled now. He's screwed. So what the criminal sympathizers don't understand is that if this was, because this country's turning to where if this was a white family in that van or in that car, they wouldn't have got $45 million. They probably would have got medical expenses. They might have got maybe $1 or $2 million. But the criminals would have been blamed, not the city. But because this was a black family in the part of Chicago that's the most dangerous, they made it, the cops, you're bad, you shouldn't have followed them, to the point that now they're trying to make it to where now if you're a criminal, you get pulled over, the cops can't come after you. Like you can have warrants, whatever, it doesn't matter. Cops got to just let you go. Now it's going to be more lawlessness. And once again, the people that are cheering this $45 million, they don't understand that only $20 million is paid by the insurance. The other $25 million comes from the city. This is taxpayers' money that can go to other things. Now, this kid absolutely deserves every piece of that dollar, of that money. But we got to look at the fact, and we got to be reasonable. And Roy, you can tell me on this. Do you think 25 million, because the lawyer's going to take at least 30%. So after lawyer fees and everything, the family's probably going to get maybe $30 million. Do you think $30 million, because they said that's not enough. Is that not enough to take care of a kid that gets disabled because of a car accident, because of these loser thugs, pulling out and in the traffic and hitting his car? Is that not enough to take care of a disabled child for the rest of his life?
Well, it already said in the story, they already determined that it's going for his rest of his life, it would take $44 million. So obviously they're going to get less than that because, like you said, the lawyer's fee. So yeah, the 30, technically he's owed 45 or 44, whatever it's going to take to care for him the rest of his life. So.
I mean, but you gotta look at it like this, Rory. If we talk like realistically, because if that was a white family, they probably wouldn't have got nothing. It's just the whole pandering of it, because Go ahead.
Okay, this is the thing. This is the thing I'm going to tell you, bro. You keep separating. This is the problem with all communities. We keep separating it because they were white or because they were black. It has nothing to do with the white or black. It has to do with the situation that caused the accident in the first place. If police have made policies that they do not chase for misdemeanor type bullshit crimes like running a red light, and they choose to chase, just because they called the chase off and the guy ran a stoplight a block later and hit somebody, doesn't mean the police are not still responsible. They have a clear policy: do not chase for misdemeanor stupid crimes. And it doesn't matter if it's a white person or a black person. I'm sure a white person would have gotten the same, verdict from that because of the policies that the police have in place. They're not supposed to do it. They shouldn't be doing it. And just because they think, they called it off and a block later he ends up blasting these other folks, they are technically still responsible for that accident. And so that's why they end up having to pay. And you also got to remember, these are what these people voted for in this city. They voted for these this type of bullshit where the police are, have their hands tied and so on and so forth. You were talking about you want solutions. The solution is zero tolerance on all crimes, regardless of the color of the person that's doing the crime. It's a zero tolerance policy. And that's the way it should be. You want solutions, zero tolerance policy is the solution. You lock them up, you give them the appropriate sentences for what they're doing, and you set an example for these people that crime does not pay. Right now, we have these cities, it pays to do crime. You can get away with certain amounts of money before you even get prosecuted for any crimes, if you get prosecuted at all. So you want a solution? There is a zero tolerance policy when it comes to whatever crimes you are doing. That is going to be one of your number one solutions. And, my personal choice, I wish it was Middle Eastern type shit. You want to steal? I'll chop your fucking hand off. It's an eye for an eye for me as far as when it comes to that. You kill a family member, hey, you know what? Let that family take you out back and take care of you their way. That would be my solution for it, to be honest with you. You want to steal people's shit? You want to kill people? Put you in the center of the city and watch you get hung or whatever punishment they choose to do you. That's what, in my opinion, that's what I think should happen. Like the old days, you stole people's horses, They hung your ass in front of everybody to prove a point. Don't steal people's horses. That's the way I look at it, but that's just the way I am.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you this. I appreciate you coming on here right now, because this is the thing. When I talk to somebody that's logically, that has logic, just common sense, and you can actually debate something you don't agree with, it makes me better. So I'll say this, okay? And I'm going to articulate this a lot better. So when you see all these settlements now in the past 2-3 years, they're all record breaking. And it's every single one of them is white, or white or police department did something to a black family or whatever. And it's always record setting. It's like they're trying to make a point. So that's the reason why you have to put race into it, because of the fact, like every single situation that happens, how is it record-breaking settlement, like only with black folks? So like with this incident being record-setting, okay, you got to assume the value of his life for the rest of, his life. If you look at, just say they walk away with $30 million. When they say that you have $45 million and he needs $44 million, you got to look at the cost of treatment, okay? He's stuck. His life has been limited. But if you look at the fact of, they buy a house, a beautiful house, $5 million, and you look at around the clock, therapist or whatever he would need, okay? You figure, let's say like $150,000 every year, okay? And you take into account, let's say 80 years, okay? You're still at $12 million. Now, of course, you got to add in the cost and all of that, et cetera. But the point is, they're making these settlements out to like hush people up because it's the police department's fault that this happened. I'm sorry, it's the criminal's fault, because not one time in this settlement story did they show the name or talk about the criminal that caused this incident. He's probably out living his best life. He's probably out on bail. And I'm actually going to look that up. While you tell me that, you don't see a difference now in 2024 that every single settlement case, when it involves race, which is being black, it's always more than anybody else would get, because you would never get $45 million for a criminal hitting your car. You know that.
When you speak on that, do you have proof of that? Do you have the statistics? Have you looked up settlement amounts for people that have been put in a similar position as this family has, as far as them being white, Hispanic, whatever the case? We already know that the media has a bias towards they're always, and if I hurt your guys' feelings, I'm not a racist by any means, but the media has put black people front and center, whether it's a good thing, a bad thing, an indifference thing. So of course you're going to see majority of the larger settlements or whatever going to blacks, but without the proper research to see what would have a white family have gotten. Have you done any research as far as, have you looked up any cases and where a white family was affected in the same way to be able to compare it to what the black family got, whatever the case may be? You know what I'm saying?
No, I searched Chicago, and I put white family police accident, and I didn't even see any settlements. Now I know there's some settlements going on. I know it had to happen in the history of Chicago, but none pop up. And then I put in even black, and I saw settlements for like $7 million for like cops that whooped the dude's ass. I saw all that. But, like I said before, this is the biggest settlement for an incident of this level ever in the history. And it just doesn't make sense for this being done now, all of a sudden. Now, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put that in my notes, and I'm going to look into that.
Okay, another question. Do you think that maybe you see more of it with blacks versus whites, because blacks do commit majority of, are definitely for their percentage of population, causing more issues as far as the crime goes? So maybe that's why you're seeing more of the black versus the white, because they do have a higher percentage of crime that they commit due to their population of people.
In Chicago, maybe. I think now you have I think now this story and the angle, and the reason why I want to talk about it is because you have this happening in the hood, and this being, in a situation that cops really couldn't. How could they avoid it? I mean, they pursued him for a couple streets, and then they let him go, and he hit the car. I mean, I'm sorry. Cops need to have a chance to stop the guy, and they couldn't stop him. The guy ran away. I don't think that a settlement should have been paid by the city, but this guy, this loser that did the situation, of course, he can't afford to pay for the injury of the kid. Well, what happened normally is the insurance company of the driver would have to pay. And if the family, if the guy didn't have insurance, then the family who got hit, their insurance would pay, but it would only be $100,000 max, so everybody's screwed. And the situation is, I can't even find the guy that did the crime. I can't even find his name on here. Like, they're suppressing that. And I think it's like something that's like orchestrated to where the reason why I'm so, I don't want to say outraged about it, is because, or I'm talking about it is because we're setting precedents that I just think that half the country, more than half the country, is going to get fed up. Like, why should we have to pay for this criminal that hit this family? And then they're going to look at it and make it to race, because if this was a white family, I'm telling you, Roy, they would not have been able to sue, because the police had nothing to do with it other than they followed the guy for 2 streets, and then the guy went off. And like you said, even though, it just happened like 2 blocks away from them stopping the pursuit, it would be the insurance company, not the police department, because I can't even find another incident. I don't know if you could look one up, recent memory that, somebody got
I haven't looked anything up like that, so
I'm just saying that's the reason why.
It also depends on the policy. Like I said, it depends on the policy, what policies are set in place. So without knowing the exact policies set in place, qualified immunity policies, all that stuff, you can't really say. Once you have a policy in place that you're not supposed to chase these people that are doing these misdemeanor crimes, and then something ends up happening like this, the city's automatically at fault, because the police officer's at fault for chasing them in the first place when he knows he's not supposed to chase them. So you can't go after the guy's insurance company when the police are the ones that actually started the issue in the first place by chasing him in the first place. If he runs the red light and the cop hits the light and fucking he takes off then you let them go. You let them go. You'll probably catch them along the line. Running a stop sign is not something that is a life and death emergency that you need to fucking haul ass through a city chasing somebody over. It's just not. And that's why some of these rules exist, is because innocent people like this kid are being affected because of police and their overzealousness when it comes to wanting to do these fucking chases in the first place. So at the end of the day, it is the city's fault, because if they have the policy in place, it is the city's fault, and the city's going to have to pay for it, because they're not going to get $30 million off of whoever hit the guy or whoever hit the family. Chances are you can't find his name because he's probably a juvenile. Maybe if they caught him, if they did catch him, he's probably a juvenile. That's probably why you can't find his name, because they're not going to disclose that. So it's, that's why a lot of these things, because people are being innocently killed and and maimed by these police officers being overzealous over something as stupid as somebody running a stop sign. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem. So at that point, the minute that cop broke policy by hitting those lights and chasing them, like I said, whether he called it off a block away, 2 blocks away, he still initiated a chase that he's not supposed to do, which caused this individual to do what they did, causing an accident. So if it wasn't for the cops' initial actions, chances are this might have never happened in the first place. So that's why they get stuck having to pay.
Well, I'll give you guys, because I'm going to try to practice moving on, because sometimes I fight until I try to make it right. But I'll tell y'all this. I just found one. I found one case of a person who sued, or the family sued. This woman died because of another loser who decided to, he got pulled over, and instead of stopping, he got pulled over, you're done. He decided his girlfriend was getting arrested. He jumped in the driver's seat, pulled off. They chased after him, and then he hit this lady and her passenger. And the lady died, and the passenger survived. Then he gave $10 million to this lady. And we're talking the other case, they can get up to $100 million, but they just settled for $45,000.
But you got to remember the severity of the action. What is determined? What's going to? They determined that kid is going to need $44 million for the rest of his life for the type of care that he's going to need. That's going to affect the amount of money they're going to get. Same with this other one. It might be less because the severity of her injuries she may not need that kind of money or that large of a sum of money to facilitate her care in the future. So all those have to be taken into account when they do these settlements. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to give, if it only, they say $5 million is what they determined this lady deserved to take care of her for the rest of her life, and then they slap another 5 on there just for the pain, suffering, whatever else, then that's what they determined the amount should be. Just like they determined that for this kid it's going to be $44 million to take care of him the rest of his life, so then you get a judgment of $45 million. That's how that works.
Now, would you be upset as a taxpayer, or would you be okay with that $45 million settlement situation?
As a taxpayer, it's they vote for these people, bro. So you can't be upset as a taxpayer. If you're one of the ones that are voting for these kind of individuals to be in office that do this kind of shit, how can you be as a taxpayer upset about it? You're the one that's voting for it. You can't vote for a shitty mayor and then be mad when your mayor fucks your city up. You can't. You're the one that voted for him. It goes back to consequences of your actions. You can't be, you can be mad. Of course, you can be mad and so on and so forth. But that's why when it comes to voting, do your research on the people you're voting for. You're not voting for the color of their skin, or you're not voting for one specific thing that you like, that you want, and picking candidates that way. You need to look at the totality of the situation and who you're voting for. And right now we got people just voting on the color of people's skin. They hear one thing that they like. Orange man, bad tweets. Oh, I can't do it because he tweets evil stuff. Come on. That's the problem.
Yep. No, I agree. So the next one we're going to go into, this one, I woke up this morning. Usually when I go to Twitter, I see more of the political news. But when I go to my Facebook page, I got to make sure somebody I know, like a friend or a family member, didn't die this weekend in Youngstown. It happens every weekend. Somebody gets a case of the beats or somebody dies, one or the other. So this weekend, I don't know this lady personally, but to give you the story, I'm not going to put it on here because I got family in Youngstown. I don't want them thinking I'm making light of this situation. But it was a kid that was having a disagreement with another kid. The mom decided to allow this girl, to fight the other child and go to the other child's house to fight. So they show up to the other house, and there's a bunch of people at the other house. The mom, because she has a gun in her back waistband, she decides to let the daughter go and run up on a chick and start fighting her. So the two girls are fighting, and you know how it happens if one person's getting the better of the other person. Now people start trying to jump in. The mom is yanking these girls off of her daughter. Remember, it's like 8-on-1. Okay, because we can't do one-on-ones no more. And I think it's unladylike to fight, period. I would never let my daughter fight. I'm sorry, don't do it. But I know things happen. So the mother is dragging girls off. So the first time, within like, let's say 15 seconds, she pulls out the gun and she's like, hey, everybody, like back up, get off her, let them fight. So then she puts the gun back in her waistband, and then she's dragging girls off again. So then she pulls the gun out again, like, I said, let them fight, you know, blah, blah, blah. So then she puts it back in her waistband. The last time she did it, at the same time, a dad or a father, or whatever, from like some random house where one of his kids was at this melee, he brings out a sword, and he comes over with a sword, and then the woman pulls out her gun again, third time, and I guess another dad who had his kids in this melee, he decides to pull out his gun, and he shot the woman like 3 times. So then everybody ran. And then the daughter of the mom that just got shot, she picks up the gun and she starts aimlessly shooting at the kids that's running. Now, these bullets got to land somewhere. So a bunch of these bullets probably landed in the garage, front, you know, the front of the living room of like an elderly lady that might be watching Matlock or whatever. Like, this is what happened. So the daughter who did the shooting, or the daughter of or sister of the daughter, because the mom died because of the man shooting her, she goes on and says, RIP, mom, I miss you. It's messed up that they took you away from me because you were defending, you know, my sister and blah, blah, blah. And that's where I got the, you know, story from. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I get it. You're hurt. Your mom, that happened. But I'm thinking to myself, she probably doesn't realize how ignorant I was of what her mom did. You don't bring a gun to a kid fight. And she's now going to replicate the cycle to where she's not going to even, nobody's telling her on her profile. Everybody's like, RIP, it's okay, it's going to be okay. Nobody's saying, hey, I'm going to DM you, or nobody's trying to talk like they're talking common sense to the chick, like your mom was completely wrong, out of line, shouldn't have brought a gun to a fight with kids. So I think that now this kid, I'm hoping that she finds my channel, because I tried to like put some post up, hoping that the child sees it and clicks and maybe, you know, sees a different perspective, that your mom should not have, but she's probably gonna hate me, and she's probably gonna be like, F you and blah, 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 because she's not gonna realize her mom should not have brought the gun. She's thinking that everybody else is wrong, and she's not thinking that her sister is wrong for shooting at the other kids, maybe potentially putting somebody else's life in danger by shooting that gun. But I talk about this story, and now people are upset, talking about the mom, like, wasn't wrong. She should have defended her daughter and blah, blah, blah. I think it was ignorant. Nobody should have had a gun. The mom was stupid. I'm sorry. RIP. She should not have had that gun out there with kids. I looked at it at that angle. So what do you think about that story?
Yeah, same thing. The mom shouldn't have pulled out the gun, because that dad, the dad that shot her, that mother, he doesn't know why she's pulling out that gun. She might be pulling out that gun to shoot the kid that's beating up her daughter. So it's, you know, he has the right to protect innocent life, you know, with that firearm. She pulled it out. She's pointing it at shit and aiming it at shit. He had every right to shoot her. Is it a sad fucking situation? Yes. But that just goes back to the bullshit that this society is just raising a bunch of sissy ass people, and everybody thinks the gun is the answer to solve your problems anymore. And it's not a way of solving a problem. The mom should have been smart enough to break the fight up and let the two kids go their separate ways. And whoever got the best of it, got the best of it. And whoever didn't, didn't. So yeah, it's definitely caused by the mother's own stupidity by pulling out a gun. because you don't know who else is strapped at that time. And that father had every right, if his child is innocent, if his child, first of all, his child shouldn't even be in there in the mix either, because his child, he should have yanked his child from the situation. But at the same time, he still has a right to protect his child and other innocent people from somebody just willy-nilly waving a gun around without, for no reason, or whatever case may be, without knowing the intent of that person pulling the gun. So it's an unfortunate situation. And yes, she's young. Her mom, she just lost her mom, but I'm sure maybe later on, and hopefully later on, somebody sits her down and explains the situation better to her. But we know it is, man. It's people want to shower these people with sympathy instead of telling them the truth. I told you guys, remember what I said last night. The lies are the truth nowadays, and the truth is just people don't want to hear it. So,
yep,
they rather hear lies. They rather just coddle people instead of sitting them down and say, "Hey, your mom fucked up. Unfortunately, you have to deal with it." And they're lucky that the little girl that picked up the gun didn't get shot either, because that dad would have had every right to shoot her as well. If that dad would have turned around and shot her as well, because she's actually shooting at people too. So they both could have lost their life. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, and the thing is, the reason why, and once again, I think people, because I started talking about this on Facebook, and people were calling me like, "Why do you got to talk about it?" and this and that. And my thing is, it's about awareness, because what you're saying right now, if you say that around,
Hold on one second. Let me answer this. He said he made a mistake. He made the mistake when she brought the gun. Yes, that's not a mistake. She didn't bring that gun by mistake. She had that gun on her for a reason. She brought that gun. She had that gun on her for a reason. It's not. She didn't just say, "Let me just." No, that's not a fucking mistake. You don't strap yourself by mistake. That's not a mistake. You don't do that. Every time I strap my weapon on me, it's not by mistake. So to sit there and try to play it off as, "Oh, she brought it by mistake." Okay, you bring it by mistake. Does that mean go ahead and start whipping it out and pointing it at people so your daughter can have the upper edge on a fight? No, that's not a fucking mistake. That's done on purpose. And that's part of the problem. We're trying to make excuses for the bullshit behavior by saying, "Oh, it's a mistake." It's not a fucking mistake. She did it on purpose. She brought the gun on purpose. She pulled the gun out numerous times on purpose, and she paid the ultimate price for it. So it's not a mistake. When you do something intentionally, it's not a fucking mistake. Whipping a gun out 3 times because your daughter's getting her ass whooped, you don't want that to happen. That's not a mistake. She did it on purpose.
Yep. I agree with everything you said. By the way, the mom brought her daughter, the mom that got shot, she brought her daughter to the house to fight the kids. And she saw all the kids in front of the house and still chose to allow her daughter to put herself in that situation. I just think, honestly, don't bring the daughter, because, I'm not going to get and talk about my daughter's situation. She had to deal with being in this school that she caused herself to put herself in a position to be at the school. But I took her out to school because I didn't want her to have to be involved with violence, whatever. But what I try to explain to you guys, I think with Roy, it's different, because you talking about this to, like, you're white. So of course, like, if you got other white people, they agree with you. It's just normal business. But with me being black, me saying exactly what you said, they're going to victim blame or more so give the woman a cop out. And then they're going to say that I'm bad for talking about this, what should have been done differently. And that's the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing, trying to get people who think the way of majority of the community that live in these hoods. They think that the woman was being brave, like protecting her daughter, and it was not anything wrong with that, because all those people on my Facebook page that are uplifting this daughter, like, your mom was brave, she was holding it down, still doing business. Those are the people I'm talking about and talking to. But the people who take their criminal sympathizers, they take these talks that I have and they take them as me beating up on people. They don't understand. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the people that are acting out and causing this violence in our community. Because if any of those kids would have got shot, the taxpayers would have to pay for the injuries, because the people that would have went to the hospital, and then that would have went right back to the taxpayers, because somehow the city would have had to get involved. It would have been a whole mess, waste of police resources. So these are the stories that I'm trying to bring and trying to get people to think differently and to stop sympathizing with the criminal. I'm sorry, that woman, she was completely criminal. The man had to do what he had to do. But at the same time, that man, it was 2 men. They were big enough. They could have grabbed that woman when she put the gun in her waistband. They could have yoked her up threw her on the ground and held her down, called the cops. But of course, if they did that, they would have been considered, like they would have got justice because people would have came after them. They would have been called pussy. And that's the type of culture that I'm trying to hopefully on this YouTube channel. And I can join the battle with the bigger people and who are talking about the more sort of Black culture. We're trying to get people to think differently. And that's what I hope we eventually get down to, because I can't be as clear as you are, Rory, because first off, I'm not as good a communicator as you, but because of the fact I get judged by talking about these things immediately. So I just want to make that clear.
You pretty much get called Uncle Tom, bro. I know how it
Uncle
is.
Tom, yep.
Because we're being raised in a society right now to feel sorry for a specific individual group of people, and that is the highlight of everything. Everybody is using this specific group of people, and we'll just say Black people, to always feel sorry for them and to not hold them responsible for their actions. And that's the problem. That mindset has got to change. And any Black man that speaks out against it is just an Uncle Tom, because then you're automatically assumed, because you're the race of that specific group or those individuals, that you're supposed to just go along with the program. And because you choose not to go along with the program, you're just an Uncle Tom, just like any other, Officer Tatum, Candace Owens. It's because you don't go with their narrative, and you don't ride that wave of pity and bullshit that they want to portray that all Black people are. You get called out to Uncle Tom. So you're going to have to deal with that. If you really believe in the convictions on the shit you say what you want to say, and you explain how you feel, and let them hate, because sooner or later they're going to have to wake up and realize, what's really going on. And it's up to the culture, the people of that culture, to change the culture. No, nothing you say, nothing I say, nothing anybody says can change the culture of a specific group of individuals, except for those people. So until those people decide they want to change the way their culture is and the way their culture works, nothing's going to change. We're always going to see the same bullshit over and over again. So.
If you can respond to this, okay? Because this is what I mean. I know, like, original thought, if you want to come up, this would be a good time, because Rory can actually communicate and get you to understand what I'm saying better than I can, because he's literally the epitome of victim culture half the time. Right now, he's on his best behavior because you're making sense. He probably won't come up because you run circles around him. But this is what I mean by, he said, I'm trying to uplift white voices. When Roy checked me on the first story with the $45 million. I got that wrong. It doesn't matter. I didn't look at the research. Maybe whites are getting as much as this family. So he got me, but that's how you do it.
I'm not implying Black culture is a criminal culture. I'm not implying that at all. But you have to look at the fucking facts. Now. You have to look at the facts, bro. You got 12% of a population doing over 50% of the violent crime in this country, and that's Black people. You got to face the fucking facts, bro. I'm not implying that your culture has anything to do with being violent and this and that. Your culture proves that with the statistics that are well-documented statistics. I don't have to imply it. It's written down. It's facts that have been done. Well, you can say it's not true, bro. You're once again, you're part of the fucking problem, because you don't want to look at the statistics. You just want to go by what you think, and that's how it is. And that's okay. You can think that way, bro. You can think that you have the right to believe that if that's what you really believe. But the statistics don't lie. And the studies are out there, and the statistics are out there. They don't lie. And if you want to call the statistics liars, then you need to get your ass out there and do the studies and get the real statistics. Then when you can come at us and tell us that the statistics are wrong, and prove that the statistics that are actually out there by the FBI, by other organizations, that they're wrong.
He's not going to do that. See, and by the way, if original thought, if you come up, you got to keep very respectable. You're not going to be talking for 5-minute long tangents. Make your point and keep it moving. But the situation with
and here you go again. And per capita argument. What? No shit. It's a per capita argument. If you live in a predominantly Black neighborhood and most of the crime is being perpetrated by Black people, what are you going to say? The white people's crime is higher than the Black people? That makes no sense. That means if you go into a predominantly white area and most of the crimes are being committed by white people, of course, the per capita of white people that are committing the crime is because the capita is the amount of people in that area are white. Same in black communities. If you got mostly blacks and all the crimes being done by blacks, then yes, it's a black thing per the capita of mostly black people. But for the U.S. in general, of all the U.S. in general, there are statistics that show and have proven that 52% of the crime is committed by 12% of the population of people. So yes, you have to use the per capita. You have to do that. That's how else you going to figure out crime statistics in an area of any kind? How are you going to do it if you don't go by the per capita of what is in there? And if you're in a primarily white area, and you got a group of a small group of black people, and those black people are committing 50% of the crime, how else are you gonna determine the statistics of the crime in that area? You're gonna go by who's committing the most crime. Is it the majority of the 70% white people that are in the area, or the 30% black people in the area? You're making no sense. You have to go by the statistics per capita of the groups of people you're dealing with. That's like your argument is trying to say, like, okay, well, it's not true that majority of the Hispanics are the ones jumping the border, even though the statistics show that. And per capita of the people that are running across the border, majority of them are Hispanics. With your argument, you're saying that's a lie, that you can't go by that statistic. That makes no fucking sense, bro. Makes no sense.
I don't get why we can't. I don't know why people can't just keep it where it is. I mean, keep it real in regards to what's happening. I don't get it. But what I'll say, I'm trying to find a map here. I'm trying to find a map that has like the hot spots on.
Hispanics,
this
Mexican,
might be one, right?
Whatever you want. I'm trying to be a little bit more politically correct, I guess. Hispanics, Mexicans, whatever it is. I will say Hispanics because it's not just Mexicans. You have Venezuelans, you have Hondurans, you have all kinds of other Hispanic groups of people that are running and jumping the border. So come on. So Hispanics, this covers the whole gamut of those particular areas.
So you have looking here right now. So I'm trying to find mass Google does a good job of trying to like sway the narrative, because I can't even find a map that shows the hotspots. But what I was trying to do just now is to say that this will be the next topic, by the way. We're going to talk about, I had a long message that I brought up, and I guess, and they're using the 2019 FBI report. That was the last report done. But you had 2474 whites murdered, and then you had 25 blacks murdered. So the question was, or the comment was, and let me make sure I put the timestamp here. So pretty much what they're arguing is the media talks about the black murder, but they don't talk about the white murder as even when it's even. So my argument to why it doesn't add up and it's not the same, going to be the same, because if you have the whole map, okay, you have 100% of the map, and now you figure 70% of the country being white, so you got to like divide the map with 70% white people. Now you have 14% of the population being black folks, 14 to let's say 13, whatever. Hopefully it ain't 12. That means we're dying more than I thought. But you have 14 to 13% of the map. You have that consolidated into like small little pockets. So of course, when you factor, like, we're all in big cities. Most of the blacks, we live in cities. We don't live in rural parts of like West Virginia and freaking Idaho and middle nowhere, Montana. We live in cities. So that's the reason why it's talked about more, because our murders are happening in a range of like, let's say a 50-mile wide area. You got 100 people getting murdered, 200 people getting murdered, compared to like a white state. You might have, 2 murders in a whole town happen that year, because the whites are spread out all over the country. That's my thought on the reason why you don't see it talked about when it comes to white, because one person dies in a year or 2 people die. Oh my God, not a big deal. But when you have 10 people dying in one weekend, that's going to be considered a big deal. And that's what us black folks are doing. Our murders are happening in the same pockets: Chicago, Detroit, Memphis, LA. So that's the reason why it gets talked about more. You tell me if you don't agree or you agree on that logic of media reporting black crime. And shout out to Original Thought. Let word go, Original Thought, before you come in on that.
I kind of got lost on that. Yes, the murder rate is the same. Okay, let's say you got 2,500 blacks killed, 2,500 whites, but you have to look, like you said, you have to go by the amount of people in the area. If we didn't technically, if you did, let's say you didn't go by per capita. Let's say we were 50-50, and okay, 2,500, 2,500. Okay, then you can say we're even on the amount of crime that's being committed by whites and by blacks combined. They're committing the same amount of crime. But when you have 70% one race committing only 24, let's say the 2,500 murders, versus 14, we'll use your number, 14 committing the same amount of murders, that goes to show that when you tally everything up, the amount of crime being done, the majority of the violent crime is being done by this number, this specific individual amount of people, which is 14%.
Yep.
And so technically it's not considered same. So with those being 14% blacks killing 2,500 versus 70% white killing 2,500, the percentage is, how am I trying to get this through? It shows you that if you were to break down the 14% into the 25 versus 70%, it shows that blacks are committing more violent crimes. It's simple math. I don't know how else to explain it. It's simple math.
But is the media, I guess the question would be, before Original Thought you go, the question is the media showing more black crime and not showing the white crime? That's the question that somebody had in my comment section. They're saying that the whites are trying to make blacks look more violent in the media.
No, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. They're just speaking on what's happening in the city. If you go down to Chicago, I'm sure if you went to Chicago and there was a group of 20 white people that were fucking slaughtered in a weekend, you would see it on the news. They're just reporting on what's going on in the city. And they're trying to curb the crime in their city. You have to show where the majority of the crime is coming from. You can't. If the majority of the crime is coming from black individuals, you can't show only white crime. That would make no sense, because you need, if you want to clean up the crime issue, you got to show what is the majority of the crime coming from. And if it's coming from inner black cities where they're murdering 15 people every weekend, how are you supposed to clean that up if you don't show it? You can't clean that up. You can't solve the problem if you're not willing to show the problem. If you only showed the 1 or 2 white people that are killed in the city every 6 months, that you're not going to be able to solve the crime problem, because you're not showing where the true crime problem is or lies. So yeah. I don't think they're particularly trying to make you out as more black people out as more violent. It's just by numbers, black people are being more violent than white people. So you're technically not lying about it. You're showing where the crime is happening and who's committing the crime. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not making people look bad. That's just speaking on what's actually happening around the country. That's not making that,
Okay. Well, no, I agree. Now, Original Thought, just a couple ground rules, because I know you get long-winded like I get. Here's the situation. When you come on here, if you're going to make a statement, make your statement, go as long as you need to. Just try to keep it within 3-4 minutes. Be respectful, but make sure don't insinuate somebody's saying something without allowing them to respond. If they go to respond, you gotta let them respond. Then wait till they're done, and then you go again. And then on top of that, make sure to make your point and don't ask questions and then keep talking to where we can't answer the questions. Okay, but go ahead, Original Thought. What is your thought on that? Do you think?
Real quick, I want to say thank you for letting me on your new and improved Snazzy platform. Roy, it's great to meet you tonight. I want 2 things I want to say real quick, so I'll try to get them out quick. One, your viewpoint on the per capita argument is actually false. You're using bad math, and I'll explain it to you. The reason they call it per capita, you have part of it right, you're saying based on the size, but the true numbers is in the given scope, it'll be 8,500 murders, 2,500 committed by black people, let's say, 4,500 committed by white people. But then it's like you said, it's not 7% of white crime you factor into that number. It's the 83% of the white populace. So even though you have more murders on the white side, because it's less of us, the per capita is when we commit a murder, it just weighs heavier because there's not many of us left to kill. And also in that same statistics, white people kill white people more than black people kill white people. People kill in proximity. So when you're looking at these stats, don't think it's crime spread all across America. It's contained to individual places. Now, second part for the second question, yes, it is misrepresented in the news. You're probably going to hate this, Dennis. I bring up the Gilbert Goons a lot, but this is a case been going on for 3 years. It took public outcry after the murder of the young man for justice to be brought. But this is why we say they portray black crime, because it was 13 suspects, 2 clearly black. The other 11 were affluent white kids. But guess who was on the front page on the newspaper in Gilbert, Arizona? The one black kid. The other one's kind of mixed, but the one black kid, they made him the face, and he was probably the poorest and the most astute to the neighborhoods. He wasn't. So yeah, I think if like you said, it's 13 kids, but it's only one black kid. But instead of making the face of crime white, they made it black as though it was a gang of black kids committing these crimes and not white kids.
Okay, I put the stats up, so you got that original thought. So I put the stats up. This is from 2022. This is the FBI crime report. You have, this is 2022 homicides, pretty much. You got a offender, okay? The person doing the murder, you have 9627. This is 2022. And I told you I went up since 2019 because of COVID. We started murdering more of us because we started looting, robbing, killing more than ever because you got less police involvement with all these stupid, bills to like let criminals be criminals. But you have 9627 people charged for murder or homicide. And in the race of, or 9627 black, and then you have 6,600 white, and then you have 3,000, which are unknown, which for the most part is Hispanic. And then you have the race of the victim, okay? You have 10,470 in 2022. And then you have 7,707 white. So we literally increased murder from 3 years ago. We're doing almost 50, actually, we're doing almost 100% more murder than 2019. So it's literally to blame being criminal sympathizers, because all the laws that's being passed right now is to allow people to get off with murder. But you told me, original thought, where we would be wrong at this, when you got now we're committing way more murder than you even thought. Got it right here.
I was just using a base number. I can't see none of them numbers to see what's.
Well, I'll read it off. What number don't you remember? Okay, it's 10,000, pretty much 10,500 murdered blacks compared to 7,700 murdered whites. And then you have people charged. You have 9,600 blacks compared to 6,600 whites in 2022.
Hold on.
Homicide.
Okay. So can you tell me the disparity between those two? Because that would tell me we're not even going to get into the multiple murders, right?
You have like 30%. We pretty much have 30%, a 30% difference. So you have 30%
Okay,
more than 70% of the population that murders.
You said it was
10,000.
You said it was 10,027 black people killed.
Yep.
And how many black people are in jail?
Or got charged with the murder, 9627.
So that would leave 363. So that leave a difference of 385, right? Now let's look at
No. Your math is wrong. You have a difference of the people charged. You have a difference of 3,000.
I'm trying to determine how many murders.
2,700.
I'm trying to determine how many murders are unsolved.
Okay, come on now. Come on. And you know that and once you're missing for a year, they consider you dead.
I know what I was going to say. No, what I was going to say is because it looks to me like it's 1,000 unsolved white murders. It's only 300 unsolved black murders, give or take.
You can't really go by that statistic either, because some of those people could be charged with multiple murders. You might have a gang member in there that killed 4 people. You have mass shooters. You have mass shooters that kill 10 people. So you really can't look at that accurately with that either, because one person might be responsible for multiple murders.
Also, something else that doesn't imply.
But we got here's the
who's killing who. Hold on. Just because the 2 graphs are next to each other, it doesn't imply who's killing who in those scenarios. That's something else. That's what I'm saying. This is more a condensed stat as opposed to, hey, these are the flat stats.
No, I'm about victims. You got 10,000.
Are you trying to make the argument that more white people kill more black people than black people kill black people?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm just asking.
What's the argument you're trying to make? I'm confused. Why aren't you outraged? You got 30% more black people dying and we're only 14. You pretty much got 30% more murder of us compared to the 70% of the country. 84% of the country, we're doing as much murder as 86% of the country. We're doing as much murder.
What I was implying is all these are stats. Is not actually giving us the context to the stats. Normally
no, it is. This is FBI reports. These are people that were murdered or homicide victims that were reported from the city.
Normally when they give you stats, like even though we look and Google stats all the time, normally when FBI release these reports, it's not just a piece of paper with just numbers on it. It's how they drew the conclusions and what led them, or how they interpret the stats. Does that make sense? Like all we're looking at is raw data. We're not actually knowing what they were implying with the accumulation of these stats.
Well, you don't need that. You can go by the numbers itself. You don't have to necessarily go by the reason. Murder is murder. Murder is, when you're charged with murder and convicted of murder, you had the intent on killing somebody, period. So it doesn't matter what led up to it. Okay, he said, okay, by what you're saying is because he said something about my mama, I shot him. So that justifies me murdering somebody because he said something about my mama. Or I found my old lady being boned down by another brother, so I went in there and shot the brother. That justifies the murder. No, murder is classified. It's a straight intent to kill somebody. So it doesn't matter what the underlying facts of it is. You still had the intention on shooting and killing somebody when you committed the murder. It doesn't matter the underlying facts. Murder is still murder, regardless.
I agree, but I think two of the examples you gave me, somebody talked about my mama, somebody boned my old lady. I would consider those two urban examples. Give me two rural examples around somebody, or some that would more be associated with the dominant race. Two examples of why they might murder.
Okay. Well, we'll take one example, and this goes into the gig community. We'll take the black guy that shot that lady in a rural area when she was the Uber driver. So there's one. He murdered her because she didn't have any money in her wallet, and so he murdered her. So that's one example, and that was done in a rural area where he drove her out into the middle of nowhere and killed her because she didn't have money in her wallet. So that's one.
I mean, but she's technically taken in the city.
Okay, what?
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Another example where somebody would be murdered in a rural area. It could be a home invasion.
I'll be honest. What I was trying to do is kind of be genuine. I felt like you used two black examples. The whole talked about my mama. That's not a common trope in the dominant society. So I was like, okay.
No, that happens in all races, brother. That has nothing to do with you being black. White people do the same shit. We just saw that big old fat white guy in Texas that shot his wife on video with a shotgun because she was getting boned down by another dude. So no, I'm just using those as examples. It has nothing to do. A brother could be a white guy or a black guy. use it as a common term. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to say brother because it's black, or I just use it as a common term that they're getting dicked down by another brother, person, whatever, however you want to say it.
I get you. I apologize if I made you feel offended with that. Real quick, Dennis, can you scroll over? Let's look at the people charged with murder for a second. Let's scroll. We're just looking at victims. Let's look at the people charged.
There you go.
And why would 3,076 be? Well, I could sit here and debate stats all that I want. Again, all we have is just a raw snapshot of data, but we don't actually know what it's implying. Now, it's saying that white people commit less murders than black people. Fine. But to me, that's not indicative. When I see 10,000 murders and hold on.
This is what I don't understand, Roy. This is the biggest issue. I think I kind of hit. I lucked onto this FBI report. I didn't know they put this out yet. But you literally look here and you see 9,600 people, black folks, getting charged for murder, compared to 6,600, and then 3,000 of it pretty much Hispanic. You literally have 14% committing the same amount of murder as 86% of the country. And I got people that get mad when I say, why would anybody want to live around blacks? Because you have the blacks who are doing the murder, then you have the sympathizers of the blacks that do the murder. And then you have the rest of us blacks that hate the murder, and we're out like screaming to high heavens that we need to freaking snitch and tell on these criminals. But then you have the blacks that they want to call me Uncle Tom Coon. Candace Owens isn't a good role model for young black women when she absolutely is. She's literally the epitome of what you want your daughter to be. A smart, brilliant woman that conducts herself in a respectful manner. Yes, she keeps it real. But back in the day, black men, and I'm pretty sure, Rory, you remember the black men that used to keep it real. Like if you acted up and your dad found out you were at a riot, if he saw your face jumping on a cop car, if you didn't get put, you'd probably go to jail just to not have to see your dad, because your dad's gonna beat the shit out of you. But now the kids are gonna get freaking like show their parents like, oh look, I was on the news, I was stumping on that car, I was giving it to the pig. No, like if my son did that, I'm beating him more than likely the first time, which I know he wouldn't do it, but I'm beating him the first time. Not beat him to where he's gonna be hurt, but just so he can learn his lesson. But then after that, could I rather beat him than let a cop beat him when he gets caught, in a situation like that? So I'm going to beat him. And if he does it again, I'm going to go and walk him to the police department. He's going to learn the hard way. I'm not playing that game. And that's what a lot of these black fathers, Original Thought, I want to know your response to that. If your son, because I had the other day, Original Thought, I had, a black guy, I'm not going to mention his name, I'm not going to embarrass him. I had to talk him into turning his son in if his son was a serial killer. He said he would literally beat his son after he found out he was a serial killer. If he did it again, he'll beat him again. And if he did it, but he's never going to turn to his family. Then after 10 minutes of realizing he sounds like an ignorant, asshole who nobody wants to live around, then he said, I would turn my son in. I would at that point. And that what frustrates me, because these are the mindset people in the black community that are telling me that I'm bad for the black community, not the criminals that are actually causing these crazy high stats that you got to try to debate your way out of. Dude, it's right here in front of you. 9,600 people. More than likely, 80% of these people really did it. Okay?
Real quick,
you don't get charged with murder without solid proof in America, especially if you're black. You got to have camera footage or audio or DNA. You got to have something. You're not getting walked in like the 90s, and you can say the 2000s. Yes, if you were black and you might have been at a store, when it happened, maybe they might, but now in 2024, they don't charge you unless they got evidence. So I don't get it.
Real quick, Dennis.
Go for it.
9,000 to 10,000. The number that you see, that's 0.0028647% of the black population. So that's literally less than 1/4% of the black populace commits crime. So that's why I'm not afraid, because I have a 99% chance when I'm around. We have 41.6 million black people.
Bro,
you got
you're
to think
a
about that.
criminal
So listen,
sympathizer.
say what? So that doesn't matter?
Well, answer this question. Answer this question for me. Are you more likely to get killed by a white man or a black man?
Me, myself?
Yes.
Well, again, if you really know crime statistics, crime happens in proximity. So when I say I'm more likely to get killed by a black person, it's not because I'm higher likely to get killed by a black person than a white person. It's because I don't hang around a lot of white people. So it's not as much opportunity for that to happen. Does that make sense? Now, let me ask you this question, Roy. This is something I'm big on numbers. What percent of the that 41%, 41.6 million, what percent of the black populace do you believe is criminal?
What percentage? To me, crime is crime. To me, criminals are criminals. I don't care if you're white, black, or whatever. You're a criminal. You're a fucking criminal. The problem, it depends on the situations. Like I said, there's white people out there that do just as much dumb shit as there are black people.
Okay, let's not say criminal. Let's say bad. What percentage of black people do you think are bad?
Out of the 41 million, I would probably say, and this is not, and don't think I'm going after.
I'm not going to hold you to a number, by the way.
I would probably say 25%.
Okay, that's fine. I'm cool with that. Now this is the second part to that question. So for the 75% that you think is good, do you think our time is better spent being good or trying to police the bad 25%?
I think that 75% needs to educate before you get to be part of that 25%, or before that 25 turns into 30, turns into 40. I think it's up to the black community to start policing their people better so they don't become part of that 25, 30, 40%. That's where it needs to start. Right now, you can't fix that 25%. Nothing you say or do can fix that 25%. But the black community needs to start now to make sure that 25% doesn't go to 30, doesn't go to 40. So it's up to the black community to start policing their people so they don't end up in that 25 or 30%.
Okay, now this the third question. What percentage of white people do you think are bad?
I would say probably close to about the same. I to be honest with you, I would say about 25% on both sides is bad, and it depends on what you consider. And it depends on what you consider bad. Are we talking about stealing a candy bar? Is that bad? No,
you can take it whatever bad you use to determine that 25% of black people are bad. That bad. So what percentage of white people do you think are bad?
I would say similar, 25%.
You do understand that 25% of white people are bad is nearly half, if not 3/4, the entirety of the black population.
Real quick, let me.
We're over 70% of the population. So of course, our 25 compared to your 25, of course we're going to be close. We're going to have just as many because we're 70%
going to have more
of the population versus 14.
So that's what I'm saying. So because you're the larger populace, because y'all are just this, it's an equal criminal. This is where the per capita comes in at. Y'all are equal criminals. It's just we're smaller, so it looks worse. But everything is equal across the board. See, that's why I push back on the black people need to police black people rhetoric, because we don't. The 75% is better off focused on being good, voting, paying for these policies, and training for police to arrest that 25%.
Well, no, original thought.
But if you don't police your own people, what's going to stop that 25% going to 30%? What if you don't choose to police your people and teach your people the right things from the wrong things? What's going to, in the future, stop that 25% going to 30%? If you don't feel it's your responsibility, if you don't feel it's your responsibility as a black person, you should just be like, oh, we'll just concentrate on being the good ones being good and let the bad be bad. What's going to stop if you don't choose to police the people and teach the people right from wrong? What's to stop that 25 going to 30, going to 40%?
Original thought, real quick. On original thought, ask me that question, because he's gonna keep it PC, because I'm pretty sure, you know, that's canceled. You put him in a situation that I'm pretty sure he answered clearly, but he can get canceled for saying that. But go ahead and ask me that same question.
What percentage of white people do you think
the percentage?
What percentage of white people do you think are bad, Dennis?
Are you gonna start with white or black?
Yeah, I had to switch it up because I felt like you were ready for the black, so I had to switch it up.
I probably think, me personally, I probably think about, if we're talking about violent crime, let's talk about violent crime. I think we are about 10 to 15%.
You said about 10, 15% for white people?
Yeah, about 10, 15, more on the 10 side.
Okay. And I already asked you about the black people, so let me ask you that. Oh,
no, you didn't ask the black people. No,
give me the black people.
Black people is 25, and let me just put this up on the board on the screen right here to show you the reason why it's 25. Because every single category of like violent crime, we literally are doing. If you up once again at 15 or that 14% of the black population to 70% to make it even. Don't forget about doing 84%. We're really killing it, but we're doing 5 times as much in every single category as the whites. So I was generous and I said, 10% of whites compared to 25% of blacks. Really, it's more like 30% of the blacks, because even if you don't engage in it, you're okay in it. Like when you do crime in most places around the whites, if you're breaking into somebody's car, the neighbor's gonna call the cops on you. Like they don't play that. If somebody's getting their ass beat, somebody's gonna say, hey, break it up. And it's a lot of differences in culture to where blacks, they're gonna just, let it happen, look the other way. We're promoting in our music, whooping our women's ass. And I know you have the whites that get, I think they do more of the domestic abuse than blacks. But when it comes to like actually promoting that, making it cool to hit women, we outnumber that. So I'm just saying, if you look at the stats here, literally every single crime we do 5 times as much.
Just real quick. Oh,
go ahead, go for it.
I'll go give you numbers. First of all, the white population in America is 332 million. So even at your small conservation of 10%, that's 33 million. That's why that per capita argument is very important. Now, real quick, I got to double back and answer Roy's question, because what he said was an innocuous comment, but what he doesn't realize, what he said was the racism of low expectations. See, when you say, hey, if y'all don't really do more than what you're doing now, it's just going to get worse. But it hasn't gotten worse. I think it's a little bit more exasperated. I think it's a lot of factors at play. There's, like you said, that nature versus nurture argument. You know what I'm saying? It's not because you were born black. It's the environment and the things around you that breeds the violence. So yes. In fact, I think with us less focused on policing the degenerate in our class and only focused on what's good in our class, which is culture, music, expression, innovation. As long as we focus on being the good, we're going to be good. I hate this perfection personified argument until we make the black populace 99% the ideal minority, as they once were calling Asian Americans in America. I'm just against that. I don't believe it's an ideal minority.
Okay. I got a question for you. Original thought. When you hit Roy with the whole, he's making us out to be, like inferior and like, criminals for the most part, it was trying to insinuate. Why is it that when I talk about, I'm only talking about criminals on this channel. I don't talk about regular black folks. When I say the blacks, I'm talking about, y'all know I'm talking about criminals. People that are whooping ass and killing, robbing, looting, R-wording. I'm talking about those blacks. Okay, it's a difference. We know. Like if Roy was talking about the whites that are criminals, he would say, like if people knew he was talking about the criminal folks, he wouldn't have to say it twice. They would know that they don't fit the box of being a criminal. So why is it that y'all call me a white guy or Uncle Tom or white face or anything white, why do y'all associate the criminal and the criminal sympathizers? Why do y'all associate being positive and being against criminals? Why do y'all consider that being white? But you want to call Roy out for insinuating black being violent?
Again, it's the context of your argument. First of all, in my defense, never called you white. I never used Uncle Tom ad hominem attacks. I attack a person's argument. You know, and a lot of times it's the underlying argument. And that's what makes me stand up and say, hey, even though you don't think you're doing it, because you probably don't think your chat has racism, but there's a lot of racism in your chat on both sides. Even though I think black people can only be bigots, that's a different argument. But people, we're in a world where people will clip what you're saying just to repost it a million times to further right radicalization.
Okay, you just said that you don't believe black people can be racist; they can only be bigots. So you tell me in your whole lifespan, you never heard a black person say, "I hate white people"?
That's bigotry, not racism. Racism is, first of all, racist.
You don't know, you don't have anybody in your life, or you don't know anybody, or you haven't seen anything in your lifetime that where a black person has treated a white person as you would say, well, let's say racist wise. You've never seen that.
You're talking to one right now. Original Thought, he said he didn't like white people.
Yeah, I've said that. Whenever somebody accuses me of that, I say that. And for the most part, I don't.
You literally said that. You don't like white people.
And when you consider hating another race, racism?
I think hating another race for me is when I go out of my way to bring harm to that race. Now, I just have a strong dislike. Some would say disdain for the dominant society. You know, but same way, you know, part of my friends, a lot of people would say the N-word doesn't just mean black. When I say dominant society, it doesn't just mean white. It's all people who practice in white racist supremacy, you know. Now, I believe the only way to be racist is through systems of depravity, ways that you construct that no matter who's at it, they will be defeated because it's a system to take away. While niggas just might say cracker or other words like that, all we can do is label insults or level insults at you. We cannot impact your life in any way outside murder.
Okay, white people affect my life just as much as they affect yours. The decisions made by white people in higher positions affect my life just as much as they affect yours. So what's your argument to that? Like you're making it sound like I have a silver spoon in my mouth, or because I'm white, I get more special privileges than you. And I'll call bullshit on that, because there's nothing that I can do in this United States that you can't do. Period.
First of all, I didn't say it was nothing that you could do that I can't do. I think a lot of times.
Well, that goes to your argument about that the system is the problem, and the system is keeping black people down. That's what your argument is. It's the system that is causing black people the majority of the problems in black people's lives. And I'm saying
that wasn't an argument. That was my stance. I was just expressing how I view the difference between the two. Now, I do believe that there are systems at play. But I think, especially with the invention of the internet, there's multiple roots around them. I concede that point. Again, even though Dennis loves telling everybody I'm victim black, I'm a Southern black conservative. I'm in the Bible Belt. You know, I think I live, despite what people, it's like the Greenland, Iceland thing. You know, Iceland got greenery and Greenland is covered in ice. A lot of people think the South is this racist utopia. But in the world, I think with Langston Hughes, the Northern Fox, and the Southern War, everything is just revealed to me. So I'm not saying that you have it better than me. I'm saying I start the race from behind. That's all I'm saying. Now, I can still make the same leaps and strides you do. But again, especially when it comes to financial disparity, that's a tough race to compete in. And that's what racism is, the competition for wealth and resources.
Here's the point, I think. See, Original Thought, I'm trying to bring him along. He's brainwashed by the liberal media. He thinks that even though he's called himself a conservative, he doesn't understand that people would not rock with him because he comes on here and he doesn't want to clean up the black community. But he needs to be on here screaming to the high heavens. We need to be 24/7, like talking about telling on criminals, on murderers, on people that hurt kids. We should be on here talking about you shouldn't be calling your woman a bitch and a hoe. We shouldn't be making our women feel inferior. We need to love each other instead of calling a black man that says he loves his brother a freaking homo. You know, there's all these things that we need to be pushing more than ever, but it's never in unity because we have half of the blacks, you know, cowering to the criminals by engaging in excuse making, you know. And Paris, if you want to jump on here, if you got time, because you're another one who the other day, he's upset because I'm trying to get him to understand that this channel ain't about me trying to, I guess, cape for white folks. I'm trying to get more black folks to understand there's another way. You know, we at one point used to be proud. We literally did not allow criminal behavior to happen in our community. You know, if you were a criminal, you got denounced from the church. Your family, you know, didn't respect you. You know, there was a lot of repercussions, but now it's cool to be the drug dealer. I appreciate that, Paris. Next time. So, I mean, that's the whole point of this channel, Original Thought. I'm trying to get the deprogramming away from y'all because you're literally looking at a statistic that I showed you countless of times that we're doing more crime, like 30% now, I guess, in murder. It used to be just 10%. Now it's 30% more murder in 2023. To where, dude, we got to like stand up. Like, when are we going to stop blaming the whites and associating? Actually, Roy, I got a question for you, because this is the biggest issue people have with me. They want to say that poor people are the reason why, like being poor is the reason why blacks commit as much crime as they do. And I said that that wouldn't be associated to whites in the same manner. I think that shouldn't be a cop-out. Do you think that's an excuse? Do you think the reason why you have so much murder is because of poor whites and poor blacks? Or do you think it's just the culture of each and own?
It's the culture. It's not. It has nothing to do with being poor. Poor has nothing to do with it. I've been poor. I've had the riches, and I've been poor as shit. And me being poor has never led to me wanting to go out and steal tennis shoes, loot cell phone stores, loot or shoot somebody else because they got a better pair of shoes than me. So it's a culture. It's a culture that needs to be changed. Because that's what the culture, they're being raised in a culture to think that kind of shit is cool, that I got the best shoes, that makes me a better person. It's like what we were talking about yesterday. It's everybody wants to try to be the next best thing. Everybody wants to be better than everybody else. Instead of helping each other grow so everybody prospers, they only want to think about themselves. So yeah, being poor has nothing to do with none of that. That has nothing to do with because trust me, I'm far from rich, and but it's a culture thing, and it's culture, and it's up to that culture to change the culture's behavior. Nothing I say, nothing a white man says, nothing anybody says can change a culture other than the culture changing itself. And until more black men and black women demand that their own people stop calling them bitches and hoes and this and that, and stop, calling each other the N-word or this or that or whatever the case may be, or it's nothing's going to change. It's up to that culture to demand better from their own people. You know what I'm saying? Yep. That's what it boils down to. It's another culture can't fix another culture's issues. It's got to be fixed from within, and that's.
I mean, your own mathematics talks against that. You said you think 75% of black people are good, but you're like, that's not enough.
I already said 25%.
No. That's where you're getting it wrong, partner. I said, okay, you have 75% good, 25% bad. I said it's up to you and your people to make sure that you educate and raise the new and upcomers to make sure that 25 doesn't become 30%. But if you only see, and that's what goes back to what I just said about only caring about yourselves. You just said, as long as us 75 stick to ourselves and be good, fuck the other 25%. Well, if you think like that oh, we're only gonna worry about ourselves and make sure we stay good, then you don't give a fuck about the other ones coming up because you're too worried about just worrying about yourself being good and not worried about your future generation growing up and being good. Because you're not willing to teach them to be good, to teach them right from wrong. So sooner or later, that 25 is going to go to 30, then 30 to 40, and that's how it's going to perpetuate itself.
That's conjecture and a false equivalency, and you know it. It is.
It is what it is,
because the statistics don't bear it out. Black crime has been the same across the board for the last 60 years.
That's absolutely false because he just showed you statistics.
Even though it rises, the crime rate has dropped. So even though you see murders, the crime rate and the murder rates all across the country have consistently
and I'm going to
dropped.
tell you where you get that fake bullshit news from. The crime rates have dropped in your eyes, in the media's bullshit eyes, because you guys have these fucking cities have made crime less prevalent because they change what crime is. Okay?
No, my experience. So real quick. I live in Marietta, Georgia.
Now, when you of course, let's say shoplifting crimes are down. You know why shoplifting crimes are down? Because you raise the amount of money it takes to be charged with shoplifting. So if I'm not stealing at least $1,000, they're not going to label that as shoplifting. So of course those levels are going to down. If you move the goalpost on what is considered a crime and what can be labeled as crime, of course crime is going to go down.
Crime has only went up in liberal states. I stay in a conservative state. It used to be felony shoplifting used to be $500. In the state of Georgia, it's $250 now. We prosecute for our shoplifting crimes. Think about $250. How easy you can get that just stealing groceries. Let me continue. When I tell you I stay in a conservative state, I do. I stay in Cobb County, Georgia, Marietta to be exact. You know how many murders we solved last year? 100%. The most surveilled city in the world is London. The third most surveilled city in the world is Marietta, Georgia. We're third. I live in a place where crime ain't like that. Black people aren't like that.
But that's your situation. We're talking about
what I'm
crime.
saying.
We're talking as
that's
crime
the majority.
Did
you hear what I said?
We're not talking
that's the
just in your area.
majority. 10,000.
Creepador, welcome to the live, by the way. And Roy, if you need the original thought, he gets into cooking, he starts cutting everybody off. So do what you do, because I tell you, original thought, Roy isn't nice like me. He just don't be letting people cut him off like that. So
okay, real quick. Don't say. That's what I said. Real quick, Roy. Real quick. Don't say this is what you said, and then mistake my argument.
This is the problem you guys have. You're basing it on your own personal situation. You're not looking at the totality of the situation. You got to look at the totality of the situation, not just where you live. Yes, you can say, okay, crime in my area has gone down, but the crime overall in this country has went up. So you can't sit there and base your whole life based on the little bit of area that you're in. You can't make your arguments based on just you and where you're at. You got to base your argument on the totality of the situation. And the totality is they have chosen to change the definition of what crimes are, how much is considered to be a crime. And that's the stuff that when you look at statistics and you say crime goes down, that's why crime is going down nationwide, is because they keep moving the goalposts on what they consider to be an actual crime. Now, in your area, as you spoke, you have specific laws and stricter laws, but you can't base your argument on where you live. You got to base your argument on the totality of where everybody lives together.
We got to let Queef get in, but I got to say this. Dennis, when I came on, what did you say? That I'm going to argue against the stats. But this whole time, I've been saying fine with the stats. It's been Roy arguing the stats and the definitions. I'm like, hey, the stats are supporting my argument. I'm not trying to change the stats or critique the stats.
what stat did he argue against?
He
What
just
do you
said
mean?
because I showed crime has been going down. He's saying the only reason it's going down
Bro, he's
is because
saying
they
he's saying
changed
it
the
happens in
definition.
your city is going down.
No,
Not
but
all
listen,
over
the greater
rest
what
of
he
the country, where the blacks are at, we're getting worse and worse. You got literally double the amount of murder from 2019, comparing that to 2022. You got double.
But what he
Like,
said
what are you talking about?
was the only
Actually
reason.
triple.
What he said was the only reason statistics show, because the statistics show crime has been going down for the last 10 years because of video surveillance. But he's saying the only reason statistics show crime going down is because they changed the definition of crime.
Okay, I don't know
No,
where
he
you come up
said-
with the statistics of crime have gone down over the last 10 years when the man just showed us a graph that shows the murder rate has gone up over 30% in the black community. So you can't sit there and say that, what you just said. And second of all, like I said, of course, crime is going to look nationwide like it's going down because these cities and places are changing the definition of what crime is. If you're going to your town, you steal $250 worth of shit, you get hit with a shoplifting charge. If I choose to go to California, I have to steal over $1,000 to be considered shoplifting crime. You see what I'm saying? When you move the goalpost, of course, now it's going to look like, guess what? California has less shoplifters now because they can steal up to a certain amount before they can even be charged with it. So when you move the goalpost, it gives you the impression that crime has gone down by statistics, but in reality, the crime is the same or more because they can't charge people now because they've changed the goalpost of what they consider to be a chargeable crime. And I've never said statistics are 100%. I've never said that any statistic is 100% valid to show what's really going on. These numbers can be fudged just like any fucking number can be fudged.
Okay,
So,
let me pivot. When y'all say is the culture has to change, so do y'all think crime is accepted in black culture?
you don't feel you don't feel culture needs to change when more black people are more black gentlemen are being killed by black gentlemen more than ever. You don't feel your culture needs to change, where that's celebrated, where you guys celebrate another brother killing another brother. You don't. What the fuck? Are you serious, bro? You don't think your culture needs to change when you think it's okay to fucking for groups of black young children to go in and steal fucking thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of other people's property, burn their own city to the fucking ground? You seriously don't believe that culture needs to change? What the fuck?
This is what I deal with every day. These people, you just no changing them. They don't get it.
No,
do you want to add in?
I think what you did was a clever deflection of my question.
Okay, bro. If that's
so I'm gonna ask the question
again.
again. Do you think that black culture is predominantly like, hey, the drug dealer is just as good as the black doctor?
Yes, you guys literally called me and said I'm not black because, like, Creeper, wasn't you there when they said that I'm not black? Like, I'm worse for the community because I'm.
He just said we can't use our own personal.
Which time, DJ? I've heard that multiple times since I've met you.
The question I got for you is that, hey, Richard, Creeper, you.
I'm having a hard. 1 second. I'm having a hard time hearing. I don't know if it's from my end. It could be on my end. I don't have a lot of service work.
I can hear you just fine, Queef.
Oh, sorry, my audio went out. I apologize.
Hey, great to meet you too, bro.
Oh, nice to meet you too. Even though we disagree on a lot of world things.
I want y'all to know.
I mean, the question I got for you, Creeper, is: do you think, compared to the white culture, that's pushed? We're talking about the popular culture. Like, what if you think, this is pretty white? You know, when I think of white, I think of like, you know, 4th of July. You know, I think of if a school shooting happens, I think, oh, that's a white kid. You know, like you have stereotypes that you kind of push to white folks. But then when you think of black folks, you know, when you think of a drive-by shooting, you automatically think black guy. You know, when you think of like, you know, rappers or people call musicians that are talking about whooping ass and talking about, you know, beating their women, calling hoes and sluts, I think of black rappers, you know, like we have culture. So my question to you is, Original Thought doesn't think our culture needs to change. Do you think that compared to the white culture, what's pushed, the black culture needs to change? What white people on the outside looking in, what you guys see the most from us? Because not all of us like rap and all the new rap and all that, but we're not being seen. We're called white for thinking different. So my question is, do you think from what you're being, you know, what you're seeing, do you think it needs to change?
I'll be honest, that's a tough question to answer.
I mean,
One second. I gotta think about it before I say it.
Okay, go for it. Yeah,
a lot of people are very sensitive on this topic, especially when it comes to white people.
I wish Christina could jump on, but I don't think she got time tonight because she was keeping a buck. Because think about it. Think about like I think that's quick. Let me mute his mic. When the whites, okay, so think about this. When the white folks, when they try to copy our style, they don't copy the best of us. They don't assume Urkel Dennis or whatever you want to call me. No, they assume the worst of us. Like if I got on a Dodgers jersey with this chain on, my pants sagging, they're gonna dress like that to fit in with the blacks. They're not gonna dress like, you know, with the Express on, you know, nice fitted jeans on, you know, perfect, you know, nice dress boots. They're not gonna dress like that and be considered black. You're considered just white. And I'm considered white. Like I want to be white because I want to dress nice. But like when it comes to the blacks, or the whites that dress like, you know, like trash for the most part, then you know it's different. Right. White trash. You have white trash that's like, you know, dirty, you know, just look filthy, you know, just, you know, the whites call that white trash. With us, we call the, you know, busting where your ass is showing and you know, like, you know, just we call the ignorant ones in our community, we call that our trash. But the problem is when you have blacks, if we dress like the white trash, they don't call it white trash, they just call it us. But when we dress nice, you never hear them say, oh, or if you dress nice, they say, oh, you're dressing like a white person. So I think I kind of confused the point I'm making. The point I'm making is white people, whenever they dress nice, then you never hear them refer to you dress like a nice dressed black man. But when a black person dresses nice around a bunch of, you know, black trash, it's considered you're trying to be white. And I don't understand that. Why can't I just be me and I like to dress nice?
So DJ, the best way I could answer your question is because personally, every black person I've met in real life has been cool. But based off of like, I guess what you see on social media and the media,
yep.
I'd say the culture probably should change. But considering, and this is just my perspective, considering how ingrained violence is, not just in the music industry, but let's just say Hollywood and the music, or Hollywood and the movies and stuff, gangsters, whether it be black or white, have been glorified since what, 1920s?
Yep.
So that's my take. That's a hard one to kind of answer, to be honest.
I know you got to tiptoe around because, you know, you'll be called a racist, and it kind of sucks because I can call out whites. I don't want to be around white trash. I'm sorry, because not that I fear them. It's just I don't. What I mean by white trash is people that literally, when I was in North Carolina, I was around a lot of white trash. They literally don't like to be around black people. I remember they would get in my car when I was doing Uber, and they wouldn't talk. Like I would say, "Hey, how you doing?" And you know they don't like you because when you say, "Hey, how you doing?" they can't just say, "I'm good," and just not talk, or "Hey," and just keep it moving. Because I want to know that I'm safe. You know, they'll like literally have their kids not talk to me, and then it's like a straight ride there. And then if I accidentally go the wrong way, it's like, "What are you doing?" Like you don't know how to use GPS. Like just ignorant. And then they usually always smell like, you know, like animal. Okay, smell like animal. And a lot of them, you know, they just do things that are just weird. And like, it's literally, you consider that white trash, just like, you know, the worst of the blacks. When they get in the car, they smell like a certain way, and then they usually are ignorant in different ways. So I consider both. Everybody has white trash, just like, I mean, not white trash, but trash. Just like Hispanics has trash, Asians, they be having trash. But only blacks, we get grouped as one. Like, there's no trash. It's just black folks. And that's what I'm fighting against. I don't want to be grouped in with people that don't want to pull up their pants and don't want to evolve and grow up and become a man. I think when you become a man, you need to look accordingly, look like a man, not like a kid. You shouldn't be dressing like a kid at freaking 40 years old, unless you're just chilling. But if you're going to like a school, like a recital or something, or you're going to like a baseball game, you know, look like you're a dad. Don't look like you're that lit dude looking for the next chick to smash. So that's my thought on that. I just think that we got to start holding ourselves accountable. And I think we don't do that. And we got too many sympathizers of black folks. And I kind of want to, like, even though I banished him from the channel, I kind of want to let Driving the Wolf come up here, because he's actually the epitome of this example. But he's probably going to take it personal, because I think that he would literally be the epitome, because he literally promotes all the worst of the black culture, because he's like involved with it. He's not involved with none of the positive that the blacks are doing. And he was actually one of the guys talking me out of talking like this and talking down on people that making us all, the image of us, look bad. So I kind of want to forgive him. It's going to be on Christina, because I think he would be an example of what I'm talking about. But y'all can go ahead if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, one way to answer your first question, the best way, like, why when people look at something you're doing and it's perceived as white because it's good, the great way to express it's because it's the perception of the dominant society. See, the way that we view the world is through the lens of the dominant society. It's best expressed through the male gaze. That's what it's called. So even when you look at female pornography, it's still shot and depicted from the viewpoint of what men would be into seeing women doing together. So it's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It's only the lens in which you're looking at it, and that's why our opinion is different. Because I don't look at black society from the dominant society viewpoint.
That's a fucking cop out. That's a cop out, because that's because you ain't been raised right. If anybody that looks at Dennis and thinking that just because he's black that he gets lumped into some with this, or anybody looks at you that says, oh, I should just lump Mr. Original with all other black people, you weren't raised right. Because I deal with it on the regular too. I got a bald head. I look like your typical white supremacist. I'm all tatted up, tats fucking everywhere. So I get it. Without even knowing who I am, people look at me and lump me in a group. That just means you weren't raised right. Because I would never walk up to you or either one of you black gentlemen and assume that you're like every other black person in the world. I would never do that. So that's based on how you're raised. That's based on how a culture is raised. If you got a culture of people that want to lump Dennis in with all white people because he dresses nice, that's something you got to teach your kids, that, hey, just because this black man dresses nice, he's not a white man, or he doesn't want to be white. He takes pride in himself as an individual. And that's how everybody should be looked at, as an individual. And if you're not looking at each individual person as an individual person and you just lump some of them, you weren't raised right as a kid. Because I'm far from a white supremacist. I rode in motorcycle clubs that for 12 years was on a black bike set. So I love black people. I listen to R&B and rap music. I love black people. I've dated black women in the past. So if you look at any group of person or any individual person and you want to lump some of them into, oh, well, he's like all other black men. No. I could have very easily lumped Dennis in with all black people if I thought that's what Dennis was. Or I could have lumped some of you into that, but I don't. I look at you individually, and every person has an individual opinion. Everybody has individual right to do what they want to do. So yeah, that's just a fucking cop out.
Unfortunately, Roy, I got to call you out because you said it earlier in the conversation. You can't use your own personal experience as the basis of your argument. You don't. You're a great white guy, but the dominant society doesn't view us that way. You know, that's why I think it's good to see conversations like this between you guys and me and Dennis, so that it's put, because that's one of the black talking points, is that we're not a monolith. Dennis is okay in the black community. My viewpoints are okay in the black community.
No. And what I said is you're not going against my argument when I said you can't go by your own personal thing. I'm not going by my own personal thing. I'm going by an individual thing. We are all individuals.
No, you would say that because I said I lived in a good city.
It's up to you as an individual person to look at people the way you look at people.
Now, I'm going to show you how I made that connection. You said, because I said I lived in a good city with low crime, I can't use my experience by living in conservative states because crime is up.
You can't base an argument. I said you can't base an argument.
But that's what you just based your argument on.
When we're talking about a collective situation like crime in the United States, you can't base your argument on one sector. But when it comes to whether or not you as a human, that is not, we're not basing an argument on the whole United States. We're basing our argument now on individualism. You as an individual, your own individual thoughts and feelings towards other individuals.
This wasn't an individual question. What Dennis was asking is, why does the dominant society look at him equal to the same way they look as the thug whose pants is sagging?
And I said it's because those individuals weren't raised right as fucking kids, that they're going to lump every either a black man or a white man or this. That's you weren't raised right as an individual as a kid. Because
let me say this real quick, because I do want to hold, because my last point that I made, because I don't want to be a hypocrite. Like, let me say this, because Rory's absolutely right. The reason why when I generalize and I go to the point of saying that white trash and black trash and this and that, this is why. Before I moved to Las Vegas, I'll tell y'all, before I moved to Las Vegas in 2013, I was raised ignorant. I thought that white people were just automatically like rich and just got money and were successful. I didn't really see too much white trash. I thought that the whites were not doing crime. I thought it was only us blacks, because that's all I saw. The people who I was around, the only white person I knew that did anything was the guy that stole money from me. So when I moved to Las Vegas, I went from thinking that like the blacks were engaging in criminal behavior and it's cool, it's lit, I would like be involved in that, thinking it was cool. I moved to Las Vegas and I realized that everybody thinks for themselves. It's an individual mindset. You treat the next man, and that's the reason why I loved living in Vegas, because of the fact you had me being around white, black, Asian, Hispanic. This is the only place that you will see a Hispanic chick that's built like a black chick. You see an Asian dude that can cross me over and dunk on me, and the black dude, he's freaking making foul shots. Like, everybody is their own person. Individual, like mindset, individual look, individual everything. So I realized that we're all one person. We're individuals at that point. So now when I come on my YouTube channel and I'm trying to get you, Original Thought, to understand that white people and every other race of people, like when you have, like, for example, white trash, just because you're white trash don't mean that you're a criminal. It don't mean that you're a violent person. Just like if you're rich, it doesn't mean you're perfect and no, it's the person. But when it comes to black folks, we don't think like that. We are putting ourselves all in one box to where if I think differently, I like to dress nice. I like to smell good when I go out. You know, I like to not hit my woman. I've never, not any of one of my chicks that I ever had, women I had, could say I hit them before. I never abused them. I got my ass whooped by chicks because I don't hit women. I just don't hit women. I raised that way. So what happens is, by me being this square guy, this simp that y'all call it, you guys don't consider me black because, you know, y'all group the negative as how everybody should be. So that's the reason why when I got to differentiate, you know, what I am, a black man, that's just more proper. I want to be more proper, but I'm still from the hood. I'm still street. I mean, I'm still about that culture. It don't make me bad. It doesn't make me white. It makes me just an individual. So that's the reason why when I have my opinions on here, I'm coming from an individual mindset, not a hive mind of people that think I'm going to vote Democrat because I'm black, like I did. I voted for President Obama the first time because I thought I'm black. I got to vote Democrat. You know, I was following the liberal mindset because I thought that's all everybody does in my community.
I voted for both Bushes.
Last point, Original Thought. Now that I'm conservative, more so minded, or I wouldn't say conservative, but more of like right wing leaning, I noticed that you have more blacks that follow the law, that's about telling on criminals, that hate hip-hop, that talks about doing drugs, women are bitches and hoes, all the negative stuff, they seem to always be more right-leaning. And that's the reason why I come on here and I'm trying to get you to think differently, Original Thought. You don't have to sympathize. Just have your own opinion and just consider yourself individual. And you're going to be 10 times better than you are now in regards to like society. You're going to be happier and you're going to literally walk outside and say, that criminal that's literally like, he might be breaking in the car at a neighbor's house you don't care about, but the next day he might come and break into your grandmother's house. Your grandmother sees him and she tries to like, she screams, he shoots her. That's the reason why I'm hard on crime. The reason why I'm about the image, because ultimately, if I don't stand and speak out, then other people are going to think I'm just as bad, because other people and other races, they speak out and they're not considered worse than the criminals. So that's the reason why I said our culture is trash. The Black culture is trash as a whole. We need to recycle it. We need to be more about Urkels and be more about freaking simps and woman lovers and all this and that than being what we are right now. So there you go. If you want to add to that,
don't ever be a fucking simp for no fucking female, bro.
Don't ever.
I'll tell you right now. You can be proud about that not hitting women. I had a chick kick me in my balls one time. My body slammed the fuck out of her. I don't play that mess.
Jesus
don't
Christ.
ever.
Yeah, I don't hear.
Hey, yo.
So you're a better man than me if that's the case. But yeah, I had a chick, my girlfriend, kick me in my fucking balls once, and that was the last time she ever kicked me in the balls. But don't ever simp for nobody. You're a fucking grown man, bro. You don't simp for nobody, especially no fucking female. I'm sorry. I hurt some fucking female feelings. I'm gonna hurt some females' feelings, but men are the fucking prize. Men are the prize, not women. So
shoot.
I'm just like
DJ.
It is what it is. I'm gonna
right now.
Real quick. I'm a lover, Dennis. I got a lot of women I simp all the time. But first, remember how I said, in my opinion, so don't hold this against me, when I was like, Roy was arguing racism through low expectation. What I'm telling you now, what you literally just said, I'm gonna give you an example. You just told me white ice is colder than black ice. That's an old country expression, but that's what you just told me. You just told me poor white trash is better than poor ghetto trash. You know, I don't think nobody wants to be around the worst of society. But you literally said, yeah, but if you rather be around the poor white than the poor black. You know, in so many words. That's the white ice is colder than black ice. Well, like, hey, if you got to do something, at least be white while you're doing it. That's why I said you're viewing the world through the lens point of the dominant society, where I think it'd be more advantageous to view the world through the lens point of individuality and then existentialism.
I'd have to say there's a difference between being poor and white trash and being poor in what you guys call ghetto. So I don't see the correlation.
The trailer park is just like the ghetto. I've lived in the trailer park. I've lived in the ghetto.
Yep. And Chris,
it's the exact same.
A lot of men don't respect women. That's because the women that are growing up in this new culture that we have don't respect themselves. So how do you expect to get respect from men if you don't respect yourself? If you're willing to spread your legs for every fucking hot looking guy out there thinking that you're gonna win the jackpot and hit the lotto, how the fuck are we supposed to respect women like that? How are men supposed to respect women that want to cheat on their fucking man just because he has 6 inches and the next door neighbor has 9 inches? How the fuck are we supposed to respect women? Come on now. Let's be honest. You got it goes that whole saying, you got to earn the respect. You're just not giving respect because you got fucking tits and an ass. That's not how it works. And if you can't respect yourself enough to keep your legs closed and not have 6 kids from 8 different daddies, how the fuck are we as men supposed to respect that? Come on, man.
I'm not as harsh as you, Roy. You know, you make a lot of strong points that I think are kind of correct. But you know what I say is,
I don't pull punches on that shit.
My woman don't want me to respect her. She wants me to love her. You know,
exactly.
I'm the one who wants respect. You know, I think that's the biggest disconnect in this conversation between men and women. We're each trying to tell each other to want what we want, when it's really got to know what she wants, and she got to know what you want. And it's not supposed to be this singularity where we just both want the same things, the same thing. You know, that's why they say opposites attract.
Yeah, it's a partnership, bro. It's you grow together. You know, this whole thing.
No, that's why I said, hey, it's hard. So they don't partnership. Yeah, it's a captain though. This boat.
You grow together, exactly. And now the culture with women is they pretend that they're the prize, but yeah, if you're the prize, why the hell are you looking for the man making 7 figures? Why the fuck are you looking for the man that has the 6-pack? Why are you looking for the man with the biggest Johnson? If the man ain't the prize, what the fuck? Where do you come up that you're the prize? If the man is if the woman is the prize, she would have the 7 figures with the men lined up in her DMs, not the guy that has the fucking 7 figures with the line of women waiting in his DMs. So how the hell is a woman going to say she's the prize when she's sitting in another man along with 100 other women trying to get in his DMs and get with him? So how the fuck do you come up that women are the prize? I don't get that.
I don't have much to add to that, considering I'm happily married myself. But I will say, being a simp is no good way. If you're trying to get women, they'll just walk all over you.
Exactly. They'll take your paycheck while they're fucking the next door neighbor because his dick's an inch bigger. Yeah, they don't simp for nobody.
Women respect confidence.
Men are the fucking prize. Period. Like I said.
She wants something else. It can't be just the itches.
We can have this talk.
It's about to go down there, OBC. She never comes up. Oh shoot! Unless it's a special occasion. You just brought the smoke out.
I didn't bring out nothing. I can have a conversation with the best of them.
See, I can't have the YouTube stream up at the same time because then all I get is echoes.
Yeah, that's the same problem I'm having. That's why I'm like, I can't see no chat. I'm just in the stream.
Men are the fucking
Yeah, because YouTube Live is weird. You can't mute YouTube Live for you have to pause it or completely go out of it.
I can guarantee you that if you look at Instagram or the DM situation, any man with 7 or 8 figures has probably got 1,000 women hitting him up in his DMs. Whereas those women that are in his DMs probably have less than 1 or 2 motherfuckers in their DMs trying to get with them. So who's the prize? Who is the prize?
I mean, but that's really not the issue, nor the reason why. A lot of men. It's about approaching. That's the problem. A lot of people ain't approaching. It's not as dire or grave as you seem. With women's a humongous fear of rejection. A lot of women aren't in them DMs. Only professional
women are rejected 100 times less than men. Any 4 you get fucked before any 7 guy. Let's fucking face it. If you could be a woman that's a 4 and get more dick than a guy that's a 7 gets more pussy. So the whole that whole scared of rejection is bullshit. Men get rejected 10 times more than females do.
I kind of hate to make this point, Roy, but that's not true. It's
OG, real quick. Let me do the poll so I can put a new poll up. Okay, so we got 125 votes here, and it was why is there so much it's supposed to be murder compared to white murder, and 46% of people out of 125 people. 46% said the culture, 22% said more poor people, and then 32% said other. I'm about to do another poll on if men or women is the prize. I don't know if I should add like other gender because I know we got like 250 genders, but I'm just keeping men and women. So anybody with other gender, I'm sorry. New poll, guys, coming up. All right, welcome Christina to the building. What's going on, Christina?
I will say, Roy, to add to some of the things that you and Original were saying, a lot of people got to keep in mind that women that are claiming that they want a guy that makes a lot of money, big dick, stuff like that, they're only looking at like maybe the top 5% of men. The average guy gets turned away.
Again, I have to disagree. You know, that's why a lot of times, and I'll give y'all my example of why I disagree. How many people could say they've been out and seen this really gorgeous lady with this really ugly or really short guy? Now, a lot of times we think he paid for or he bought somebody who's a student myself. I know he just happens to be an amazing listener. But the reality
Well, I
is,
didn't say that never happened.
Hold on, but the reason.
So you're trying to base your argument.
Let me finish my point.
You're basing your argument. You're basing your argument on the exception. You're basing an argument on an exception, not the rule.
You know, I'm just pointing out a stereotypical reason. The reason he has the girl is because he approached her. If you listen to the complaint of a lot of beautiful women and a lot of regular women, guys just don't talk to them. A lot of guys defeat themselves.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question, bro. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you were single right now. Are you going to want to approach a girl that has her ass and tits all hanging out on her Instagram nonstop? She has 6 or 7 kids from 8 different dads, and then you got to deal with the daddy drama and all that bullshit. Is that something you want to attach yourself to? Are you going to approach that type of woman?
Well, the premise is bad because that's implying that I treat every woman I deal with the same way. First of all, I'm a guy that has a lot of women. Unabashedly, very honest with them women. Something I'm big on is not taking people's choices away. So there's no deception in my life. So I'm probably the worst person to ask because I'm somebody who I'm just like, yeah, I'm approaching anything that I find attractive, even if.
And you got to also remember where you were raised and brought up too. Different sectors of this country have their females act differently. In the South, females are very respectful to men. So there's all that shit. You have to take all that shit into account. So
an original thought. I will say with your comment about how a lot of attractive women don't get approached, I will concede I'll actually agree with you. But with what I was saying, it's a little different. I was typing about the hyperfixation of certain qualities of men, whether it be financial or not, is a small percentage of the male population that they seem to idolize and want. You know?
Well, not only that, you also got to look at it. Why do a lot of men not want to approach women? Because the way women have portrayed themselves on social media and all this other stuff, where
some of it's also low confidence and fear too.
Yeah, guys don't like being rejected any more than females get rejected. And when you have a culture of women nonstop on social media, which most people are addicted to nowadays, saying you have to have this. I don't want no scrub. I want the guy with the 6-pack. What makes you think a guy with a small beer belly wants to walk up to a beautiful woman and say shit to her? Because
So I agree. I think social media did a huge disservice for both men and women, especially in the dating world.
So you can't blame men for not wanting to approach women when women have. Yeah. Who? Mine?
Yeah, we can barely hear you, Christina. No, Christina. You sound like you're like half buried under a tunnel.
I'm gonna turn you up. Go ahead, Christina. I turned you up.
What about now?
Yeah,
that's a lot better.
Good.
Okay. So let's talk about who's the prize. So women are really the prize, not men. I don't know where you got that from.
Where I get that from? I get that from you females. There ain't no guy that's going out looking for. If 90% of the women are looking for a guy that makes this much money, looks this specific way, has this kind of house, has this kind of car, who's the prize? Who are you looking for? Do you have guys going on social media going out in public saying, I want a girl that makes 7 figures. I want a girl that drives a Ferrari. I want a girl with a 4-bedroom house. I want a virgin female. Do you have guys going out there doing that, looking for women? No. So how are you going to say women are the prize when you don't have the men going after you female like you females are going after the men? So how are women the prize and not the man?
I'm sure men do that.
Yeah, they're looking for men with a lot of money, though. That's two separate things. There's women that are taking advantage of men, and there's women that are actually looking for love, like a partner.
That's what I would say. It's a false equivalency.
It's not the same. You're talking about two different women with different motives, and you're generalizing them in one. That's not going to work.
Okay, once again, we can't take the exceptions versus the rule. We have to have an argument on the rule, not the exceptions. Yes, you're always going to find those particular females that aren't into that. But when you look on social media, you look on the way culture has been going for the last 10 years, you have to look at that as the totality of the situation. And like I said, when you have 90% of the women coming on social media doing all this shit, saying, you got to have this, you got to have that, you got to have this to get with me, that creates the culture where now the man is the prize, not the female.
Not at all. Because you can choose to say, I don't want you. I'm not interested in you, because all you're looking for is like money and a car.
Exactly. Exactly. I don't want that kind and that's why the man is that's why the man is the prize, because he can dictate who he chooses to be with.
No, I think you misinterpreted her argument.
Who dictates?
Why? I'm going to ask you something, Mr. Original Thought. Why the fuck do you think every time I say something, I misinterpret shit? You don't think my ears fucking work just fine?
Yeah, I do.
I understand exactly what she's saying.
But
I don't misinterpret shit.
She's trying to tell you herself that you're misinterpreting.
She is trying to tell me that not all women are like that. I'm saying 90%
most
of
women aren't like that.
She's trying to tell me that women aren't like that, and that's bullshit. When we have social media and it's constantly portrayed on
what
Facebook,
she's saying, what
YouTube.
she's saying is what you're talking is a low self-esteem issue. Why can't you say no?
Here we go with the low self-esteem. It has nothing to do with low self-esteem.
No, did you hear what she said? Why can't you say no? Why can't you, once you realize that, extract yourself from the situation? And then with the argument, hold on, let me finish. And the argument,
a man that has everything these women are looking for, he doesn't have to say no.
But hold on,
he got hundreds of thousands of women chasing after him. Why would he settle for? Why would he? If women are the prize, why would a man with 7-8 figures, a Ferrari, big ass giant house, commit to one female when he has thousands of them looking to hit him up every day? If women are the prize.
First of all, you're moving the goalposts. And first, let Christina just got here, so let her say what
now I can see why Dennis says the things he says.
And then I'll get in.
I ain't moving shit. I ain't moving no fucking goalposts, bro. If this is in our face every fucking day on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, it's in our face every fucking day, the shit that I'm talking about. So how am I moving any goalpost?
Right. So women are the ones that give birth. They hold the children for 9 months. They're not the prize at all. You're saying that? Are you sure about that? And we're the ones that decide if we want to even open our legs to you.
Okay,
we can say no. No, you're gonna wait.
If women are
I'm not gonna give you.
If women are the prize because they have kids, what's the single mother ratio right now? How many women are single parents right now?
That's not what I'm talking about, because you're twisting it around to make women look bad, and that's not what I'm trying to say.
Did I say women are bad? I said men are the prize, not women. That's not making women look bad.
Every time I say something, you turn it around and you make women look bad. You're trying to say, how many single moms are out there like these women are out there just having sex and having kids left and right?
Okay.
Right?
Okay. You just said, Christina, did you not say women are the prize because they're the one that hold kids fucking 9 months a year? And I said, how many single? If women are the prize, if that is your argument that women are the prize because they hold the kids, then why is the single motherhood rate so high? If women are the prize because they hold kids,
those are two separate things. I'm not talking about that.
How's it separate?
That's called a
women can have, like women can give birth and they can have the father in the picture. What are you talking about? I'm not talking about single moms. I'm talking about a
Okay, they
mother.
don't have to have the. If they were the prize, the man would be with them. He wouldn't have to just be in the picture. He would be with them. He would be making a family with them. If they were the prize, they would be a family, not just because he's giving you child support.
But what you're doing is what
This
a lot
is
of
not
married
it.
people do, and you're
So
conflating
this is my
two
personal
separate
opinion, if you guys don't mind. I personally feel like both parties should consider each other the prize.
I wholeheartedly agree. What I would say, Roy, what you're implying is if you don't get a gold digging woman, then you can't have no woman. And with Christina, I got to agree. That's not the case.
What the fuck did you say? What is having a gold digger woman? It's not having the gold. The women are turning themselves into the gold diggers because, like I said, 90% of them on social media, on all platforms across social media, are claiming that the only man they want is the one that has this, has that, has this, has that. So so that has nothing to do with
Right.
the gold.
It's all about your perspective on women. It's either you respect them or you don't. The way that you see women is in a bad view. So you're always going to see them in a bad view. You're not going to see them any other way. And that's fine.
That's not what I said. I never said
we're not all going to think that way.
You said men.
You just said you body slammed a female.
You said you body slammed. I was like, hey,
she kicked me in my fucking
That's
nuts.
disrespectful.
Yeah. That's not disrespectful. Disrespectful.
There's other ways you can handle that. Though.
Disrespectful is me having move a female with her daughter into my house, paying all the bills, and she thinks it's okay to kick me in my nuts because she's having a bad day. That's disrespectful. Not me putting her in her place. That's not being disrespectful. Her doing what she did is disrespectful by kicking me in my nuts in the first place. Because I never put my hands on her prior to this, and we were dated for almost 4 years. So that's disrespectful. Taking somebody who brought you and your child into his home, paying the bills, making sure they have food in their mouth, and then thinking it's okay to kick him in the fucking balls because you're having a bad fucking day. That is disrespectful. Not what I did to her is not disrespectful.
Now is when you add the caveat that nobody on the panel endorses domestic violence against women or men. No. Just real quick, just kick that out there.
Exactly, and it's not something I'm proud that I did. It was a reaction that what happened. She kicked me in my fucking nuts, and it happened. It's something that happens. It's not that I didn't respect her. I still talk to this girl to this day. But once again, you sit there and say men should respect women. How are men supposed to respect women when they're out there drunk off their ass, fucking, like I said, having 150, 200 bodies on their count? And how's a man supposed to respect a woman that can even control the one thing that most men covet the most, which is her body? If she can't respect her own body, how's other men supposed to respect her body?
Shout out to the Casamigo cuties. You're making some good points, Roy. I just can't take the totality of your stance because I don't. Let me rephrase. I've had bad experiences with women, but that hasn't been the overall totality of my experience with women.
Okay, how old are you?
I'll be 42 this year.
Okay, so you grew up in a different where men and women actually communicated and worked to get shit together. We're not talking the last 20 years or so.
Well, I'm in the black community where 1 in 4 of our women are getting married. The divorce rate is 80%. So
initiated by who? 80% of divorces are initiated by who? The fucking woman.
But what I'm saying is, boy, I can't, because I know some truly phenomenal women, and I think it took my divorce.
Of course, we all do, bro.
For me to get back into my confidence. But the more confident I am, the more I've chosen confident, communicative, and exciting women. I think a woman who's in love with herself and just looking for someone to pour that excess love into, it's the most beautiful thing in this world. So I believe women are the prize because when you go to the carnival, to get the prize, you got to pay the money. And women don't pay the money. The man pays the money, shoots his best shot if it's the basketball, or his best aim if it's the pistol game and the balloon. And what he trying to do? He's trying to win the prize. And 9 times, first of all, he's at the carnival either to meet girls or with a girl, and he's trying to win that prize. To do what with it? To entice the girl.
Okay.
So hold on real quick. So you can't argue with the mating strategy that's worked for years. The peacocks develop plumage in order to attract women. Every species has its mating dance. We have this one. It's not the best. It's not perfect, but it's been working for a millennia.
Yeah, maybe back then, but it's not working now because, like you said, 80% of the divorces are initiated by females, number one. Number two, females are the ones that are trying to dictate what they want or what they need. Now, if you want something, doesn't that mean when you go to the, let's say you go to the circus and you see that big fucking teddy bear on there, is that teddy bear asking you to go with you? No, you're trying to win it, which is the prize, which is the same difference is all these women looking for a guy that has this and has that. If they're lucky enough to find that guy, at that point, who becomes the prize, her or him?
Roy, I gotta ask you because I have real dark humor. So you gotta tell me. So she kicks you in the nuts, and you powers through that and still get the body slam off. Like I would have been incapacitated.
Bro, you got 30 seconds before your kidneys start hurting. So it was a quick reaction. But that's the thing. Women are, you said something about men should respect women. But once again, if women don't respect themselves enough to covet the one thing that makes that the most important trait that men like, which is their bodies and how are we supposed to respect that? You never answered that question.
You have to respect women until they show that they're not deserving of your respect.
Okay.
So if they're like a slut, then you don't have to respect them. But if it's a good woman and then you're automatically thinking she's a hoe for whatever reason, for no reason, you don't even know her, that's dumb.
I think y'all really got to do some introspection to y'all communication skills, because again, I don't have to hit women, and a big thing of it is like what is leading to these scenarios.
Now you missing. Here's the thing. Let me make this clear because I don't want this channel. I don't want y'all trying to make them. What he's saying is this: the woman kicked him in the nuts, and you're gonna have a reaction. Most people have a reaction. Now, the most I've done when I got hit in the wrong spot was push my chick into the closet and literally run out the door because that's just because I'm thinking I don't want to get arrested. But you can't tell somebody how to react. He didn't say
this is going away from the conversation. What I did in my past 25 years ago has nothing to do with.
I mean,
but here's not on trial here, Roy.
Okay, but hold on, real quick. Where's your thought? I didn't hear that part. My bad. That was 25 years ago. Times changed. Things that we thought was cool back then wasn't cool. Wouldn't be considered cool now.
And I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I believe in this. You put your hands on somebody. You don't put your hands on somebody unless you expect hands put back on you. Whether you're a male or female, just because you're a girl doesn't give you the right to put your hands on a man, and vice versa. So just because you think you're a woman gives you the automatic right to put your hands on a man, and that there is no consequences to that. That's wrong in the first place. You don't put your hands on anybody, whether it's a female or a male.
I wholeheartedly agree with you, Roy. I'm not saying you're wrong in any way. If she kicked you and you body slammed her, in the words of 46, that's quid pro quo. That's an equal. Y'all are mutual combatants at that point.
Exactly.
All right, real quick. Let me do the poll. I'm gonna end the poll. The poll was we had 90 votes, and where did it go? It was 84%. Crap. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the poll was: are men or women the prize? And it was 40% men, 32% women, and then 20% other. Because I had to be fair, I had to do the other. I'm assuming they meant both men or women. So my question: let's revert back to the main question, Christina. He's saying for the most part that men are more valuable, when it comes to the relationship. We literally are taking care of the most part of the relationship. Women are like dispensable, if you think about it. I think that the reason why I call myself a simp, because I was always chasing women like they were the prize, not thinking that I had anything really to offer. And I got preyed on. But then when I met Cali girl, she actually made me feel like I felt when I had my money, which was inheritance, was the money I earned. She made me feel like that, and I had no money. She made me feel like I was the prize, and we got a good relationship here. And she brought my confidence back out of me, and now I'm gonna be on a whole nother level. I'm already better than I was a year and a half ago, and I'm getting even better because she brought that back out of me, made me feel like give me back that confidence that I once had, because I was going about 6 years of treating every woman that I got with like I was a simp. I was buying them gifts, trying to beg them to be with me. Then with Cali girl, I started doing that with her, and she was like, "No, I don't want nothing from you, this and that." And then it got to the point she's like, "Dude, I don't need your money. I for most part, I make more than you. I don't need that. Okay, I like you for you." So that goes to show that, like, I think society is better when men are treated as the prize, but usually the men that treat women like they're the prize, they end up with a headache, like child support, a divorce. They end up with all the bad stuff. But when a woman treats the man like a prize, usually it's a longer, I think, lasting relationship.
Could
They
I
just tell
say
us we're
this?
wrong. Can Christina answer that real
Oh,
quick? Original thought. Just let Christina, if you want to respond to that, Christina.
No, women are always the prize, no matter what.
Why? Why is that, Christina?
What prize
We
do
hold
you
a
know?
lot of
What prize,
value.
what prize do you know of could take away your kids from you, take away half of what you've earned, take away your home, take away what prize? What prize can do that? What makes that a prize? That you
Wait,
win, you supposedly win, but it costs you more. That costs you more.
what are you talking about?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. 80% of women are
he's talking about male
initiating a
acquisition trauma.
divorce. Most of the women, and when it goes to court, they get the children, they get the house. Your man has to give you 50% of what the fuck he owns that he worked for, that you didn't help create. So how is the woman?
For that, you can blame the judge for that, because the judge is the one that orders that. And
you blame the
mainly,
woman. No, you can blame the woman
no,
for that because she's the one that
most of the
initiated
time,
it. It's not the judge.
no.
The judge goes by a set of rules. The female is the one you blame because she's the one that initiated divorce when she's the one that chose this man because of what this man provided and what this man did for her. And he treated her like the prize, remember?
So if it doesn't work out, she's not allowed to divorce him at any time. She's stuck with him forever.
But see,
miserable.
But nowadays that's not how it's looked at. Women get with these men to be able to take their shit. We see it over. It's in our face every day on the social media. How are you going to say no? You have women that sit there and brag about it. You have women.
Not every woman. You're only thinking about the bad. You're not thinking about what about the good women that actually.
I'm thinking about the 80 to 90% I see on social media every day.
Right. I'm telling you from experience. I'm married. I'm not in it for it. I'm not in it for it.
I was married for 20 years.
Okay. Almost the same as you. I'm not in it for money. What money am I looking for? I'm not in it for that. I'm in it for love. It's two separate things. What you're talking about is saying bad things.
Once again, you're basing your argument on the exception, not the rule.
No, I'm not. No, I'm saying in general.
You're basing it on your experience. You're basing your argument on your experience, where I'm basing my argument on what I see 90% of the females are doing in this society right now, and it's plastered in our face every day. That's what.
So where are you seeing this at? Where are you seeing this at? Social media, right? That's what they want you to see.
When you see every female on Instagram showing their tits and ass.
Roy, that's what they want you to see on social media. That's what they want you to see. But in real life, it's not happening like that. There's some people that do that. Yes, there's some bad women out there that take advantage of men, but not all of them are the same. And that's the point I'm trying to make here.
I never said all women are the same. My argument is men are the prize.
Okay, then because to you, men are the prize. We can agree to disagree. You're never going to change my mind, and I'm never going to change yours, and that's fine. I'm saying what I think, my opinion. My opinion, it's not factual. It's an opinion.
But you haven't yet to give us a good argument on why women are the prize. What makes you
women are the prize? I've already explained to you. They give birth, they choose, and you try to cross You try to cross me and say, "Oh, well, what about the single moms?" You changed the topic
Exactly.
over to that.
Well,
And I
no,
already
that's
gave
because
you an
that
answer.
goes
That
towards
answer
your
wasn't
argument,
good enough
Christina.
for you. But
That
if that
goes towards
answer
your
wasn't good enough
argument.
for you, then I'm
No,
sorry, I
that's not.
can't give you
That's
another
not.
answer.
That's not. No. If
You
you
don't
want,
accept
women are
it.
the prize. Let me tell you something. If women were the prize because they have kids, then why is the single mother rate so high? If you're the prize, wouldn't that mean because you had the kid that there would be hundreds of thousands of families and not 100,000 single moms?
Women give birth. That means they give life. That means that's the reason why
Yeah,
you're
but you
here.
can't have that life. But you don't
You're
get that
here.
life without a man. You need the
You're
man
here,
to make
yes,
that
I
life.
understand,
You
but
need
who
that
carries
man
the
to make that life.
children for 9 months? Who carries the children for 9 months? The mother does, right? She chooses to take care of herself for 9 months, and
Without the man,
the
you ain't
baby
carrying
feeds
nothing.
through the mom. The mom feeds the baby
Might
directly.
I
So you're
interject for
born.
just a moment?
Once
Might I
again,
just
without the man, you carry nothing. Without the man, you carry nothing.
okay? Let me interject for just for one moment, because I see a huge disconnect here, and I want to point it out. Roy, what I'm trying to express, what you're doing is what they call a reductionist argument. What you're doing is conflating a lot of things by reducing them to their base, what they call it, equalizer, the one thing that they have in common, right? You can't, because what you're arguing is the problem with the laws in the court, the problems with social media exposure, the problem with the single motherhood rate, the problem with relationship. All those is a multitude of arguments that you're winnowing down into. You see all this bad stuff? That's why men the prize. Now I have to err on the side of Christina. I think women are the prize. I
Of
think I
course, you're
can
going to
answer.
argue with her side, bro, because you've been arguing against me the whole night, and everything I said, you assume I misinterpret. I don't misinterpret shit. When I see 90% of females on social
I mean, I
media,
just let you
okay,
rant.
that's
Just
just
let
the
me get
90.
my point out.
That's the percentage we see on social media. That doesn't even account for the percentage we don't see that believe the same way as the 90% that we do see. So we haven't even taken in that account yet of how many we don't see that believe the same way. Okay, I'm just
But
going
hold
by
on, but nothing.
what facts we
Okay,
have in
boy,
our
but
face.
let me cook for a second. Nothing I said was inaccurate, though. You're taking a reduction in the argument. You're conflating a lot of different arguments into this one argument. The reason I believe women are the prize is because of vagina. It gives life and it feels great.
You
And
don't
the
give
only
life,
hold on, let me finish.
but
And the only
you're
place
once
I
again.
can
I'm gonna use the same
I'm not, you
argument
got to let me
against.
finish before I let you cook for a minute. You got to let me finish. The reason women are the prize to me, because everything I can get from a man, companionship, fellowhood, somebody to talk to, and stuff to believe in, I can get from a dog as well. But it's something that I need in my life to sustain, which is physical contact, which I can't get. I got to get it from a woman. So that's what makes the woman a prize.
Okay, that's what you can get from a woman. But you just said it yourself. You can get all the same things from a dog. So if women are
No,
the
I
prize,
say I
how
can
can
get
you get the
everything I
same thing
get
other than
from.
the vag? Other than
Hold
the
on. Don't
vag,
miss.
which
Hold
you
on.
can
No,
get the
wait.
vag.
I can't let
You
you
don't
go
need
forward
you don't need
because you
don't need
misheard
that.
me. Hold on. I can't let you go forward, Roy. You
Oh,
misheard
here
me.
we go.
I
I
said
misheard you.
everything.
You.
I just told you everything you just said. I didn't say I can get that from a woman. I said I can get that from a man. But a woman uniquely has something that I can only get from a woman.
No, you said you can get it from a dog, bro.
No, I said companionship, fella. All the stuff that I can get from a man, you can also get from just buying a dog. You don't have
And
to
all
be
the
in the
things you can
fraternity.
get from a woman,
But
other
listen,
than the
listen.
vag, is a
But
dog.
I can't get vagina from anybody else, and I can only get a child from a woman.
But you don't have to put your life savings at risk. You don't have to put your house at risk. You don't have to have your fucking kids taken away from you at risk by having companionship with a dog, because you can go buy pussy for $10 on the corner. So you don't have to risk all that just for some vag. You can get vag anyway. You can go to
that's why I would call
bar
it a conflation. You don't have to be selective in who you have sex with. You only have to be selective in who you marry and have a child with. So you just have to make a good decision with that. So,
and if women,
I agree with Christina. You can't, if you make bad decisions in that regard, you can't thus blame all women.
Okay, how do you figure that's a bad decision? How do you figure that's a bad decision? When you meet somebody, you go out on a few dates, you start to like her, you fall in love with her. Are you fucking Nostradamus? Can you predict the future on how she's going to be 3, 2, 4 years from now? Are you going to be able to predict that? Do you know what she has planned in her mind? Well, I can stay with this guy for 2 years and take all of his shit. Do you know this stuff? Can you predict the future? You can't. You can't. So
That's
what we got to go by is what we
inflation.
see on a regular basis. We got to
That's
go
why I
by
say
once again. We
you
got to go by
lumped
once
hold
again.
on, listen. You lumped a bunch of stuff in there. No, I can't
Because it
tell.
all apply. I
Listen, let me
lump a
finish.
bunch of stuff in there, bro.
I can't tell.
Bro, I lump a bunch of stuff in there because all that shit is irrelevant to the conversation. I'm not gonna just. I'm lumping everything together to keep the conversation the way it should be. I'm not gonna go point by point by point. We'll be here till fucking 4 years from now if we just decide to go point by point. So you lump the totality of the situation all at the same time in the same conversation. So
again, I have to agree with Christina. All you're lumping is negatives.
You can agree
all
with
you're
Christina
lumping is negative. I'm lumping positives. I'm saying, hey, I don't disagree with some of the stuff you're saying. I even mentioned some of the stuff.
The only thing you lumped in positive, bro. The only thing you lumped in positive is that women have a vag. That's what you lumped in that's positive.
So you missed the whole legacy. You missed the whole legacy and child because you were kind of cutting me off. You get legacy and children from a woman. Communities don't exist without a man.
Original thought. That's the same exact thing. Original thought. Can you for a second answer that question? What do women? Because I think you're kind of being hypocrite. What do women offer that you can't get from a man? Give us Give us at least 5 things.
Okay.
You're so adamant on it.
Validation. A lot of people in a relationship, when you see the rich guy out, the poor guy, anybody out, what's one thing that always incorporates status to that man? The woman that he has with him. So by definition, the woman just being on your arm will bring value to you.
Okay, if you're gay, hold on. If you're gay, wouldn't having a man on your arm, or in your case, if you would get it from a dog, wouldn't having a dog on your arm? I'm saying that's something you can get from anybody. So go ahead and give us another one.
No, because if you show up
I'm basing
at
off
the
what
Met
you said,
Gala,
OG.
listen, if you show up at the Met Gala with a dog, you show up at the Met Gala with Rihanna, or you show up with the Met Gala with A$AP Rocky, everybody's gonna kind of give you more. Or you show up by yourself.
Not everybody. LGBT community is gonna be loving.
Okay, but
I'm sorry,
again, that's a
conflation. So give us another one.
You asked me. Okay, I said validation.
Not to mention, are you that insecure of a man that you need a woman to validate you who you are? I've never needed a woman to validate who I am as a man.
Well, no, actually, what a woman validates, because men know what it takes to get a woman. So they're like, wow, he has this woman. That means he had to approach this woman. That means he had to stand up in the fear of rejection. He had to say he was going to be a certain way to this woman, and then be that way for this woman, and then maintain that to where when this woman's out in public with him, she gives him that respect. So it's a lot of things.
Hold on, original thought. I'm sorry to cut you off. I want to get to the basis of this. Okay, tell us things that you can get without being with a man.
So
that a woman would give
validation, legacy.
You can get that with a man. LGBT 2024.
I said you can't get. Okay, but you just asked me my 5. You didn't say
no.
I had to choose.
I'm talking about we're living in 2024. We got LGBT
what I'm saying
community.
Just real quick. You didn't say the 5. Hold on, listen. Hold on, Roy. Let me say. Let me get this out. Let me get this out.
I can get my legacy.
You didn't say, Dennis. You didn't say my 5 answers you had to agree with. You just said I had to give you 5.
Original thought. Hold on. Original thought. It's not agree with. I'm talking about science. I'm talking about science of dating. Give us things that you can't get from a man. You can get kids with a man because you can go to adopt kids. Okay, so you can adopt kids. So
see. So now, but still,
hey, sorry to interrupt. I've been busy with work, but what's the premise of this question?
He's asking me 5 things.
Okay, argument. Okay, hold on. Original thought, real quick. The argument is, are men the prize? Men the prize. So original thought is debating the fact that men being a prize, and I'm trying to get them to understand that everything in 2024 that a woman would offer you, you can get from a man now, literally. But what I see where Christina's coming from, because she's one of the small few of women who's like the old school women that are loyal. She'll never cheat on her husband. She's a good mom. All these good things that Christina has, Cali Girl has, some women have, but the other 80% of women, they don't have that. So now those women are not the prize, only 20%. But Roy, in the case of what OG trying to say, most of these guys nowadays, and I at one point was one of those guys, are piece of shits, and they're not the prize. Like, you're not a prize if, like Roy would tell you, if you can't hold down a home, you can't take care of business, you can't protect your family. You know, a lot of these men are cowards. A lot of these men put their family life at risk. A lot of these men will rather go and do some dope than have a roof over their kid's head or wife head. A lot of these men are weak, unlike they used to be like in the 80s and 90s. So I think that overall, both people are the prize, but it's the small few. The other people are just piece of shits. Like, society has gone to crap. So
I'll
I mean,
agree
that's the
with
best
that.
way of answering it. You know,
I'm
in
sorry.
reality.
Me personally, no man can give me anything because I'm straight.
And not to mention that if the man ain't the prize, why is 80 to 90% of the women looking for only 1 to 2% of the male population if the man ain't the prize?
No,
Why
but only those 3%.
Why is it not the other way around? Why don't
Roy,
you have
only
80? Why don't you have
3%.
80% of the? Why don't you have 80% of the men going after only 1 to 2% of the women if they're the prize?
Me
But Roy,
personally, I don't like
only
the whole
3%.
concept. Do you mind if I go, DJ?
No, go ahead. Go for it.
Me personally, I don't like the concept of which sex is the prize because I feel like it just turns it into a heated competition between the sexes. When personally, it's a person to person basis, but at the same time, I can understand where Roy is coming from because social media does show a lot of sex and everything.
I got to get this out. This is hypocritical. This everything Roy saying is that victim mentality you're always talking about. Dennis. That's this woman hurt me. This woman, I guess, Roy, I'm going through it. Woman took my. I'm still paying for it, but you know what? I know what I'm paying for.
No. Richard thought you did that. I'm not trying to put you on blast, but you know what you did to your wife. So stop
No,
it.
hold
Don't
on.
act like
Hold
that
real
ain't
quick.
the case.
Real quick, Dennis. Real
She
quick,
left
Dennis.
him. He
Dennis,
said he
let me
left
tell
him.
you
You
something.
did what you did. Don't go
No,
there.
listen.
Come on
OG,
now.
listen,
You about to
Dennis.
be victim.
OG to your man. The reason I said what I said, because a lot of people are trying to give you excuses. She's not here to defend herself. So I'm never
but
going
you did what you did.
Oh, listen. Divorces are mutual. She's not here to
you cheated. You said you
listen
cheated.
to what I'm
sorry.
saying.
I got to call you out. I'm playing
Dennis,
that.
listen. What I'm telling you is a high concept. I need you to understand. She's not here
Well,
to defend
divorces aren't
herself.
always mutual.
So I'm not going to tell you what she did to cause the divorce. I'm only going to tell you what I did. I'm not saying it's
bro,
just
I got you. Okay, I
you feel
understand
what I'm
that. But
saying?
you got comfortable. You got comfortable though, and you were like, "Well, I cheated."
No,
and
it's
she
not that I
left
get
me.
comfortable. I always say that because I'm a man. I just take blame. Hey, this is what I.
But Roy just said his chick cheated, like the chick that a woman he was with. Excuse the language. Woman he was with, that he took care of the kid and everything. She did what she did, and that's the reason why it happened. So what I'm saying is, like, it's context. No matter what, the whole point of the matter is only three. I think no more than 20% of men are prizes. Like Roy, you're probably a prize now because you probably got your step together to take care of a woman. But a lot of men aren't prizes. I wasn't a prize when I was sleeping in my car because I couldn't stop gambling in
Real
Vegas.
quick.
And Roy, I was in Vegas in 2015 to 16 in my car because I couldn't get out of Jesus. I couldn't get out of freaking Power Station. I was gambling all my money away. I would work all day, make $300 in 16 hours, do an Uber, and I would take it to the craps table, and I would leave with nothing but like $6 for gas.
Let me give you
a
quick backstory. Okay, I was married. I was married for 18 years. I'm going to show you how this works. I was married for 18 years. I built 3 businesses with this wife. 3 businesses. I got sick. I got a life-threatening illness that put me in the hospital. She decided it was okay at that point, because I'm in the hospital, half dead, that it was okay to go cheat with one of her coworkers. Okay?
Wow.
18 years of marriage down the toilet for that. Okay, so when I got better, it took me a year to fully recover from what I did. I went and did the divorce. I filled all the paperwork out. I did it myself to make sure I got the divorce. After that, I met the girl that I told you what happened physically with. Okay, I took her in, her child in, my house, 4-bedroom house. I still had one of my businesses at the time that she helped me with, did all that. And then she decided to fuck around and do something stupid that cost me 2 years of my life on probation and $50,000 and 10 days in jail. Okay, so that's what ended that. But guess what? I still talk to that girl to this day. We still are friends to this day because I don't harbor any feelings because I know people make mistakes. She didn't purposely go out of her way. She made a fucking mistake. I got dealt with the price of the mistake. She dealt with her part of the mistake. Then after that, one of my really close friends that comes on my panel, we got together. I met her. She was in a motel at the time, living on a weekly. I brought her and her son into my fucking house. And I took care of them and she helped take care of them. We built a little thing together for fucking almost 4 years. She wanted to get married. I did not want to get married because of the situation I already had. I didn't feel that a ring is necessary or a piece of paper. I don't need a ring or a piece of paper to love a woman, to provide for a woman. So I guess what I did? I told her, you want to get married? More power to you. You go out and go get married. And I let her go to pursue her dream of being married. Guess what? A year later, she was married. I'm friends with her and her husband and her son to this day. The next female, the last female I had, I brought her into my house. She had
real
$2.
quick. Where did you get her?
Hold on. Let him finish the story. Let him finish the story real quick.
He glazed over where he met this guy. One was he picked up at the motel. Where you meet this one at? I think I need that contact.
I met her online. It was online. But yeah, it was just online. And then so the next one I met, same thing, met her online, met up with her, brought her into my house because she was living with her parents. I brought her into my house. We were together for almost 2 years. I bought her a car so she could go to work because I rode a motorcycle. I didn't feel like taking her to work every day. So I'm like, you know what? I'll just buy you a car. You go out and do your thing. Go to work, whatever you need to do. Guess what? Because I didn't like the fact that she got drunk every night because I don't believe in being a drunk and shit like that. I told her and then because she didn't want to work anymore because she thought she had that princess mentality that because I brought her in my house, I made decent money, that I was supposed to do everything. And I said, no, this is a household. We build this shit together. She decided because I didn't want to treat her like a princess and let her sit at home all day, that she wanted to go back to her ex. So guess what? I let her go back to her ex. Okay. So I don't. So that's what's happened to me. I've never had any ill will towards women. I don't let other women dictate because I've had some bad experiences in the past.
Let me engage.
I go.
Christina, real quick, Christina, I got a question real quick. What do you think about the places he finds these women? Hold on, real quick. That's the question I got for Christina. What do you think about the manner in which he's finding these women and how it equates to the outcomes he's having with these women?
What do you mean?
What the fuck does that have to
meet them online at a hotel.
What, go to a bar and find up some hoochie that's hanging out at the bar and find a woman, or find a woman online, talk to her for a few months, get to know her.
But look how you talk about women though. Can't you just call a woman instead of a hoochie and a hoe and a slut and a whore and a single mom? I don't think you've ever said one good thing about a woman.
What do you call a woman that hangs out at a bar?
This is the way you think about women. This is the way you think about women.
You know what I call a woman?
I don't have to be disrespectful when women are specifically talking about they have 50 on their body counts. I don't have to call you a hoe.
What about men that got that? What about men that got that? Are they sluts too?
No, because like I said, men are the prize.
I don't know. It makes them both a hoe.
No, it doesn't. Because guess what? Guess what, bro? Hey, listen to this, Dennis. If it wasn't for the women opening their legs to these men, they wouldn't have a 50 on their body count now, would they?
I'll date a chick with like a 50 to 100. She's ready to retire. I'll date a chick with like 200. I don't care. As long as she ain't got no ST, as long as she don't got no STDs and she's still, is good in bed. I mean, I don't mind that because I got bodies. So, I'll be a hypocrite.
But I'm
But
saying
like I said, I'm a simp.
you
I'm a
can't
simp.
compare the same thing. You can't compare a man's body count when it's the women that got to give it up. If it wasn't for the women giving it up, would a man have a 50 body count in the first place? No.
Real quick,
And
Dennis,
if a
what I
woman
love about you, Dennis.
and if women respected themselves enough, would they be having a 50 on their body count?
Real quick,
But you
what I
gotta say
love
the
about
same
you,
thing for
Dennis.
men. We should respect ourselves too. We should be slinging our penis around like it ain't nothing.
What about when y'all go and put your penis in every woman? Y'all fucking go have three-ways and stack them up and do all kinds of shit, right? And it's okay. You're like,
Shout out
give me
to
high
that.
five for that, right? But when women do it, they're hoes. But men do it, it's perfectly fine. Go ahead and do as much as you want, as many women as you want.
Appreciate super chat driving the wolf. I mean, as long as it's two women, I mean, I'm okay with that. I'm not doing no man and a woman. I mean, two men and no, I ain't doing that. But I mean, two women, that ain't really. I mean, two women, that's not really gay. That's just normal. But two men, that's a mess. That's freaking nasty.
But your argument is it's
Real
okay
quick,
for
I got
guys
to
to
say.
do that. But guess what? All these things that you talk about, it's okay for a guy to do, or I think it's okay for a guy to do. A guy couldn't do without the women. It's the women that control the sex, not the man.
Real
Women
quick,
control sex, not men.
This is completely off topic, but Dennis, that's why I enjoy conversing with you, because I know you're not saying stuff just to be shocking or just for clips. It's how you really feel, and it's shocking.
Yeah, it's true story. These are all true stories.
You seem like an innocent young child to me sometimes, Dennis. Not
Nah,
everything.
not innocent, but I get it.
Not everything Roy is saying is wrong, but it's not quite accurate as well. And the reason I'm saying it like that because
I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Women don't control access to sex. I'm wrong. If a woman doesn't control access to sex, then you're graping people. Okay, women allow access to their bodies, not men. I've never went out and told a woman, you need to give me that. And she gave it to me. No, she controls that. She decides who she lays down with. She decides the body count. Women decide the body count of men. So if there's 50 women out there willing to spread their legs for one man, and he has a 50 on his body count, he would never have had that if it wasn't for the other 50 women opening their legs to him in the first place.
All I gotta say is it's a lot harder for the average man to get laid than it is for the average woman.
Negative. It's not harder. Matter of fact, I'll say it's easier than it's ever been.
Let me real quick. Okay, give me like a minute and a half, and I'm gonna let y'all go. Y'all gonna take the floor after. Let me give you a minute and a half. Let me explain to you guys why me being a simp, why I consider women being a prize in my life, or the women I had. It's because, okay, it's hard to find. And what I mean by hard to find is a woman that does not cheat, okay? Does not cheat. Because I don't want to be with a man. I want to be with one person. I'm happy with one person now at age. Because I don't want to be 50 years old. If I gotta, I can't shit by myself. I gotta hope to find somebody because I don't want a man to do it for me. So I need somebody loyal that I don't gotta feel like they're gonna cheat on me. I can leave them in a room with Roy, and they're gonna come out untouched. They're gonna be like literally, hey, I have a man. That's hard to find, especially in 2024. I need a woman that got my back. If I lost all my money, she's not gonna say you're a piece of shit and leave and go on to the next guy. She's gonna be there battling back with me, okay? A woman who can have my kid, a woman who's literally going to risk her life for me if necessary. It's those simple things, whatever that I look for in a woman. But once again, it's 2024 because Christina offers those things to her husband. A lot of women aren't that no more. A lot of women, because of social media, because of dating apps, all they think that they need to offer is to lay down in bed, open their legs, and that's it. So those women have nothing to offer. Those women are not the prize. So Christine, I need you to understand what Roy is trying to explain to you is when us men go out to date, like online dating, whatever such, these women, that's what they are about. They're all about laying down, taking it. They're not about cooking, cleaning, if they, around the house, if needed. They're not about, bringing your spirits up. They're not about being in there for the long haul. Now it's hard to find a chick like that. So I'm just saying, and then in regards to Christina, and I'll say this one last time, men that deserve what I just said are hard to find because a lot of men don't work as hard as we used to. A lot of men are weak to where they'll hit a woman beat on a woman for no reason other than she forgot to make a meal. You have men that refuse to put a roof over their head. They'll literally go live with their freaking mom or their dad and bring the chick in. You have all these men that will literally get you pregnant, and not by choice other than he just wanted to run away and leave you hanging when it comes to bills, babies, and any type of stress or hard issue that happens. I mean, you have that with men now to where women, they feel like men aren't the prize anymore because we used to be able to provide everything that a woman wanted, but now because of inflation and because of like the times changing and women wanting more than what is even possible.
Well, whoever this your mom is, what do you mean I can't even breathe? Are you fucking retarded? What the fuck are you talking about?
No, that's a troll. If they go too far, bro, I can boot them because you're more.
DJ, I want to say
how many things? What does that have to do with anything? Is that your only argument? You come up with stupid shit? You're an idiot. You get these same idiots I get all the fucking time. They fucking idiots
all day with the numbers.
Whatever you're saying over here has no relevance to the conversation. You're like that fucking pimple on my ass that doesn't want to go away. You're just an idiot. That's all you are. Pimple on everybody's ass. Why don't you, when you grow up, come on the panel and speak instead of sitting with your stupid little, he's a chain smoker. He's angry. Oh, Jesus Christ. You're such clowns, man. Such clowns.
That might be a mom. But to tie up the man situation, the reason why women don't consider men the prize is due to the fact that, like straight up, I'm telling you right now, like I'm in a high rise right now, okay? And most women, like I can go out here and if I women are so superficial to where they think that all men are supposed to make, once again, over $100,000 a year, live in a beautiful, amazing place. We're supposed to drive the nicest car. And if we don't have that, they don't consider us a prize anymore. But back in the day, all it was shelter, money to put food on the table, and protection and a father to the kids. That was the prize. So I'm just telling y'all, like right now, like I got somebody behind me that would probably consider, me no man a prize because she's got thousands of people that inbox her every single night begging for attention. So I'm just saying, just time change. So Christina, Roy is on one. He gets it now, but if Roy isn't the Roy he is now, he will get preyed on and used by chicks like I've been. Christina, 10 years of being a simp, being taken advantage of, being, like manipulated for money, whatever, because I put every woman in she's the prize category.
Oh, so let me get this.
We're fighting back.
So she hunted and trapped you with her feminine wiles, and you want me to have sympathy for you.
Who?
Because whoever who said that they got misled, used, and abused because of a woman's feminine wiles. No, you just refused to stop. You knew it was bad.
No. Original thought. What did you do for a woman? What did you do to get in? What did you have to do as a man? Original thought, you're old as hell, just like me. Okay.
This is for Dennis. Nothing that's happened to me in my past has anything to do with my views in my views and takes on what's happening in the dating world is what I see, what is being put in front of us. That's like if you put a steak in front of a dog or fucking a piece of shit in front of a dog, he's gonna pay attention to the steak, and that's how I make my arguments is by what's being put in front of me. Okay, if somebody's putting a bunch of bullshit in front of me, I'm not gonna pay attention to the bullshit. But when I got something that's being pushed and it's being pushed on everybody and right in front of your fucking face, it's kind of hard to argue against something that is constantly being put in our faces day after day after day. Once again, I've always said there is an exception to the rules. Christina is one of the exceptions to the rules, but you cannot base an argument on an exception to the rule. You have to base your argument on the rule.
No, you yourself said it was 40% of women not counting on social media, right? So it's a whole 40% you not count. So if it's 40% of women who are good, they're just not represented.
Well, I never know. First of all, that's not what I said.
It's a bullshit rule.
No.
I'm not going to sit here and defend.
You're going sideways again.
Viewpoint.
No, you're trying to. I never said that. So let's get it straight. What I said is what we see are 80% of the women that we see on social media doing that. That doesn't account for the ones that aren't on social media that think the same way is the 80%. So don't take that as I'm saying the ones that we don't see on social media are good ones. That's not what I said. What I said is that we don't even see the ones not on social media that think the same way as the ones that we currently see on social media. That's
Okay,
what
I
I
can
said.
see. Hold on, I can concede that you pointed out that I misinterpreted your argument because I only look at it at the surface level, and the fact you added more context helped me able to see your argument with clarity. So I can concede that point. Okay.
Well, thank you. I appreciate
But
that.
the thing is Roy is going based off of social media. You can't do that.
No, he's
You
going off
cannot
of
base
the.
your argument. No, he's literally basing his arguments of what he saw on social media.
Roy, have you
Like,
ever had a good relationship with a woman?
Excuse me? I just told you I was married for over 18 years. So, yes.
Well, it seemed like it ended horrendous.
Well, it did end horrendous, but it is what it is.
Well, all
Nobody.
marriages do, so that's not indicative.
Exactly.
What
So,
I'm saying, but since that marriage, have you had any good women?
yeah, I just gave you my whole life story, bro. I had a good ones, and I still talk.
I'm not going. What I initially said
to
is the problem is men aren't approaching women, and you just showed me how a lot of the women you had you didn't approach. You met them online, and then were able to see them. So
Well,
what you did,
you technically, if you hit them up online, bro, you have to approach them online, right? You're still
yes,
doing.
but what I'm saying is when you approach a woman in the physical, that's the first and very crucial step into demanding respect in a relationship. It's literally signing to a woman physically. When I see something I want, I go get it. When you remove that element, the foundation of relationship becomes rocky at its inception.
No, that's not necessarily true, bro. Because if I meet you on a female online, I talk to her for a couple months, we decide to meet up, I go see her, we decide to hit it off, or we see each other more and more, and then they end up being a girlfriend boyfriend situation, and you end up having a 3 to 4 year relationship with them. What are you talking about? I already told you I let one woman go because she wanted to get married and I didn't want to get married. I let her go. That's showing respect to women, that allowing a woman to follow her dreams. So that makes no sense to think that I hate women or I don't respect women when I respected a woman enough to go without what I wanted, which was a companion and, possibly a future, maybe a future son, because she wanted to do something I didn't. So I allowed her to do that. So that is the ultimate in respect, is allowing a woman to follow her dreams. If I didn't respect women, I would have tried to fight to keep her there and constantly busted her ass and bugged her and this and that. I didn't. I said, go ahead and follow your dreams. So I respect women. I don't have any issues with women at all, but I'm just going by what I see. And what I see is women are chasing after these 1 to 2% of the men out there. So it proves the point that the man is the prize, not the woman. Because if that was the other way around, like I said, if it was 80% of the men only going after 1 to 2% of the women, then you could say women are the prize because every man wants that. Every man's looking for that. But when you have 80% of women looking at one specific type of guy, that makes that guy the prize, not the woman.
You already said the same thing like many times. We understand. Men are the prize for you. That's great. You can think about that all like for the rest of your life and stick with that. That's fine. But this whole time you've been talking, you have not said one good thing about women. All you have done is call them names. So that's why I said you don't respect women, because you don't. You say you do, but you don't. Really think about it. The way that you're portraying women, you're making other men think that women are all trash. That's the problem. That's what I don't like.
I never said that. I said what I see on the internet and social media today.
You said women are, there's hoes, they're opening up their legs, they're single moms.
You telling me, Christina? Come on, Christina, wake up! Don't run no bullshit. You tell me you never called another fucking female a hoe because of her sexual behavior? No. Come the fuck on. Come on.
No.
You think guys? You just said in this conversation that you think guys are hoes because they got 50 on their body. What the fuck?
I said men whores. Yes, because you're thinking
Okay,
that
so
all
what the,
women
all right,
are
it's okay
hoes.
for you to call. So it's okay for you to call a
I don't
man a whore because he has 50, but a man
I
can't
don't
call a
call
woman a
men
whore that has
I don't
50 on
call
her.
men
Come
hoes on
on.
a daily basis or anything
I
like
don't
that. I
either.
was
I
saying
don't walk around calling females hoes all day long. I don't do that.
you just said a bunch of stuff about women.
Roy, I want to say, down at your favorite bar, it's a girl. She might not be the most attractive. She's probably a plump little bitty with red hair. She likes you. She's
I don't go to
watching
bars,
you.
bro.
She's watching you get your heart broke by all these online women, and all she's thinking is, if he would just look my way, one time.
I don't go to bars. I don't go out because I
Well, your
work.
local Applebee's, wherever the
Yeah,
women are actually being women in your
I'm
local
more of
community.
I'm more of an introvert type person. I don't go out of my way to do that because I provide for myself and I do what I can for myself. And because I've been in a bad situation where I was homeless, living in my car, until I feel comfortable enough with myself and what I can or cannot provide for a female, I am not going to put a female through that. I'm not that's once again having respect for women, because if I feel on my side that I'm not capable of doing what I feel I need to do for a woman, I'm a woman through that. So that's why I don't currently have a girlfriend. I have fuck buddies that come over. That it is what it is. That's what I have. I'm being fucking honest with you guys. I don't, anybody that watches my channel knows I don't fucking lie or pull punches or not afraid to put my shit out here. But I have fuck buddies. But until I feel that I'm comfortable enough that I can provide and do right by a fucking female, I'm not going to involve myself with the female and have her deal with the issues that I have to deal with until I become the man that I feel is prudent to involve myself in a relationship with a woman.
You got to know the type of woman you need, boy.
OG, real quick, because we got to do this little exercise. Christina, let's start with you. Christina, can you come on and tell us some good things about men that would make a man a prize?
Yes, I have many things to say about men.
Okay, let's hear them. No, I'm saying, can you tell us some good things that would deem a man a prize?
Yeah, so the man, he can provide, and I know you guys are going to attack me, but this is one of the things that
No,
he
you're
can
not.
do.
You're not.
You're going to say, oh, that's all you want him for, right? But no, in reality, when you're in a family, the man provides, right? He goes to work every day. He protects you. He keeps you safe. He can be your longtime partner, like your best friend, and y'all can go through things together in life. He helps create a child with you. Trying to think of more things. Of course, you guys can, have sex together. That's another thing. And I think that's about it.
You forgot. You got to have a big dick. You and
Well, I
what was
don't
you,
really
Cali girl?
Well, I'm not going to say anything about that. I'm trying to keep it like PG, but there's a lot of things that a man can do, many things. And the number one thing that he does is he provides, because in reality, the man is the one that works, and usually the woman stays home and takes care of the kids. It's not always like that, but for the most part, it is. And if it wasn't for him providing, you would literally be homeless. So he does a lot in that aspect, and he also keeps you safe. So I have good things to say about men. I don't come on here and talk trash about men at all. I'm saying I don't think any man should be disrespecting a woman, talking bad about a woman. And I will defend men too. It's not just women.
Okay, so real quick, OG, before you go, Roy, can you give any thoughts on what you would deem woman qualities or qualities women would have that would make her a prize? Good qualities.
Well, first of all, this conversation was never brought on by Roy hating on women and talking bad about women. I said men are the prize. And to be honest with you, she proved my point, because she said exactly what women are constantly looking for: a man that provides, a man that can keep her safe. If a woman can't provide, or she expects a man to provide, she's not a prize. If she expects if she can't protect a man and expects a man to protect her, the man's the prize.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So
right. The man's the prize. There you go. There you go. The man's the prize. Okay. We've already established that.
And as far as having a family and building a legacy without the man, a woman can't have that either. So once again, the man's the prize, not the woman.
So it's nothing that a woman.
I understand it hurts your guys' feelings. It hurts females' feelings.
I mean, you deflected the whole question.
Man say these things, but
You're not even answering the question. You're too obsessed with men being the prize.
The man just proved our point, Christina.
He can't tell you no good things about women right now.
Right. You know that I've never heard a man in my life say, I'm the prize, men are the prize. I've never heard a man say that in my life. I've seen it on TV where there's like a man that likes other men and he says, I'm the prize, baby girl. He says like that. But I've never heard a man say it in my life. And it's weird to hear.
Maybe if you would have heard it more, you wouldn't be hurting your feelings right now.
You're obsessed, and that's okay.
You heard it more.
Roy,
keep thinking that.
The question was simple.
Dennis
just say
specifically
something
asked
good about women.
Because Dennis specifically asked you, list the things that you think a man makes a man a prize, which was being security, taking care of you, protecting you, putting a roof over your head, being able to take care of your family, being the breadwinner in the fucking house, is all the things that you just said. Answer Dennis's questions that make the man the prize. Did you not just do that? Which I have been saying this.
You did that, Rory, but you don't have anything to say about women.
I've been saying this the whole fucking time.
Right, you're obsessed. You're not even answering the question. You're not answering the question. You're all obsessed.
There is nothing a woman has that makes her a prize.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean?
There's nothing. Because without the man, because you said it yourself, without a man that is able to provide, that makes him the prize. A man that is able to have sex with you, that you said that makes him the prize. You said a man that can keep you safe, put a roof over your head, that makes him the prize. Can you provide? If you can provide that for a man, then that makes Christina the prize. But if you're saying that's what makes a man the prize, all those things you just said, you validate my argument. Because like I said, 80% of the women we see nowadays, not like I said, excluding the ones we don't see, are looking for that in a man. They want the man to provide. They want this and that. So how the hell are you going to say a woman is a prize if you can name all these things that make the man the prize?
It's based off what you just said, sir. You said that the man is the contest. Everything you just qualified is the man being the contest or the
This Jeremiah, by the way, guys.
Yeah, what's up, Dennis? And everybody else with
a great perspective.
The man is the contestant trying to gain the prize. So if he is the prize, why is he competing in the first place?
He's not competing. A 1% to 2% of men, they don't have to compete for anything.
2%, but the 98% have to compete. So who is competing and why?
If you haven't noticed by the trends, men aren't trying to date women. That's why you have all these women on social media right now complaining that they can't fucking find a man, that men aren't approaching them anymore, that men don't want to be with them anymore. So what does that explain? That explains men aren't going out looking for women anymore because of the way women have portrayed themselves to that they only want this 1% to 2% of the men. Am I wrong or am I right?
You might be right in that aspect, but that sounds like goalpost moving. I asked again, in your scenario that you presented, if a man
the only reason why a man goes after women, bro, the only reason a man goes after women is because he wants sex.
Again, you're using talking points at me, bro. I'm using your scenario that you outlined. What if he is the prize? Who are the contestants? Because it's not the women, right? Women aren't pursuing.
That's also not 100% true. Men don't always approach women solely just
women.
for sex.
Explain. Elaborate.
What he's giving you is a logical
or the
premise.
prize. Explain how are women trying to gain that prize? How are they trying to obtain that?
Okay, because if you're a woman and you're looking for all these attributes in one man, and a man is only looking for a one attribute in you, who's the prize?
You tell me.
Well, if men only approach women because they want sex, nowadays most men are only looking for women for sex, right? If that's the one attribute that women can provide a man, it's sex, and a man can provide his own wealth, his own house, his own car, his own
See, now
everything.
look. Now again, you wanted to bring up those other things such as the 2%, or sorry, the 1%.
Bro, you asked me,
No, hold on.
Did you just not ask me to explain it?
Yeah, I did, and then you finished. So now I'm
Okay,
giving my
well, then
rebuttal.
why are you cutting me?
you got to let people rebut.
Why am I cutting you off? I'm telling you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
You want me to validate my argument? I'm telling you.
Go
if
ahead.
Men are only looking, if men are only looking for one attribute in a woman, and women are looking for 5 to 6 attributes in a man, how does that not make the man the prize?
That doesn't make them the prize because women aren't looking for men. Women are looking for the whole contestant. Again, are you going to let me answer or no?
Because women are just as much a contestant. Women are just as much a contestant as the men are. If the women are out there looking for these particular types of men, correct?
Again, they're looking for the features. It doesn't have to come from a man. It could come from the government provision. It could come from many different things. That's what I was going to say, but you didn't let me give my rebuttal. So
let me say this. What you're doing is hold on, real quick, Roy. What you're doing is a conflation. Just because women say they want these men,
what's
don't
up?
mean that they.
I just gave my rebuttal. I had to throw it out there, because you.
No, I got you, bro. But let's realistic, bro. You don't have women going out there rushing to go to the government. You have certain
Roy, you don't have women buying tickets in droves to go to LA and Miami and just stand around looking for rich men. That's not happening.
No, they don't have to, because the rich man is the one flying them out there to fuck them and then send them back home.
Roy, and that's the crazy thing. You talk about liberal, bro. What percentage of the woman populace do you think is getting flown out by rich men?
I don't know.
Remember,
I don't know that.
It's only 1% of rich men. Unless you're saying they're flying them out thousands at a time, Roy. What you're saying is illogical. It's just a crazy stance, dude.
Okay, well, I'll ask you the reverse of that. How do you know how many are or aren't being done? You ask me how many are. How do you know that they aren't? What is your argument that they aren't?
Because of the overwhelming numbers of the female populace.
So you want him to disprove God?
Once again, what is your proof that they aren't?
Because of the stock market valuation of these airline companies. If they were flying out 25% on a weekly basis,
that's an asinine argument, bro.
The math ain't mathing, Roy. The math ain't mathing.
Come on, bro.
I think the problem is, men that never been a prize don't understand how it feels to be a prize. And
I've always been the prize.
I was only a prize for, like, I'm being straight up. I consider myself a prize for maybe 3 solid years when I heard that money. Other than that, I've been a mediocre guy. So, I wasn't the guy that women chased after college days. I'm talking about after I became like a man, like 26 years old and after. But like before that, when I was in college, I mean, what is a prize when you're in college? You're not a prize. But like when when I was 23 and, I had the money, I was absolutely the prize. Women chased after me. But when I lost all my money, I got to say, Roy, I was definitely not a prize. I couldn't provide for nobody but myself. I wouldn't consider myself a prize. And that's what they're trying to get you to understand. Not all men are prizes. You might be, but majority of these men out here are not prizes. Just because you got a dick doesn't make you a prize if you can't support the chick. But if that was the case, if just having a dick didn't make you the prize, then why do we have girls with hundreds and hundreds of body counts? Because they like to have sex. Just like us.
Okay.
You do realize
that also goes back to what I was saying about how it's easier.
A man isn't that what you covet the most? Is your partner's body, your partner's things? Do you want a partner do you want a partner in your life that can't demonstrate self-control when it comes to her own body, that she's got a 200, 300 count body count?
Well, again,
I've never been with a woman that had that high of a body count, so I can't really say anything.
I mean, women lie though. Most women lie. And I don't care if you got wear and tear, as long as it's good.
Listen, I got to bring that argument back up. The reason why it's a conflation. The reason why these high body counts is because women now are viewing the world through the male gaze. So they're having these high body counts because they're thinking the way they express their value is to show that they have their choice with men. Men don't have standards. Like I say, vagina, tell me you like me, and we often will have sex just off that premise alone. So you're taking a bad stance, boy. I got to say, y'all taking the
Bro,
back.
you've been you
got
just
to
want
let me get. Hold on, you got to
you're
let me
that you're
get.
that type of person that comes on a panel just to
You got
argue
to let me
against
get
somebody else on the
more
panel.
than 10
I could be telling,
words out.
yeah, bro, it doesn't matter what we say. We could be dead spot on, just like fucking Dennis was earlier with the stats and all that bullshit, and you still argued against the stats, and they were staring you right in the fucking face, bro.
I didn't argue against
You
the
only
stats.
here to
I
argue
pointed out
against
the
us.
percentage.
You
And
just
that's
want to
really to
argue
me what
against us.
triggered
You don't
this
want
whole
to. You don't want
tirade
to.
was your attempt to switch the conversation. But what
Nah,
you don't
No,
realize
he black.
is, hold
I'm
on,
just
what
saying.
he don't.
I'm just
Look,
saying.
hold
You've
on,
been saying the same
listen.
shit.
No. I'm gonna get this out, Roy. We don't let you tirade through this channel long enough. What you don't
This is what I deal with all the
understand.
time.
Hold on, in interpersonal dynamics, a lot of these conversations are connected. The cheating rate of women, 24.87%. The cheating rate of men, 26.92%. It's like a 3% difference in men and women. The same with the crime rate. Now you can add a per capita. You could say men cheat America per capita is less men, so the cheating hurts more, but it's the same argument, Roy. So yeah, your little tirade was all started because I showed you a lot of illogical flaws in your argument, and you brung it to just another venue. Okay, no, I'm tired of playing this farce. I'm tired of playing this farce, Roy. It's the farce. You're just trying to. This is what you're doing. You're trying to argue with me through proxy. That's all you're doing. You're arguing with me through proxy, Roy, and you're making the women the victims of your abuse. That's a tirade.
Bro. Your only argument against everything is your own personal experience. You don't look at anything other than your own personal experience when you speak. That's it.
I'd like to chime in real fast.
Women.
So come on now.
I'd like to chime in real fast. I think both of you guys are kind of. Y'all need to lower down the emotions a little bit. You're kind of taking over DJ's
hey, bro. I'm used to this
dream.
shit, bro. This ain't nothing new.
No, I actually Creepido. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Creepido. But I'll tell you this: Roy's been in the game for a long time, so like you got to remember he's a legend in this YouTube. He's been on this longer than me, so you got to understand. I love the debate because it's respectful, so I will give him that. And original thought. I just hope you understand. Roy is an outside looking in guy. He just got here on this channel, so remember, like he watches. But he said the same thing that I say. You, original thought, and a bunch of the other blacks, y'all always come on here and y'all argue with me no matter what. Y'all say,
because all he's
if it's
arguing
black out, if
is
it's dark outside, you say it's daytime. I'm just saying,
this is for
you're
little
arguing for no reason right now.
This is for little. This is for this comment. This little Roy is not agreeable. No, I can be very agreeable when you bring proper shit. When you can argue against the fact when you look at the totality of a situation. I don't bring arguments with my own personal experience in anything. I look at the total of a situation.
Literally do, Roy.
And most of these, no, I do not, bro. No, I do not.
Literally asked you what is a good quality of women.
I said men are the prize.
You gave us your whole Roy.
I said
you gave
men are
us
the
your
prize
whole life story.
It
was tumultuous with women at best.
Bro,
your life
prize.
history with women
has
been tumultuous at best, Roy.
Okay, what I said, bro, was men were the prize because of what we see in culture now via social media and so on and so forth. I said men are the prize. You come on here trying to say women are the prize. No, you came on here. You came on here and tried to argue because of your experience and the women you've had in your life.
No, let me ask you this logical question, Roy. Hold on, let me ask you this logical question, Roy. You say that the media, social media, is giving women a bad interpretation. But then you're saying, but this is the proof of my argument of why women are bad. So you're saying the representation.
First of all, I never said women are bad. So don't put words in my mouth I don't say. Don't say.
Roy, you just told me several women are bad.
You never called a woman a whore in your life, bro. You never said a chick's a hoe. If you're gonna sit here and say that right now, you're full of shit.
At least 15 times a day. I call women bitches. I'm not no women are perfect and these idealistic creatures, but I can tell you good things about women.
You're over here, bro. You're over here trying to defend a culture where your black men
call women
bitches and hoes all day long. You're trying to defend that culture. But yeah, you're gonna say because I said women, some women are whores, that I'm a bad person. When you try to defend a culture which constantly calls your own women whores and bitches and this and that all day long. How the
You see
fuck
what
are
I'm
you going
saying?
to
He's using
Right.
Christina.
Come on, bro.
Don't take no
DJ,
offense to
I
this.
don't know.
He's using you to
First of
argue
all,
black people through proxy. That's what
DJ,
they do.
I don't know why you're nodding your head like that, because what he's saying is disrespectful to women. So you're like, yup.
No,
He's
I'm talking about the
disrespectful in his
music.
Girl the
own.
same way.
Yeah, but
Christina,
you're
hold on.
agreeing with
No,
this.
Christina, what he's agreeing with, Christina, is the fact that this man down here is trying to say, I hate women, or I said I hate women, or I think all women are whores, and this and that. And I've never said anything of that nature that has come out of my mouth.
Right.
But yet he's down here. Now, listen, he's looking at me as this bad person because I said there are some women that are hoes out there. But yet he also earlier in this conversation was defending a culture that calls their own women whores and bitches all the fucking time. So don't look at me and say because I said some women are whores that I'm this horrible person when you try to defend a culture that degrades your women on a regular basis nonstop.
Roy, you cannot point the finger at him because you're doing the fucking exact same thing. You're no fucking better. All you're doing on this fucking panel is raising your fucking voice as loud as fucking possible, right? And you think you can fucking make a point. Anybody can fucking yell. And you try to take control of the whole panel.
See, that's what's funny, Christina.
And you're very disrespectful to women.
You know what? You have
right?
yet to prove her point.
And it's okay.
You haven't been able to prove one point. You haven't been able to prove
I already
one point.
proved my point. My point is, I would never come on this panel. I would never come on this panel.
I've been looking at this chat the whole time, and there's a shit ton of people in here that say you ain't proved dick. You ain't proved
I would never come on this panel and disrespect men the way that you have disrespected women just now. You're a very disrespectful man, and I hope you know that. And I hope you realize that, and I hope you change. Because that's how you're going to find a good relationship, when you can learn how to fucking respect women.
Roy has not said anything to disrespect women.
Roy, are you talking in the third? Are you talking in a third person?
Yeah, I'm talking in the third person. Yes.
Why?
Roy hasn't said anything. Roy hasn't.
We know your name.
You're over here trying to say I've said all this bad things about women. And I haven't said shit about bad things about women.
Third person
I said, yeah, I know it's goofy. I did it on purpose. But the point is, I never said anything bad about women. I said this is what women are portraying themselves on the fucking internet and social media. That's not me saying it. That's women proving it themselves.
Roy wants to help women.
We see it. We see it.
I got a question. Let's move the topic a little bit to this question. Okay, Christina, this might be the reason why a lot of this is happening to you women. Okay, let me explain it. Let me just say this. Okay. Original Thought defended the music, and Jeremiah, I'm hoping I'm not I know you said you don't listen to rap and whatever, but you remember I was talking about how dangerous it is when black men, we are having our most popular people call our women bitches and hoes, which is why I don't support rap music and this and that, and people are calling me Uncle Tommy Coon, because I said that when you have us men, black men, not me included, but most black men calling our women bitches and hoes on my YouTube channel, like it ain't nothing. Like, and Christina knows this. She never jumped on the panel and said, like Craig, because Christina, you know Craig, he was calling every single other word was bitches ain't shit, or bitches this and hoes this, and you never jumped on here and had any smoke for Craig. So you can't expect Roy, when you women allow that behavior to happen, to now want Roy to get checked. I'm just saying.
You're really gonna do this right now? Because this is, I don't think you want to go down this road. I don't think you want to go down this road, because I was in the chat defending women, saying don't call women like the B word, Craig. You're disrespectful. I was talking shit to him in the chat. I'm stuck in the chat. I'm not on the panel.
No, but Christina, you know you were on this channel though, and you know.
But you're acting like I never said a word, so it should be okay. It's never gonna be okay.
I'm sorry. You said something to him. I didn't remember you saying.
That's not right, DJ. How you're trying to make it seem like, oh, I have to be on the same mindset every time. You know how my views on women. You know, I would never let a man disrespect a woman. So I don't even know why you're even bringing this up.
No, the reason why I'm bringing it up, Christina, look, Christina, I don't want no drama. I'm just saying, like, I want y'all to see, I'm trying to do both sides of the table. I did it when I explained to Roy, he wouldn't say nothing good about a woman being a prize. I don't agree with Roy. I feel like women for me are the prize, but it got me into bad situations. So what I'm saying is, Christina, okay, I'm gonna leave you out of it, but you know good and well, most of the black men that came on my panel, maybe not Jeremiah, but every other one called women bitches and hoes, and I was being considered whitewashed, and I'm Uncle Tom, and I don't know, I'm not black because I don't like for women to be called bitches and hoes, and I'm policing people. So it's like now you have people like Roy, who's white, and because a lot of men talk that way, we can't try to police him now and tell him that he can't say bitches and hoes when, yeah, Christina, you're in the chat telling people that. But you know, Christina, we talk behind the scenes. I don't respect anybody that calls women bitches and hoes if I'm cool with that woman. I don't care if he calls real bitches and hoes women who are bitchy and women that are like sluts. But I'm talking about like just regular women. He ain't calling regular women bitches and hoes. He's calling the women that are out here doing the worst. So I just want to make that clear. And I'm not defending Roy. He can do it on his own. I'm just saying the question that I would have for you guys is, when Roy was asking about us having in the black culture where we call our women bitches and hoes like it ain't nothing, how are you mad at Roy calling women bitches and hoes?
Now I got to
That's the
interject
question.
here.
You go, original thought. You go first. Nope. Answer the question.
Roy, you're
You've been
not gonna
calling
like this, but literally, what Roy's experience with women has been worse than me calling a woman a bitch or a hoe, a theoretical woman in a rap song. He's had physical domestic violence encounters.
No.
Okay,
Okay, Roy,
you're a fucking
now you gotta
cheater.
go there.
And you're a fucking cheater. Don't act like you respect women. You fucking cheater. So shut the fuck up. Don't even bring up my shit like that. When you're a fucking cheater, you don't even respect your own fucking wife.
Whoa. Why is everybody jumping? You asked me a question.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm trying
Don't come
to
at me
answer.
like that, bro. Don't come up with me and saying the shit that I've done makes me
listen.
Get the fuck
Nobody gave
fucking,
you no
you didn't even
condemnation
respect your
for
own
it.
fucking
I'm
you didn't even
saying,
respect your own fucking vows and your own wife that you stuck your dick in another fucking female. Don't ever fucking try to compare me when
I'll
no
compare
better,
you because fucking another bitch
here.
ain't body slamming a
Fuck
woman.
outta here.
Hey, I'll be honest,
It's a
DJ. I don't
completely
even know really
different
how
entity.
to.
Don't throw a
You're not
stone and
going to
hide
tell
your
me those
hand,
two
dog.
equate.
I'm
You're
lost.
not going to equate those. So stop.
OG,
I don't
the only
even really know how
Your
to
Bible,
add to
your
this.
God, your
This
wife,
is
It was
for
and
you,
hateful.
yourself.
Dennis.
And y'all
And this
sitting
is
here
for you,
acting
Dennis.
like
You
me
walking
calling
back
a
on shit,
girl a
Dennis.
bitch, a
What you
theoretical
say?
woman in the song equates to that. It doesn't.
What are you
So
talking
no.
about? Original thought. We call our women bitches and hoes, and I got to police men to not call women bitches and hoes on my channel. Come on, original thought.
Yeah, original thought. Come on, bro. You're on your own on this one. Like, don't throw a stone and hide your hand. Don't act like what he did was any worse than what you did, because cheating
See, that's
is
all I'm
the
saying.
ultimate
But they
sign
try
of
to
foul.
ignore that.
I believe
and this
that.
one's for Dennis. And this one for Dennis. You walking back on shit, bro. You talk about you don't agree with me being that men are the prize. When you earlier just said when you had your inheritance, you felt you were the prize because you had everybody coming
absolutely.
at you like you were the man. So what is it? Either you don't feel men are the prize or men are the prize.
It's moments. When I was providing and I had everything together, I was the prize. But after I blew through the money and I became a piece of shit.
And what are women looking for right now, bro? The same things you had that everybody else was going towards when you felt you were the prize.
They can't.
But
there's 100% of women.
Again.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't
Oh,
because
hey,
okay, no, hold
DJ,
on.
can I chime in?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I haven't been able to say a lot mixture between of work and you guys trying to be respectful, but like in my situation, like I've been married with my wife almost 3 years, and we've been together for 8 years. I didn't have nothing to offer her, but she gave me that chance. So, like I think it varies from person to person. I also don't believe that the internet reflects the true society necessarily. I mean, there's a lot of nasty people online from everything. Now, when I made that statement about earlier about a lot of women going after the top like 2 to 5% of men, that wasn't me pointing at all women, if that makes sense.
No, yeah,
That's my take on it. I know it's a little off from what you guys are exactly saying, but that's what was on my mind earlier on that I wasn't able to express.
But bro, you don't have to look at the internet as the be all and see all, bro. You don't buy the numbers. 80% of divorces are initiated by women. You don't have to be on the internet to know that. These are actual stats. We already know that family courts favor the women. We already know this.
Well, yeah, and I knew that. I knew that the courts favor the women. I'm a byproduct of that. My mother got my father. My mother got my father for $1 grand per kid. There was 3 of us.
So what I'm talking about is not just on the internet. It's proven fact, and it's out there, not just on the internet, but in real life itself. That most men are the ones paying the child support. Most of the men are the ones losing half their. The men lose half their whatever they've worked hard for in their life. That's already out there. So that's not something I have.
It's not all women.
It's just now it's glorified and women are out here glorifying it on the internet that this is what they're looking to do to these men. They're the ones glorifying it on the internet, and that's all I'm pointing out. That proves my point that men are the prize, because if you got all these women going out looking for this in a man so they can take advantage of a man, that makes them the prize, not her.
Right.
Go ahead.
If men are the real quick, DJ, sorry. If men are the prize, how are you a prize, Roy? What can you give to a woman right now?
I never said I was.
Oh no, but you're a prize. Men are prizes. Remember, men are the prize.
I never said I was a prize.
Men are the prize. You're a man, right?
Yes, men are the prize.
Okay, so what can you provide to a woman?
Here, Christina, let me tell you something. You know why I feel I'm the prize? Since you want me to ask it, I can provide. I can put a roof over your head. I could feed you and your kids. I can definitely protect you. That if somebody wants to hurt you, I can whoop that ass. I can do all the things that you named to Dennis that makes a man a prize. So that makes me a prize. So there's your answer. Am I a prize? Yes. Why? Because I can do all the things that you said make a man a prize.
But why would I want a man like you that disrespects women? You think if a woman heard you talking like this, they'll be like, "Oh my gosh, he's so fucking hot! Like I want him right now."
This is the hypocritical shit.
Why would a woman want you talking like this?
Don't sit here and just because I've said there are women that are hoes and whores out here that all of a sudden I don't like women or I hate all women.
You said 90%.
That is some bullshit. That is bullshit.
You said 90% of women are like that, Roy.
I never said 90% of women. I said 90% of the women we see on the internet right now are portraying themselves to be that type of woman.
Clarify. What percentage of women do you think are like that, Roy?
I'm not going to go into semantics.
No, deal with the hypothetical. What percentage of women do you think are like that?
Hold on, wait. Original thought, real quick. Let's run this back. Look, real quick, guys. Because we're gonna think of something else to talk about here because this situation, okay? I get where Roy's coming from. He's old school. Roy, are you over 50 or under 50?
I'm 51.
Okay, so Roy, back in your time when you were like,
I think I might be the youngest one here.
Yeah, you probably is. No, Jeremiah is. But here's the situation. I think what's going on is generational change. When Roy was in the 2000s, most men owned homes. They had good jobs. They were able to provide. But I think the end of the 2000s, like 2009, 10, whatever, like inflation happened, the housing crisis happened, everything went to shit. So now you don't have too many men, Roy, in society that can provide everything without the help of a woman. So now that you have 10 plus years of women having to take care of business on their own or being 50-50 with the men, okay, and not too many men can hold it down on their own, now women feel like they're a prize because a lot of women are earning more than men. Like my chick, she makes more than me right now. I consider her a prize because it's a 50-50 situation. I never thought I would even put myself in. I was going to be single until I can take care of everything. But I got with her and she made me comfortable being 50-50 for the most part. She pays more sometimes with some of the food and all that. But the whole point is this. You're thinking back in the old days when men were able to provide. These men are weak as shit, but they cap and act like they got it going on. A lot of men don't live on their own. They live with roommates. Okay, and you can't expect a woman to move in with you, live with your roommates. A lot of men can't take the woman out to dinner, can't get her nails done, little things that women will want. And then a lot of these women don't know how to cook. Like the roles have changed, Roy. So you got to understand, your way of thinking is just old. Most men are weak. It's only probably maybe 10%, 20% of men in this country that can hold it down without the women
you
contributing.
know why most men are weak is because they've been raised by single mothers and they don't
There you
have a
go.
man in their life. And they don't have a
There you
man in their
go.
life. That's why men are
There you
grown up
go.
weak, because they don't have a real man in their life to raise them like they should be raised to be a man.
Yeah.
Because
I thought I
mostly
got to talk
single.
after Dennis got done talking. Because what
No,
y'all
but Rory,
sound.
that's the point. Let me just original thought. We're gonna be here all night. Original thought. What you just said is the point. We have 70% of kids being raised in a household with only women in the black community, and in the white community, I think it's like 55. You have more than ever kids being raised by women. And I talk about this on this channel. Men don't know you're not supposed to call women bitches and hoes. Back in the day, was not allowed. Men don't know. I mean, back in the day, I ain't gonna lie, Rory, I used to whoop women's ass, but now you just don't. And a lot of men know now, and they consider
DJ. I wouldn't say that men don't know. A lot of men just don't care.
No, but okay, I get that. But Queefer, the reason why I say men don't know not to whoop a chick's ass, because back in the day,
Oh no, I was talking about calling them hoes and bitches.
Yeah, men don't know. But what I'm saying is men used to whoop ass back in the day because that was the social norm. But then in the 2000s, when you have more women raising other men got soft to where now it's, oh my God, if I hurt you, I'm like hurting my mother. So now you don't have that type of discipline that these women be wanting. Like I get walked over half the time because I'm not a violent guy. I'm a nice guy. But a woman cheats on me, I cry in the corner. But back in the day, the dude would instill fear in her to where she would be terrified to even cheat because she figured she got an ass whipping coming. Now, I'm not saying that's good. I mean, it's bad, but I'm just saying Rory's in a different time period. So I'm just saying, Rory, you don't agree with most of these people because of the fact different. But original thought, he just wants to disagree with you just because he's your age, pretty much. He's like 45,
See,
old as shit,
DJ,
but he thinks like me, my age.
Why would you invalidate my arguments like that? If I'm arguing on sound and solid points, why would you just invalidate like I'm just being a contrarian when I'm literally speaking to the facts, speaking to the data, and just giving an objectionable viewpoint?
Rory, what data? I mean, not Rory. Original thought. What data do you have, Rory? I mean, I'm sorry.
Hey
Original thought.
DJ,
Rory,
whenever you get the chance, I have something.
Bro, and my age has nothing to do with
it.
My age has nothing to do with anything, bro. When it's slapped in our face constantly, day to day, my age means nothing. My age my ideas of what makes man a prize would be the same back then as it is now, because these are the attributes that women are looking for men. Yes, women now are looking for the attributes which made a man back when I was younger. They're still looking for those attributes. That makes a man a prize. If you're looking for something from a specific individual that has all these things that you want, you're going to sit there and tell me they're not a prize to you?
Roy, the reason why I said they weren't the prize is because the way how Dennis just pointed out, perfect way. Like it's a divide in like the generations. I'm taught that I have to go to work, I have to do all these things, as Dennis pointed out, have my own place in order for me to get what I want, which is the prize, i.e. the woman that my picking. So that's why I'm kind of confused about like how we're the prize. Because if I'm already the prize, what the fuck am I worth?
Bro, because you can get all those things. You don't need a woman, bro. You can have all those things that you've worked hard for your whole fucking life. You don't need a woman.
But what's the fun in that? It's like winning without getting the trophy or getting the bragging right.
Because you can go out, I think with everything you have and you have built for yourself, you can go out and have your pick of women. Because women are
this is my disconnect with you,
women
Roy.
are looking for you. Because women are looking for you, bro.
Women don't need men either.
You have the pick.
Well, see, this is my disconnect with what you're saying, Roy, because and through my experience, I grew up what you guys would call a simp. Like I didn't get much attention until like 19, 20, and then I became a man whore for a couple of years until it took my wife to tame me and calm me down, and she built me up to what some of you guys would consider a prize. If it wasn't for her, I'd be a piece of shit asshole just trying to screw as many women as I could. And that's just a simple fact. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have the stability that I have, the life that I have, my motorcycle, whatever. Like it took her coming into my life to calm me down, to help build me up to be the kind of man I should be.
Well, wait a minute. To build you up, dude. Just because you're going out every weekend and fucking different females doesn't make you a bad person. That you need to be built up. Well, that don't make sense to me, bro.
It's the mindset though of just going out there and doing nothing
But guess
but
what,
hooking
bro?
up with women. It's
Think
dirty.
about it. Think about it. Think about it, bro. You wouldn't have that mindset if it wasn't so easily given up to you, right? You wouldn't have that mindset. Who put that mindset to you that it's okay to go out and go fuck whenever you want? Who gave you that mindset? The females.
Well, part
that
of
are giving up
of
whenever
it
you-
was spent because
Easy.
of my teenage years. I felt like I had to, what's the word?
It's actually a
I guess make
biological
up
initiative.
for lack of time, is in a sense. Like it's not just because women wanted to sleep with me and it was so easy and anything like that. I just did it.
I mean, here goes the fact. It's called a
But you just did it.
biological.
You didn't. You
Hold on,
just
Roy.
didn't do it,
Hold on,
bro.
Roy. Let me say this.
Like I said,
It's just
women
real quick.
have
Let me give a real fact. It's called a biological imperative. The reason men seek to sleep with so many women or so frequently is because of the high amount of testosterone in our system. It's been proven in tests because there's certain ailments women get in their later years where they have to get testosterone injections. I think just elevating a woman's testosterone 10%, they become just as sex crazed as men are. So you're not doing it because you want to become this rich, powerful person. You're doing it because nature demands it.
Yeah, men from the beginning of time, since we were made, it's always been a man's drive to reproduce and shit like that. So yeah, that's just
Look. All I'm saying is, in my case,
I'm
be
telling
different
him,
for everybody else. But in my
but
case, my
but
wife
he
is surprised because
let's see,
she tamed
what
me and
I'm
helped
trying to
build me up and make me a better person.
what I'm trying to convey to him, and I don't think he's listening to what I'm saying. I'm conveying to him, if it wasn't for the women so easily giving it up to him, he wouldn't never had that mindset that he could just go out whenever he feels like it and gets it. So if the women said no to him, he would have never had the mindset that it's okay to just go out and fuck whenever he feels like it.
Or Roy, we can just call it what it is. You don't like
Shout
to
out to
call
Paris in the
women the
building, by the way.
prize because they'll keep you locked in competition for the woman that you call this prize. Because if she's your prize, that means she can be another man's prize. And your past experience, you haven't run in them contests. So I can understand a lot of times when y'all speak, I'm looking at the underlying principles to y'all opinion. And a lot of times y'all are speaking from a place of trauma. And I think that really needs to be pointed out.
Not
What
really,
was
but
said about mine that was trauma?
If you say so, if you say that it's trauma, that we see 80% of the females on the internet talking about how they're looking to use men for whatever they have, or and this and that. But I guess it's
I
our
don't think
trauma.
I don't think it's that many. I don't think it's that many. That's the point. You're out of touch. You gotta understand. Most of the good
That's why I
women
was
don't be
like,
on
when
social
somebody go
media.
back up
Like
down on these
my girl was a literal, like, my girl was I can't explain her. You gotta understand. She has no social media, and she just found my channel because I did a video struggling in my car, homeless pretty much. She had literally everything going on for herself, and I felt like I was far from the prize. I'm just a piece of shit in the car doing the best I can do with my son, and my, everything was just a mess. She picked me up from that and brought me to this. Most of the people on live never would think that I would be downtown LA living a dream. My kids happy, everything's good because of really my chick, our relationship. We put each other in a better situation. So I'm just saying, like, she ain't online
Okay.
talking about,
you know what? I gotta address this. This is some bullshit comment right here. Roy never said anything about women being great because of the way they're dressed. If you're gonna say stupid shit like this, grow the fuck up. See, bro, this is ignorant ass comment. This is why I will not come into people's shit, because people allow people to make stupid comments like that. That's
And
ignorant.
DJ, see, the point I was making was exactly what you're saying right now. It took your woman to come into your life to help build you up, because that's what women or men are supposed to do. They're supposed to help build each other up. That's how
I
I
understand
look
that.
at it.
Real quick. No, you're absolutely right, Roy. Leave a comment real quick. I'll make you a mod. And you know,
No, I
there's
don't need to
people
make a
like you.
mod. I don't need to make a mod. You are the one that should control that.
Yeah,
She's
you make
making,
him a mod with the all-white chat.
she's making serious ass accusational type comments like that.
Hold on,
That's a bot
who's
fight.
doing it
I'm
though?
sorry.
Well, who's doing
Whoever
it?
that
Because you gotta
whoever that
understand
this Mika person is, whoever the fuck
Oh
that
yeah,
is, that says some stupid shit like
that's
that.
a hater. But you gotta understand, Rory. The thing with my channel is that anything goes. People, it's even worse for me. So I want you to understand. If
Okay, well, I'm going to
anybody's
tell you right
going
now,
too
bro.
far,
You need a little better control of your channel if you're going to allow somebody to disrespect a guest like that and say something that I'm promoting. Guys go out and rape women. That's fucked up.
oh, I
Bro.
didn't see that.
No,
Hold on, I didn't see
well,
that.
hold
They
on,
really say,
that's
hold
not
on,
what
they
the
really,
comment said. I think it was a troll comment, but what she was saying is not out of line with your viewpoint. You feel like most of the problems.
Okay, and you're a fucking idiot
wait.
too.
You
You're a
got to
fucking
let
idiot
somebody.
too, bro.
Hold on, Roy.
Nothing
You
has
got to
come out
let
of my mouth.
somebody
No,
state
man,
an
fuck
opinion.
you. Fuck you. I'm done with you, dickhead. Don't ever fucking come out here and say some stupid shit. My viewpoint that men are the prize.
That's the
That
problem.
I
You don't let
somehow
nobody
believe
talk, Roy.
that women should be fucking raped. You're
I
a
didn't say
fucking
you
idiot.
said
that's
that.
nasty.
You're another one
Who
of
said?
fucking
Who
idiot,
said that?
bro. You're a
I didn't say
fucking
you
idiot.
said that.
You're
I
just
said,
a
If Mika
fucking
said
idiot.
you
that,
got to let me
You're a
finish
fucking
the
Mika
thought,
said that.
Roy. I didn't say you said that. I said it aligns with your viewpoint.
Nothing about my
You won't let me
viewpoint.
finish.
Nothing about my
Let
viewpoint
me
has anything to
finish.
do with raping
Let me
women, you
fit,
fucking
Roy.
idiot.
Let
Nothing
me
with my
finish.
viewpoint has anything to do
Roy,
with raping
let
women, you
me
fucking idiot.
finish.
You're a fucking
She
idiot.
was making a wild conjecture, but it's a good point. You feel most of women's problems
Bro,
are
no. We're not doing that because I hated it when I went on that other channel and they did the same thing to me. First off, nobody on this panel has said anything about the R word because I would have checked
Yeah,
that. I don't play that. You know I don't play
Okay.
that. So don't
It was
try
a
to
bad
say
thing,
that
but it brings
comment.
up a
No,
good
it was a
point.
bad thing. Absolutely. And that person should have been
So listen
blocked.
to
But
what I'm
Christina
saying,
is the only
Dennis.
Christina's one of the only mods in here right now. Maybe I gotta add more mods.
Christina asked him, could he say something good about women? He
It
couldn't
doesn't
say.
matter. That has nothing to
Are
do
you
with the
gonna let
R
me
word,
finish,
though.
Dennis? You gotta let me finish
No,
too.
because
That's not okay. First of
I'm
all,
not trying
you
to
don't even
spend anything.
once
I'm
again, you're
trying
not
to
even
take
listening,
y'all.
homie.
I'm
You're not
trying to
even
take
listening, bro.
y'all.
You're
I'm
not even
trying to
listening. That's
take
not
you
what she
down
said.
my
She didn't
logical
say that.
course
Listen
of
to her.
reasoning.
Listen.
That's
You
what
don't
you do
listen,
in a
bro.
debate.
You're once
I try
again,
to explain to
you make
you
your own
Original
shit.
how I
thought. I'm gonna have to
came
You
to
boot
my
you. Original thought. I'm
logical
gonna have to boot
you
you,
make
conclusion.
man.
your own
Just
shit.
relax.
You're making up your own shit because that's
I'm
not what
not.
she
Y'all
said.
won't let me say
She
the
never
whole
said
thought.
any. It wasn't
How can you
about
judge me
say
on it?
something nice about women.
I'm gonna
That's not
remove
what she
original
fucking
thought for
said.
a
Yeah,
second.
please
You
leave.
gotta take a
Please
break
leave
because
because you're a fucking clown.
you
You're a fucking
gotta
clown.
understand. No, Winner. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm like, here's the situation. We're never ever going to say if this man has never said anything about the R word, we're not gonna allow somebody in the chat to say that he's engaging in or talking
He
about
doesn't even know what the
women should
fuck
be
he's
R
talking
worded.
about, bro. He's over there
Like,
trying
you
to
know
say,
that we don't go with that.
Christina asked Roy to say something nice about women. That's not what was fucking asked. What was asked is she asked me to say something that makes women a prize. So get your fucking shit straight. You're one of those fucking clown fuckers that just make shit up to try to prove a point when you prove absolutely dick because you don't fucking listen to what the actual conversation is. Fuck face. God damn.
Now here's the
idiot.
No,
thing. Now the
DJ asked.
conversation.
DJ said if you can say anything nice about women, you said no.
I never
But
said
that has
that.
nothing to do with the. That has nothing to do with no, Roy. You didn't. You didn't. When I asked that, you didn't have nothing to say. You wouldn't say anything nice about a chick that would make her a prize. But that has nothing to do with rape. Like somebody putting that in the chat should have been blocked.
Well, yeah,
I
that's the
didn't
whole
see it.
question. You asked me, what do I think that what can I say that a woman has that's nice that makes her a prize? If I feel that men are the prize and women are going after the things that men have, that's what makes them the prize. What could I give you as an example of what would make women a prize? If I don't believe women are prizes, what can I say to you to make you think a woman is a prize? I have nothing to say to that because I don't believe women are the prize. So I don't have nothing that I can give you an example to make a woman a prize, bro. I don't.
Well, I'm gonna do this. Original thought. I gotta give you like 10 minutes to just relax because here's the thing. Original thought. He did this last time. He doesn't understand. He doesn't have to have a argument or a point every single time. He does that every time. So now we're gonna have more of a clean conversation. So Winner, you haven't said anything yet. How do you feel in regards to what's going on, what you heard? And if Conquistador and Jeremiah, y'all can chime in anytime. Christina and Roy, of course. But go ahead,
Yo,
Winner.
what's good, Winner? What's up, man?
What's up, Jeremiah? I mean, again, you know me. I feel that everybody's entitled to their own opinion. They can say whatever they please. But Christina, in particular, Christina, I know that you're married and you have kids. and that's beautiful. That's amazing. But for you to come on here and then you say that you don't need a man, men aren't the prize. How would your husband feel about you saying that when he's like, wait, I take care of Christina, I take care of our children, and she's coming on to the internet and saying that she doesn't need a man and that men aren't the prize and she can do without me? What's up with that, Christina?
Christina, before you answer, hold on, before you answer, Christina, if you don't want to go here, because I talked to you about this earlier, because I will say that she didn't say that she didn't need a man. She's just saying that the man ain't the prize. But you go ahead, Christina, if you want to answer, you don't have to if you don't want to, because I'm not we talked about this
She said
this
it earlier,
point
Dennis.
before. But go ahead, Christina, if you want
said
to
it earlier.
address it.
DJ knows my situation, so it's not like an average marriage. It's different, so I can't really elaborate. I've already tried to say on a live before and explain a little bit of it, but it's not any type of way like an average marriage. So no, I'm the prize.
Now, I'm not gonna agree or disagree with that point, because I haven't talked to her husband about that. But I will say this: you gotta remember, a lot of women are 50-50 nowadays. So I'm just gonna say that much. A lot of women are 50-50. So would that make a man the prize if he's 50-50? Winner, you pay all the bills, so you might be in your household the prize. But with me and Cali Girl, let's keep it a buck, Winner. Cali Girl's the prize. Let's keep it a buck.
In your case, yes. In your case.
Okay, there we go. I rest my case.
But real quick, Dennis, in your case, just because you're an anomaly or the exception, the anomaly in the exception does not make the rule. And I'm going to just leave it at that.
No, I get it. And you can be honest about it, because I respect Cali Girl enough she's a good woman. She took me from the depths of hell. I'm out downtown LA with a balcony behind me. Like floors up. So I'm just saying, not saying she paid for it all, but I'm just saying, So, but if you want to elaborate more, though, Winner, you can even talk about my situation, because a lot of men would consider me not a man. I'm okay with it. I'm comfortable. I'm good. Okay, I'm going to take care of everything.
I just wanted to jump on here and ask Christina that. And again, Christina, you know me, we've butted heads so many times in the past, but I'm over that. I'm past that. I just wanted to ask that. But Dennis, thank you. Christina, thank you. Roy, keep being yourself. Keep speaking your facts. But I got to go.
All right, thanks, bro. Have a good night, man.
My girls. Yep. Y'all have a good night.
I'm going to have to leave soon. I'm going to have to leave soon, too, because I do have to work in the morning. So.
Yeah, definitely. You come on anytime. Whenever you got to leave, Roy, just keep in mind.
I'm hurting some of the people. I'm hurting some of the people in your chats with the facts, man. Unfortunately.
No, what you gotta do, Roy, is understand this isn't like a Pedro and all those other channels. With my channel, I'm freedom of speech, so I don't boot people. They say some nasty things to me. They gotta literally say what they said to you for me to boot them. If I would have saw somebody accuse you of R word, I would have booted them. Probably block them if they're not a regular. So I want you to keep that in mind. If you're gonna be on here a lot, just become a moderator, because I'll give you that much respect, because I took a lot of your mannerism.
No, that's the thing, bro. I'm not like most of these coward ass people in this room. I'll come up on the panel. I have no problem coming up on the panel and speaking shit. I don't go in the chat with my little Sons of Anarchy fingers like some of these clowns in here. I'll actually come on the thing and express myself like a person.
I actually like that show. I like that show. It's teaching me how to defend myself on the bike. So I don't know. I mean, you might want to say
now you got this Mr. Original talking about, he got me kicked because he's a coward. Feel free, if you really think that. I didn't get you kicked. You got kicked off because your own stupid ass fucking comments, bro. Try to equate what I said with women being the R word. Get the fuck out of here. Your own comments got you kicked because you don't understand the conversation and you only want to make up whatever facts you think you know. Get the fuck out of here.
Now, Queen Fedor and Jeremiah, if y'all want to chime in, y'all got the floor now that we got,
the fuck out of here.
Somebody ain't gonna.
I will say, I kind of want to get everybody's opinion on how I view it, because me personally, I don't think either sex can be, what's the word you guys were using earlier? I had a brain fart.
Right.
The prize without the other to help build them up.
I mean, Jeremiah,
you're
youngin'. Yeah, it does. I think Jeremiah, I guess, like Roy, I want you to just pay attention to what Jeremiah speaks, because I'm an old head. So Jeremiah's the youth. This is how the new generation are. Like, they literally are 50-50 for the most part, and I'm old to the party. I just jumped on this the past year and
DJ,
a half.
how old are you, DJ?
I'm 37.
Yeah,
and
I'm
37.
I'm 31. I'm turning 32 this year.
Well, 50-50. If you did 50-50 before 2010, you were that biggest absolute pussy. You can never tell your friends. That was literally a California thing. But now it's a normal thing. So Jeremiah, go. You would want to elaborate to Roy the reason why Christina would feel like both or women's the prize now and how things changed to where now women got for the most part all the power.
Oh, you want me to elaborate on how they got the power or why they have the power?
Like why, pretty much why like the old heads like us were out of touch with reality, like with the whole we're the prize thing.
Well,
unless you're the 2% of the country, of men.
Yeah. So real quick, just to clarify about the 50-50, I know some people are like proponents of that, but not me. Like I fully want to support the person that I'm with, just because like that's just tradition. I think like as a man, I wouldn't want like to pull out receipts and expect her to like, all right, show me your income statement, and like do all that tedious stuff. But just to bring it back to what you said about like the difference of the generations. The point you made about Roy and like his generation, like putting their hands on women and stuff, and like it was just the norm. I can see that as like a form of control and like
my generation too. My generation too used to do it. Like
your generation too. I can see
Okay.
how like that.
Okay,
Like,
let me. I don't know if you heard this, Jeremiah, but let's get something straight. To when I put my hands on this woman, that
no, I said your generation. I didn't mention you. I mentioned your generation.
Okay. Well, my generation doesn't. My generation didn't think smacking women around was a good thing either. Okay. My situation was a chick kicked me in my fucking nuts. Okay. And whenever, and then my whole mindset on that, bro, is if you're, whether you're a woman or a man, you don't ever put your hands on another person. I don't care if you're a woman or a man. If you're going to put your hands on a male or a female, you get what you get. You get repercussions for that. And just because you're a woman and you have a vag doesn't mean you're above getting your ass slapped around when you feel it's okay to hit a man or punch a man or kick a man in his fucking nuts. I'm sorry. That doesn't make you less of a man because what I did to her because what she chose to do to me first.
Yeah, Roy. Yeah. This wasn't about like what you said. I'm just talking about like what Dennis said about the generations. So I think when like guys like were like more susceptible to like physically like doing whatever to like the women, it was more about like just so it's easier, like I don't want to say a form of control, but just so like she knows, like it's a shorter lease, basically, is what I'm gonna say. But like what Dennis said, now that my generation is like too like, oh no, we don't want to do that, and now we have them running amok. And I think what we saw as a stark contrast, why we like how Roy pointed out, my generation doesn't want to do that, is because like Dennis knows my situation. I was raised by a single mother, and yeah, when you put like women in a corner and you make them think like, oh, I have to fend for myself. If my father really was the type of person, or like whoever was dealing with my mom prior to like me being here was the type of person to like just put their hands on her or whatever, she passed that down to me. So I think my generation is just kind of more aware of that, like, oh well, I don't want to like have something done to my children because of me or something like that. So I think that's why we're like adverse to doing that.
I'll tell you this right now too. If you ask anybody, I'm actually gonna bring this guy that from my hometown. He's gonna tell you how I was. He remembers a couple times that women gave me the case of the beats because like women don't respect a man that's not like, I wouldn't say violent in my community at least. If you're not like a threat to a woman, she thinks you're a pussy. Like I find these gyms, like Kylie girl feels like she knows I would never hit her. I would ever hit her, and she's tapped me a few times. I was known as a pussy because I just refuse to hit women, and then if I heard of a man doing anything, I'm gonna be like, dude, like you're weak, blah blah blah. But they call me a pussy too because women like that. They like a man that's like dominant on them, and that's just, I don't know if that's the black culture or if that's all culture. But I'm just telling y'all, like women, like in Youngstown, I was known as a cup. I was a simp. I was the biggest one because I was the only one that would out in the open scream about not hitting women. And I'm on my Facebook page talking about how rappers and all these men be hitting women, like Chris Brown, like. And everybody was mad at me because I'm like, no, under no circumstances, you should run away. So I just want to make that clear. I get with Roy. Roy was because it was a reaction. So he ain't out here whipping women's ass. He's one of the good men too. But yeah, literally in the black community, if you're not known as a, like, you cheat on me, I'm going to whoop your ass, then you freaking, we get cheated on and whatever. I mean, the worst of everything happened to me because I was just not hitting women. And I'm going to bring a guy from my hometown that's going to back all this up, tell y'all some stories about me. That's going to come later on this week. See, I don't think I'm just capping. Anybody else want to add anything before I change topics here? An original thought, if I allow you to come back on, dude, you just start fresh. Just forget about that bull crap. But you're not going to sit here and insinuate something that somebody said in the chat.
All we can do is agree to disagree. If I think one thing, that's my opinion. If you think something else, that's your opinion.
DJ, I am curious to hear. I am curious to hear what Christina and Jeremiah had to say on what from my experience of what I said. I'm just curious because I feel like I'm the only one who said anything remotely like it takes the men to build up the women and the women to build up the men. So I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah. I think what he said is true. Like, it's a yin and a yang. It's a given, but it still doesn't like negate the fact that someone has to be a prize. Like, one is pursuing and one is expecting to be like claimed in a sense.
Okay, Christine, you want to add?
So what Concrete said is like exactly what I'm used to hearing, because when I'm 1 second.
My personal opinion on that, you don't need anybody to build you up. You can build yourself up. You don't need another person to build you up as a human being. If you're confident in yourself, you're confident in abilities, what you can or can't do, you don't need somebody else to build you up.
So he's the type of man that I'm used to hearing that from, is because when I'm in a relationship, I add a lot of value. Like, I can provide a lot. I can help build our income up. He doesn't have to work by himself. I will work myself. We'll work together. We'll build together. So the man doesn't leave like unhappy. They always have something. They always either have money or they have something that I provided for them.
Christine, I got a question for you. And then the rest of all y'all going to ask. Would it be definite for sure, NBA player, NFL player, a rapper or pop star that's worth over, say, $20 million? Would you guys at absolutely call that man the prize if you're the woman? Start with Christina.
No, I'm still a prize, but he's more of a high value man.
Okay, Christine, we're going to talk behind the scenes. Maybe we'll do a one-on-one because we got to debate that, because now it's just you.
No, I agree with Christine.
It has nothing to do with money. You're forgetting that. I'm still a prize because.
No. Kobe himself is the he
no,
can be
Kobe
the prize,
to
but
his woman.
He's not selling himself to someone else. He's trying to gain, or he's selling himself to someone else. I meant to say, he's not.
So Kobe isn't the prize.
No, because he's selling himself to someone else. Whoever
the
he's trying
woman
to,
is still a prize. Do you understand?
He can have any woman he wants. He got hundreds.
Then he needs to have any other woman than me then, because I'm the prize in my eyes. You understand how it's different from each person's view? We're not all going to think the same. It doesn't matter that he has a lot of money.
Okay, forget about kids. It's not like you don't got no kids. You're 20 years old, Christina. Name one thing that you would offer that a million other women wouldn't offer him that would make you a prize.
That doesn't make any sense. I just said I can add a lot of value in different ways. Financially.
Kobe doesn't need your money. I'm talking about literally. We got to make it make sense somewhat. Kobe is absolute prize. So I'm just.
You're using the extremes. No, you're using extremes.
That's the point. I'm trying to get you to understand. You got to be reasonable, Christina. You're not being reasonable at all with the topic. But I'm saying is, like, when it comes to men earning under $50,000 a year, yes, women can be the prize. But when it comes to, like, you know, a guy making $10 million plus, like, you're not the prize. I'm sorry. That man is elite. That man can have any woman he wants. Like, there's nothing a woman can offer that a next woman can't.
I think I understand what Christina is saying, because when you say prize, I'm thinking high. Like, your word for prize is what I would consider high value. Obviously, he's more high value, but who's the prize is the one who's he's trying to sell himself to her. So she is the.
How would he sell himself? He doesn't have to sell himself. What would Kobe have to sell himself?
No.
Or
But that's what I'm saying. He
anybody
did all
making
these accolades, quote unquote, to sell himself to whoever he's trying to impress. You know what I'm saying? So like, whatever he's trying to gain is the prize. So if it's her, whoever Kobe's girl is, she is the prize to him. So like, he's more high value, but she is his prize.
It ain't about high value. Kobe is literally one of like, not even Kobe, a guy making over 10 million a year for like 5 years is absolutely the prize. So we gotta make it make sense. That's
You make no sense because you're saying he can have any woman he wants. So if he can have any woman he wants, have any woman, but besides me, take me out. But if he's only looking at me and wanting me only, because that's how you're putting it, then I am the prize to him. I'm the only prize to him, not multiple women. If he wants multiple women, then go ahead. Don't include me in that. I'm not in it. I'm by myself.
So if that was the case, why did Vanessa take half? Because he chose to have another woman.
Now you're just moving the goalposts.
No. I'm not, Christine. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to make it. I'm just trying to be reasonable. I gave you. You were completely right with the prize talk to men making under 50,000 a year. But I'm talking about, you got to just agree with the fact that Kobe would be absolutely the prize.
Bro, Kobe's more high value, but what is your definition of prize, Dennis? Because I think me and Christina agree. Like, the prize is whatever he wants.
And it also depends on the woman, though, too.
I think y'all are kind of losing the train of thought. Money has nothing to do with it. If a man can take care of himself, has his shit together, can take care of himself, the question should be, what makes a woman a prize that we'll just use Christina because she's the only girl up here, and I'm not picking on you, Christina. But if I'm a single guy, or let's say Jeremiah is a single guy, he takes care of himself, he has his shit together, everything. What can Christina offer Jeremiah that 100,000 women can't offer Jeremiah? That makes you a prize to Jeremiah.
I already said all of the points. I said that I can have an income with him. I can build with him. And we can make money together.
But he doesn't need that.
And
that's what I'm trying to say. He doesn't need that.
Here's the thing. I will pretty much be submissive. So whatever he wants me to do, I will do. He just needs to tell me what to do. He's the leader. I will literally do anything that he wants me to do.
But Christina, once again, the question is, you can do that. So can 100,000 women can do that. So what makes you a prize compared to the other 100,000 women he has to choose from?
Yeah,
it's up to him if he wants me or not.
Yeah,
I agree with Christina because she said
it also depends on the guy's standards.
Real quick, based on y'all criteria, the man is interchangeable in that scenario. And to concede the point, as Roy is saying, the woman is interchangeable, right? So whatever you do to one side of the equation, you got to do to the other. That's how you find truth. So that's why what Christina said was the truth. What makes her the prize is because that's who he wants. Two things can be right at once. Both of y'all can be the prize in a relationship. In fact, I would argue the only relationships that work is when each person see each other as the prize.
That's what I was saying earlier.
I know, Concrete Star. I was trying to bring it back to that.
Yeah.
Also, real quick, a good debate tactic. Dennis, when you give an example like that, that's called the logical extreme. So when you take it to the logical extreme, when the person you pose the question can't answer it, you have to dial it back to what they can answer. And then that's where you find the core of the argument is, okay, what separates the logical extreme from the rational equivalency?
The last thing I want to say, because I've already pretty much made my point. I don't really have a whole lot more to add to it, but the saying that beauty is the eye is the eye of the beholder, something like that. Well, the same thing can go when you're thinking about the prize. Everybody's standards and what they look for is different. That's why I brought up my wife is the prize in my eyes because what she did for me in my life. So it's different for everybody. That's my opinion.
Agree. I'm with you there. I'm in the same boat. That's why I appreciate my angel.
All right, next
So
topic,
anybody,
Dennis. What's up?
then we move. Okay. So now, Roy, whenever you gotta go, you gotta go. But I asked y'all now. This was a topic I had a minute ago that people gave me a bunch of backlash with. And I'll start with Roy because I know you gotta go soon. Do it make you less than a man paying 50-50?
No.
Should the man pay everything?
No, it doesn't make
Okay,
you
this
less
might
than
be
a
an
man.
easy one.
I've
This might be easy.
already said, and I made it clear that a relationship is a partnership. If you're going to be in a relationship, you need to build something together. That's what builds the bond that keeps you guys together, is because you're building something together. So I've already said that. So it doesn't make you less of a man that you have to have a wife or a girlfriend that works. You should, in my opinion, that should be the way it is, because like I said, it builds a stronger bond. When you build a home together, you build a stronger bond. That's my opinion on that.
Okay. We'll go down the line. Anybody else want to add to that? So that way I get no more backlash.
I want to say no and give a statistical reason. Women have been working since World War II, really circa post World War One and during the war effort. So it's 100 years of working. A generation is 35 years statistically. So literally 3 generations, it has been 50-50, especially in the black community. The black woman was the maid, the black man was the housekeeper, groundskeeper, the outside worker. Historically, especially for middle and lower class communities, it has been 2 parents working. That's why it's been a huge imperative of a 2 income household. They say 2 income household more than 2 parent household at this point. So no, it's nothing wrong with money coming into the house and it's used equally to take care of the house.
Okay.
I would say that piggybacking off of what Original Thought said, everything he said is perfect up until that last point. It doesn't have to be used equally, like on the expenses for the house. But the example that I gave to Roy was that, or I don't know if I finished it earlier, but was that I wouldn't mind going like, paying for the majority of the bills, and then say the income that she makes, she can invest it, or vice versa. But someone paying for the expenses and someone else like building up, like how Roy said. But yeah, not just both of us just throwing money into like expenses, because that's how you get like lifestyle inflation, and then you're not building at all at that point.
Okay. Anybody else want to add? This will be the last time I guess y'all to go in with me about Cali Girl.
I'd just say that I'd agree that there's nothing wrong with 50-50 whenever, but then again, at the same time, I like to every now and then treat my wife and not let her pay for stuff. But that's just how I am. I like doing that.
Okay, Christina, what you think?
Yes.
What, 50-50 or the man pays it all?
Yes, it makes the man weaker.
Sheesh.
Ouch.
Because men are expected to pay all. But if the women can provide as well and help, that's great, because that's what I do. But if she doesn't want to, or they have an agreement and he wants her to stay home, or she has to be with the kids, then he's going to have to provide.
Well, that's a bit different. If it's a stay-at-home mother, that's a little bit different. I will say, because the majority of women are actually working now.
Hold on. I got to give Christine a little pushback too, because a lot of things you're saying is good. But one thing I got to ask when you say yes, do you control your body? Meaning, when your man wants to have sex, do you ever feel there's a valid reason where you can say no?
I could say no if like we're not getting along, but I mean, I pretty much say yes all the time.
But he can't say no to the bills if y'all not getting along.
That's 2 different things, though.
No, it's not, because what you're talking about is duty and responsibility. When you're saying, hold on, let me finish. When you're saying if the man pays half, or only pays half, it makes him look weaker in your eyes because you're holding on to traditional values. So in that same vein, if your man has a need that you refuse to feel, then I
No,
would say that makes you just as weak. I don't see how they are two separate issues.
no, because I actually work too. So we're both working in
Okay,
my situation.
so that's good. So explain how this works to me. Like, I'm just going to use some hypothetical numbers. So let's say your man makes $100,000 a year, and you make $40,000 a year. What are you doing with that $40,000 there? Since it's not
I'm
considered part of the family money, that is solely your money.
No, it's not my money. It's our money. It goes straight to the bills or whatever is needed. It doesn't go to me.
Okay, so you're in favor of 50-50 then?
No, I
No, I'm
think
in favor of the man providing. And if the woman wants to help provide, she can. But if they have an agreement to where he says, I don't want you to work, I want you to stay home with the kids, or I want you to just stay home in general because I make
Well, yeah,
enough,
there's nothing wrong
then
with
that's
that either.
different.
There's
And
nothing
I'm
wrong with
talking
that
about
either,
my
but it doesn't make
situation.
us weaker.
I know, I agree, but yeah, those are opposing stances.
I think it makes you weaker because you are expected to pay the full amount. And when a man is saying, no, I'm not paying full amount, you're going to have to go 50 and I'm going 50, or
Hold
it's
on,
not going to work. That's
but
not okay.
that's why
That's
I
not
gave you that.
traditional.
But that's why I gave you that pushback, Christina. Because like you said, the man is expected to pay, and in that same traditional vein, the woman is expected to put out. You hear the horror stories of
And
women.
that's fine. And that's fine, original thought. I don't mind doing it, but those are two different things, though. We're talking about
I
finances.
mean, but get okay.
I'm just
But
going to
hold
take
on,
it as your
hold on, real
personal
quick,
opinion
real
and leave
quick.
it at that.
But this the bad thing of your argument, because if the man is having to pay all the finances, then you as a woman has nothing to equate to that. Then does that make
Here's
sense?
the problem. A lot of men are trying to change the way things were already traditionally made, and they try to make it to fit them to where it's like, no, I'm only paying 50%. Or, hey, how about you work and I don't do anything and I sit home and I play video games and I don't have a job, but it's okay. So they're trying to change everything around to where it's not traditional to make it okay. And that's the problem because now the women are being taken advantage of.
I got to
Whereas
give you.
before it's the
I
men
got.
taking advantage of women.
I got to give you pushback. Men didn't change the laws. First wave, second wave, and now third wave feminism. That's what changed the laws. So it isn't men trying to change the way things traditionally were, statistically and legislatively. It's women changing the way things used to be.
See, I
No,
view
because there's
relationships as a
still good women out
partnership.
there.
Women want no
I'm so
fault divorce.
confused. I'm so confused though, Christina. What happened to the whole? I'm like nervous now. Like Jesus Christ, Cali girl needs to go. Like if she's about to come in here, pay half rent and all that. I thought that
Here's
you made
the
it
thing.
sound real enticing to like have a woman like be the prize with Jesus. They're not supposed to pay nothing now.
Here's the thing, DJ. That's how you
Yeah.
get taken advantage of. If the woman pays everything and you're just sitting back and you're not contributing, then she gets taken advantage of. So after like 2 years and nothing's progressed with you or any male, then she's like, oh, I don't know if I want to be with him. He hasn't changed. He's still doing the same thing. So like she has to determine does she need to leave or stay? Does she want to try to make it work? And maybe you'll progress.
Christina, in
No,
this
just
day and
yeah,
age,
but
couldn't you say that you could reverse that and put it on the perspective of the men? I mean, men could say the same thing about women.
All she's doing
Using
is
your exact words.
all she's doing
I'm
is proving
talking
my
about
point.
I'm
All she's doing
talking
is
about
proving
from DJ saying, well,
my situation. No, she ain't paying everything. I'm talking about like 50-50. Like you made it. I thought that like when you came on and said you paid whatever and this and that, this and that. I thought that you understood. Women pay half the bills now, half the time. Not half
but that's what's
exactly, but they
funny.
pay some.
But she's proven my point, Dennis, because she just on here said that she expects a man to do all these things for her in order for her to be with them, but she'll help out if necessary. So how is she a prize if she expects this man to do all this shit for her and then she'll step in when it's necessary? How is she the prize and not the man that she's with?
Now, see, I think I might have had a little disconnect on the meaning of 50-50 because I always thought it was referring to the dating, like going out for meals and stuff.
No,
Now,
they're talking about serious.
when it comes to like personal households, me personally, I prefer to cover most of the bills. My wife covers her own, and then there are certain bills that we do split, and that's solely because she actually does make more than me. But how I was raised, I'm supposed to be the one covering at least the majority of the bills. Now, when it comes to dinners, oh, hands down, all the time, 50-50. I'm cool with that.
That's what I'm saying. You have to go with traditional values, and most of the men on this panel don't agree with it. They said 50-50.
Yeah, but I can understand where they're coming from, though. I might live my life more traditionally, but I understand where some men are coming from with it because there's a lot of men out there that feel like they're constantly being used and they're only being seen for the size of their dick and the size of the wallet.
Yeah, I mean, Christina, do you make a mean sandwich?
Stupid. You stupid.
You're kidding, right, DJ? Are you joking right now?
No, Christina.
Because me and you are going to have a talk after this.
Christina, I'm being funny. Like, Christina, I'm saying.
No.
You got to let them add a little levity to the
Christina,
conversation.
I can't add some funniness. No, Christina, true story. If the man pays full bills, he can't say, go make me a sandwich without the woman feeling some kind of way. Just be honest, because I don't want to get in trouble. I thought that, me and Christina, I thought that, like, I'm allowed to make that joke with you. Come on now, Christina. I don't want no smoke with you because we went to war last time and you freaking caused me to, like, tank all my ships.
What Dennis is saying is Christina's not black, but does she have like that black mama arm in the kitchen? Maybe whipping it up.
This what y'all got. This what y'all got to understand. Some of the opinions people have are not grounded in reality. 15% of the populace make over 75,000. So all this six-figure is so rare that it's not something you can base your relationships on. You know, most people make $40,000 a year. You know, you can exflate that for, you know, metropolitans and the different price or the different value of the dollars in that area, but it's roughly the same. I think the median income, 42,000 for white people, 37,000 for black people. It takes two incomes right now. You know,
I get that, but
oh, I'm sorry.
Original thought. No, you're good. I was going to ask you original thought because Christina didn't respond. Christina, are you really mad that I asked you, did you know how to make a mean sandwich? Because most women would just laugh at that joke. And you would laugh at that joke. I don't know why you take it. I've been battling with you. Me and you teaming up against Roy.
Yo, what's the ETA on my sandwich?
Now she's freaking angry at me. Now I'm about to get freaking, like, cussed out.
The major issue is women know how much we value vagina, but they don't know how much we value a good sandwich. You know, we know women value confidence, protection, the ability to protect. We know what women admire. But when we tell them the things we like, consistent sex, good food, just don't be nice to me. They're like, oh my God, you're asking me for these abstract things that's going to be really difficult for me to give you, where I really think it's the whole, when you learn calculus, simple addition becomes hard for you. Women have become so complex, especially coming into the workforce, they're unable to understand the simplicity of men.
But it's
funny that you say that because the best sandwich I've ever had is the sandwiches that my wife makes. I don't know
Okay, now
why, but when
you
when a
sound
woman makes a sandwich for me, it just hits different.
Come on, bro. You sound no. I ain't gonna say it, but Dennis, that would be my
Look,
question.
man, we both have different opinions. I
I got
really
you, man.
don't
That's why I
care.
didn't say a word. That's why I didn't say a word. But Dennis, do you need a woman to make a sandwich for you?
No, actually, I was gonna tell Christina. I'm joking. I've never had my chick make me a sandwich in my life, literally.
Oh, I have.
But it just
You
goes to the
missing
whole
out.
point. It
There's
goes
a
to the
Yeah,
whole
joke.
you
point
are.
about. But it goes
It
to the whole
tastes better.
point. But it goes to the whole point. Do you need a woman? What do you actually need from a
Oh
woman? Okay,
Lord.
we're gonna ask you this question, Dennis. What do you actually need a woman for?
I mean,
Besides sex.
in my case with
Besides
Cali,
sex.
in my case in Cali girl,
Besides sex.
with Cali girl, here's the thing, with Cali girl is different. But before Cali girl, I never needed anything from a woman because I took care of every single thing. Went out to eat, like she used me, but every single time I got cheated on because she found a dude that would do
Okay.
the same thing a little bit less, but he was a woman, an ass whooper or whatever,
Okay.
and turns the more.
So to expand on that, Dennis, since you said you don't need a woman for anything, then what makes a woman a prize to you?
I mean, it's once again, I don't like to be cheated on. That's the biggest issue. I want control. I want your mind. I don't feel like if you're in front of Roy, me and Jeremiah, original thought. I don't know if you got any game. Queefador, I don't know about
You hit me
that
with the
because you're
maybe,
white.
Dennis. Damn.
Nah, because you're too nice, and women want a mean, tough guy. They want a hard ass like Roy usually. But the point of the matter is, I want a woman I can trust, and I want a woman that got my back through the worst. Like I'm going to make this between YouTube, between the job I got, between other things I got moving behind the scenes. I'm gonna make this work. And my girl I'm with now deserves every penny. Like right now, all my money goes into the account. She takes care of the bills. I don't even look. She just takes care of everything. Of course, I know what I'm making. I know how much I got, but I'm just saying, like that's something I needed. So for me, I'm simple. I just want a woman that's willing to work with me, not make me feel like a piece of shit, keep my confidence up high, love me unconditionally, family atmosphere. I got that with her family because I don't have any family. I mean, I have family, but we're not close. That's what I look for. What I wanted, I didn't think was even possible before I met, my girl. But before her, I mean, I didn't need a woman for nothing other than sex. But me and Kylie girl, it's more than that. I'm old. You gotta remember, we don't have sex all like that. Like I'm an old man now. Like I'm like freaking like 4-pump chump out here, and she accepts that. When it happens, she's not making me feel like a piece of shit. Like, oh, is that it? Like it's a lot involved. So I'm not the normal. I have a unicorn, literally unicorn. Like most women aren't like her. So I'm just saying.
That's
And
how I feel.
Christina,
That's how I feel about my wife too. I mean, I haven't shared this before, but my wife stuck with me through my alcoholism problem. I was a complete douchebag. I was getting blacked out drunk, trying to fight people, cussing her out. I never laid a hand on her, but I was verbally abusive under the fucking influence. Like I was a horrible person.
So you were her
She stuck.
prize?
No, not at that time. She
But
helped
she stuck by
transform
you,
me,
bro.
and she helped transform me into the prize. Is my point.
same with me.
That's what's up,
Roy,
man. That's
we're
what's
just
up.
misguided men. See, Roy doesn't understand. A lot of men,
You're not
Roy,
misguided
are
about
like,
anything. You're basing your prize on emotions, bro. I'm basing my prize
I'm
on.
basing mine off of
You're
personal
basing on.
experience,
You're
my
basing.
reality.
You're basing your thought of a woman as a prize is based on your emotion and hopes that she's going to do these things for you. Any
No,
woman
she
can.
literally did those things for me. Literally.
I'm talking to Dennis, not you.
Okay. I was gonna say, 'cause she literally did those.
I'm talking about Dennis. I'm talking about he's basing his idea of a prize woman in the hopes that she's going to be this type of person and she's going to stay that type of person for the rest of their lives. That's what he's basing his prize on. But your basis of being a prize in your own experience is that you had the money, you had the car, you had all this, correct? When you had all the people around, when you felt you were the prize, you had all these things, correct? So you're basing your idea of a prize is a woman in hopes that she's going to be this and do these things for the rest of your life. Are you willing to gamble that as a prize? Are you willing to gamble that prize?
I have to concede your point. I am.
No, I'm
Roy,
not. No, I'm not.
because
I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get this all. This is all coming along together. So, Roy, I'm literally 10 times the man I was before I met her. You know, I mean, I was that man before, but I lost my way. 6 years of being in Vegas, or 5 years of being in Vegas, Roy, it destroyed me. I mean, I had 3 solid good money years, but those 2 years that I was sleeping in the corridor 1 year, and then the second year dealing with freaking like getting cheated on and cheated on when I had everything going good, it destroyed my confidence. And I went back to Youngstown with that. So that's the reason why I'm telling you, I'm better than ever now. But go ahead, original thought.
I was gonna say I can see to Roy's point that the reason the woman is a prize to me because it's emotional. Everything I want, I acquire and achieve in my life. So the only thing a woman can give me is that which I can't give myself: emotionality, an ear to listen, space to be safe in, and not have to fight against the world. You know, everything and meaning. You know, I buy clothes, I have a car, I do these things to attract women. Women bring meaning and value to my life. You know, that's something I can see Christina. She right. The woman is the prize to me because I can only get what a woman gives from a woman.
Not feel that. But let me say this because I think I'm winding down because I got Christina mad at me. I gotta, text her and clean that up because I mean I thought the sandwich joke was gonna be funny because that's like literally a joke.
She's gonna tell you never let me up here again. That's what she's gonna tell you.
No, she knows this is a freedom of speech channel. I let everybody that wants to jump up on. If you disrespect me multiple, you understand. Like me and Jeremiah, we fought and had wars, but now he's gonna be respectful to me. I'm gonna be respectful to Jeremiah, and we're gonna make jokes, and it's all good. Just like original thought. Like everybody has been disrespectful at one point, but I forgive and forget. I let everybody come up. She'll never tell me not to let nobody come up, other than 3 individuals that doxed and did all kinds of crazy stuff. I can't have them on, but everybody else, it's a free for all. Christina's been with me from the start, so you understand. She's the biggest supporter. She's in my chat literally like 95% of the time. She's in my chat, even when I'm on for 8 hours. She's a soldier, so I would never disrespect her. She has immunity, so that's the reason why Rory. She's like literally my sister. So she knows I'm joking. She knows I respect her.
It is a deal. Like I said, we can all agree to disagree, and don't ever take anything I say personal because it's not personal. Like I said, we all have our own personal opinions, and this is what it's fun to have these kind of debates, even though they do get heated a little bit, and we might, like I said, argue back and forth. That's what makes a good discussion. It makes a great discussion. So we can't all
like
agree.
to say I don't
we can't all agree on the same shit, or we wouldn't be individuals. So,
and I like to I don't take anything. I will take like little pokes and jabs just to kind of make you uneasy in your stance and your argument. But I don't take anything personal. And something else I want to say, just from a debate point of view, it takes conversations to converse with people. Like the first conversation will always be rough, the second one a little better. But as 3 or 4 or 5 conversations in, we start to understand what people are saying without saying. It becomes easier to let people finish their sentences while you better articulate and maybe pull some disrespect out your own responses. So I never expect things to go good the first conversation with someone. But that's why a lot of times I ask probing questions because I'm trying to get to the source of the material I'm dealing with.
Got you. Now I'll tell y'all this, okay? Because I've been on here for 5 hours. Mr. Boston, I don't know how long you've been listening, but if you want to add anything before I give everybody, last little goodbye message, and I'm gonna put my
life is all about balance. It's not what you can get or what you can give, but how you can create further harmony.
Okay. So, do you think men or women the prize? Let's end it with that question for you.
It depends on if there is a balance or there is a lack of balance.
He's a philosopher, and half of the time I don't understand him. Anybody understand what he's saying here? Because I'm black and slow, just Lee Peterson voice.
He's saying it. What he's pretty much trying to say is if a female is only going after a guy for this, and it's an unbalanced situation because the guy is doing everything and he has everything, then that's what he's saying. That would make the man the prize. Vice versa, if the girl has everything and she's doing everything, and that's what the guy is going after, that makes her the prize. Whereas if you have everything in the middle where you guys are doing something together, that is the balance, is what he's trying to say. If I'm not am I right or am I wrong? I don't know. Like,
you're pretty close to it.
See, so
Okay. Well, look, Mr. Boston, you came at the tail end of this, so I'm going to be doing these lives every night. I get off work at this job I got. I'm out of the gig space now. I'm doing work now, regular job. So I get out at 8:15. So I'm going to be on lives between 8:30 to 9. I'm going to probably put on my thumbnail 9 o'clock every day, but I might come on early, and I'm going to just let it go for like 3-4 hours, and then during the day, depending on how things go, I'm going to try to do one live in the morning, and then do pre-recorded videos, and then do a live at night. So everybody's free to come on, as long as just keep it respectful. Today, it was no drama. It was nobody you cussing each other out. I know we got heated a little bit, but you got to remember, this is Roy. This is why I started watching his videos, because he's uncensored. He goes in, he tells you how he is. He's not one of these people that will be fake and like try to like, baby around it, thinking that, he wants to make everybody happy. So I want y'all to understand, that's why he's always welcome to this channel, because he's like me, keeps it real, and just like the rest of you guys, just keep it real.
If you always try to make everyone happy, Dennis, you end up being the most miserable person on the planet.
Are we doing final thoughts?
You can only make yourself happy from within yourself. Even if you're confronted with a multitude of bad situations, you can always make yourself happy by thinking yourself happy.
yes, if you can't love yourself first, you can't love anybody else.
That's right.
Yep, I agree. Well, original thought. If you want to go first, and then like when you finish, I'm gonna just boot you from the studio, because I'm gonna end it with a Justin Lee Peterson video at the end. So
Okay.
original thought.
Can I go first? Can I go first?
Oh yeah, you go first. Yeah, you go first.
I'm going to say good night to everybody. Like I said, don't take anything personal. I'm not throwing personal shots at everybody. There was a few thrown at me. It's all good. I handle it. I don't take it personal. And all the gentlemen and lady on the panel, you guys have a great night. And possibly I'll be seeing you guys later.
So, have a good one, man.
Have a good night, Roy. Have a good night.
Yep. Always. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
My final thought is the highest vestiges of society worships Black power, from the Black Madonna at the Vatican to the secrets of the Eastern Gates by the Shriners. So, I just encourage everybody to do so. I want everybody to have a great night. Thank you for letting me up.
Yeah, you too, man. Come back next time, man. Appreciate you.
Take care, original thought.
Yep, have a good night. Bye. Anybody else want to go?
Yeah. So just make sure you guys stay hydrated. Keep an open mind next time you're in Dennis's comment section. Don't try to get too charged to where the panelist is getting like threatening to like leave and everything, because it's no fun for anybody at that point. But you did good, Dennis. You're a good moderator in my opinion. So yeah.
Like trying to be, but I appreciate Jeremiah, and like I said, we're good. I don't remember nothing about the past. You can always come on now. Just understand, I'm going to show respect to you. I'm not going to judge you and say you're young, so you're stupid. You know how I was. I was ignorant. So I just want you to understand you were good. It's just sometimes I get in my feelings. So, now I'm on medication. You ain't going to have to worry about that in the future. So I appreciate you coming on, and you can come on because you're like the educated youth now. You're like the young educated dude that come on, and you keep me in tune with what, is happening now. So I appreciate you, coming on, and, hopefully you come back in the future.
Thanks, man. And real quick, also, I realized when I reviewed the clips and everything, I didn't have to name call someone on their own platform. So it was both it was bad, nasty work, as you say, back and forth. But we're good now.
Yep, definitely. Well, I appreciate you, man. Anytime you want to come up, just let me know. If you want any one-on-one pods, I'm talking about just reach out if you want to do a topic and one-on-one and build your channel whenever you're ready for that. If you decide to do that, just reach out.
Okay, cool, man. Take care.
Yep, you too. All right, Queefador, you want to go? And Queefador, are you gonna do a channel? I don't know if I asked you this already.
No, I don't have any plans on starting a channel.
Okay. So you can always come.
But yeah,
you can always come back too. But go ahead.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around what original thought threw out there before he left. But anyways, I just wanted to say I appreciate you having us all on, having me on, and yeah.
Okay, well, definitely. Well, I appreciate you coming on. You gotta go ahead.
Oh, I just said that's pretty much it.
Okay, I was gonna say make sure when you come on in the future, you can always jump in. I know it's like WWE out here. You gotta you gotta get in when you fit in. You know, just jump in and just it's all love.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, I'll talk to you then next time.
Yep.
Mr. Boss, you want to add any? Yep, you too, man. Appreciate you, Mr. Boss. Anything you want to add before I end this?
Thank you for having me on, Dennis. You know, I
If
never
even though
met.
it's 5 minutes.
As I said to you the other day, I never met someone so ignorant I could not learn from them.
There you go.
It's a good principle to live by. Then you end up treating everyone you meet like family, and we'd have a much better society. I have something to share with you. If you want to give me your email or something, I'll send you a video.
I'll put it in the back office.
What's that?
I'll put it in my back office. Plus my phone number. My phone number is in the description of all my videos. Last few videos.
All right, I got your email now. I'll hit you up.
Yep.
Have a great night, man.
Yeah, you too. Have a good night. Yep. All right, Christina, are you able to come back?
I'm here.
Okay. Why are you mad at me?
Why would you ask if I can make a sandwich?
Because it's a funny joke. I said that before, and you were cool with that. I don't know why you're mad at that now. You know that's a joke. You know I don't like sandwiches. When the last time you heard me making a sandwich?
DJ. That was bad timing.
No,
after Roy said all those horrible things about women and then said that he didn't say anything bad about women, he respects women. And then you said, out of nowhere, can you make a sandwich?
I mean, yeah, but Christina, one thing you got to remember, okay? I didn't come on trying to kiss your butt and trying to be a yes man. I literally told Roy how I felt you felt and how he felt. And I was on point. So you gotta understand, like you're upset because you're mad because you didn't want to address anything good about women. And you gotta understand, some men are old school to where they feel like they're the prize. Men at one point used to be the prize. Christina, you know that if you were with a man, from the start, before you had kids and y'all had kids together and he took care of everything, you didn't have to lay a hand on nothing or work, do nothing. You were protected at all time. If you had everything easy, no shot to any of the people you're with in your life, whatever. I'm just saying, if you had that, you would consider that man a prize compared to now to where you had to, pitch in, work, grind, handle business. I wouldn't deem any of those men a prize. Just like with me, I was the prize for 3-4 years because I took care of everything. The woman, all she did was she didn't even have my baby. She just was there. She gave me nothing. Okay. And I wouldn't deem them prizes. I would be the prize. I mean, can we agree on that? Like if the woman didn't give me nothing, but she cheated on me at the end, but before she cheated on me, would she be a prize still? If she didn't offer me a baby, she wasn't really loyal because she cheated on me at the end, Christina, would she be a prize?
Not all women are prizes. It's what you determine yourself to be. I'm only talking about myself and other good women. I'm not talking about all women. I mean, for that woman that you're talking about, that's not a good woman. That's not a prize. You would be the prize. That would be one out of many. But there are a lot of valuable women that can do all those things for you. Like Cali Girl, she is the prize.
Absolutely.
I don't care. Even though you're great, you're a great person and everything, like you have a lot to offer. But she is ultimately the prize right now because she does a lot. But that doesn't mean it can't be flipped around. But in reality, you both can be prizes to each other. So it's all just how you look at it.
But I gotta ask you, we'll end it with this question though. If I was to have not came that day in my YouTube, I would never have left YouTube. So I would have been making $3,000 to $4,000 a month off YouTube. Probably be rich by now because I probably would have had that growth. Would never have dipped because I had like unique viewers, not like the vertical live viewers. I had unique viewers, and I was making $200 a day before the day I stopped. So my question to you is, if I got myself to a point that I'm making $6,000 to $10,000 a month, making good money off of YouTube only, building up. If I came here and she didn't offer me nothing, she didn't want to have a kid, would she still be considered a prize? The way she is now, the way she's respectful and the way I love her, would she still be considered a prize? If I'm taking care of everything, all she's here is just here.
She's still kind of the prize because unless she's like refusing a child and that's ultimately what you want no matter what, and that's a deal breaker, then she's not a prize. But really, in reality, prize is just a word to determine the value of somebody. But I think you just can go only based on your experience that you're in right now with the person that you're with. So you're only going to think about Cali Girl, not other women, not extremes. So in the sense that in the situation you're in, she's the prize right now. But of course you can turn it around and you can be the prize at any time. You're probably already on your way there doing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, but remember, Christina, now you're contradicting yourself. But I'm not going to go too deep into that contradiction. But let me say you're contradicting yourself. Because remember, you said you're always going to be the prize. So you can't be saying that I might be a prize because we're friends, we're cool, we're tight. You got to keep it real. Cali Girl should still be, if you're a prize, no matter what, and your husband isn't the prize, you're the prize, then Cali Girl has to be the prize at all times too. So I just want you to understand how you have two different of opinions. Yeah.
I'm the prize to myself. There's people that are not going to think I'm the prize. This is just a word. Prize is just a word. Nobody even uses prize. I never use prize in my vocabulary. I use prize like when you go to a carnival and you win a prize. I don't think of people as prizes. But when you're asked a question, are women are prizes, women are men? Women are prizes to me. Most good women. So I don't know why you try to flip it around and try to make me sound like I'm contradicting myself. In reality, I know what I said and I meant what I said. Like, I'm talking about me, myself as an individual, my standpoint on how I view myself.
Okay. I think when Roy meets a woman who, like a new woman, like a woman that like he falls in love with, and I think if she has more to offer than just the sex aspect, I think if she has like her own, like maybe a doctor, if he meets a doctor, and she's holding it down like all around, and now they're both collaborating together, I think he might get to the point of calling her the prize. Like he'll feel like she's like she's literally like a you hit up like 4 hoops, you get 4 like shots made at a festival, and then now you get that freaking teddy bear, that big one. I think he might. That's a prize to me. That's what Cali Girls to me. I think he'll feel that same way, and that's all I was trying to elaborate on. Is that like in my eyes, it's something that's hard to get. That's what I deem a prize. So I just want you to understand, Roy, he's good because he keeps it 100, and he's somewhat, he's always like real, and he has his opinion. Just like you have your opinion, and Original Thought has his opinion. Everybody has their opinion. So I'm trying to be better at allowing people to have their opinion and not go crazy. So I just wanted you to understand. It was no disrespect. I see both y'all, viewpoints, but I used to be like Roy. I used to think that women were just animals. I told you this. Women were just sex tools that you just have sex with. I didn't think nothing of other than that, but I looked at y'all with respect, but I just thought y'all was just here for sex. You remember I told you before, I met Cali Girl. So now my life changed to where now I look at women from way more than that now. Like I would never look back again because I never had a woman who held me down and didn't try to cheat on me, didn't make me feel like she was going to cheat on me, loved me unconditionally, ups and the downs. So now I'm new. So like I said, maybe Rory will meet that, and his mind had changed. But I just want to make it clear. I ain't trying to get in that doghouse.
That's the thing, is that if I don't speak up, just like when you're speaking up about the situations that are happening, right? Everyone wants you to be quiet. If somebody says something I don't agree about women and trying to portray them in a bad light, I'm gonna speak up and say, no, that's wrong. That's not all women. And they're like, no, all women. And they're like, they're hoes or calling them all kinds of names. I'm gonna keep telling them, no, no, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. I might not get through to their head, but I'm hoping that I'll plant some seeds so they can change the way their thinking is, because the way that they're thinking is wrong. He's not, he's sounds bitter and he's talking bad about women. That doesn't make him look very good. So if any woman wanted to date him and they heard the way he talks, like on these panels, they would not want to date him any longer because of the way he talks. So it's all about the mindset. So you change your mindset. I'm hoping that he changes his mindset in the future so he can meet somebody that actually loves him and cares about him and treats him good.
Okay. Well, I think his point of view, he's doing good. I think he's old. Like I said, he's old school. So way he's talking, I don't think is necessarily like he hate women. It's just different mindset. But forget all that, because I know you got to get rest. It's late. My question to you is, when are we gonna get a Christina, like at least once a week on my channel, like Real Talk Christina? You know, you can stream it off of your channel and my channel at the same time with my StreamYard account. You can add. I got the, like, they sponsored me and gave me a 500, what is it, like 550 yearly account, to where I got like the full premium. So I can add like eight accounts on here. So you can add your account in here and you can freaking, stream to both. When are we gonna get like a weekly, like at least 1 hour, 2 hours of a Real Talk Christina? I think everybody's missing that.
And we can do it whenever. It's just that, just be aware there's going to be a lot of haters, because there's so many of my haters that I have collected from your channel. There's like 50 or more. It's like a lot of people. So just be aware. There's going to be a lot of people in the chat. And I don't know if they necessarily want to hear what I have to say because they don't agree with my views on women. But I want them to know that I don't just idolize women. Like, I think of men in a good way too. I don't think badly of them. I'm just stating facts that happen. Like, what about when they do this, But I won't come on here and say like men are trash or say different things about men like the way that they do. So I just want to let you know that, like, if that topic ever comes up, I wouldn't do what Roy just did.
I get that, but I am gonna speak on Roy because he ain't here to defend himself, so I'll keep it there. But so, question: what time of the day is, like say tomorrow, for example? What's the best time that you're like nothing going on, you're just chilling?
So my time, I'm usually available like anytime after 3 p.m.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
available anytime after that.
How about this? What we'll do is tomorrow I'll text you and you come up with topics that you would like. I'll have some topics. Then I'll do you a thumbnail. I say Wednesday. I'll do the thumbnail in advance. We'll call it like Real Talk Christina, and we'll do special edition live Real Talk Christina. Something to where like it'd be like a Christina show that's invading my channel, and then you can promote it on your own channel. Also, you can like stream on both channels, and all you do is just put your link to your channel at the top and just put, subscribe to my channel. You can do all, you can put your cash app, you do all that. But I want some Christina on my channel. Pause. Actually, I'm gonna say pause. You're a woman, but I think people are like that. So I'm gonna come up with like some controversial topics that I think will be fun, that people will enjoy, and then you can have your own topics. I think you can do like an hour and a half at least, and you're gonna get people that's gonna watch and they're gonna come to your channel. It's the fastest way to grow. So oh shoot, sound like somebody knocking on my door. Oh, hold on 1 second. Sound like somebody knocking on my. Oh, that made me nervous. Sound like somebody was knocking on my window or something. But yeah, I'll do a thumbnail and all that. So yeah, I'll reach out tomorrow, and if you can do that like maybe 2 times a week, that'd be great. You're gonna bring a lot of new people that's gonna come back. And any of y'all got any questions before I end this? That way, for Christina, so that way I can put it on this channel. But with that said, Christine, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so guys, we're about to go. Anything you want to add? Anything you want to say to the people before we leave? Christina actually has some Christina's channel when she was doing it. It started about me, and she literally went to war with me. But it was fire. Like I listened to the whole live stream even after she got done talking about me, because she was like, she's the type of voice that you can like listen before you go to bed, and it's so nice and like calm, and she's a good storyteller that you fall asleep while listening because it's just your peace. Like there's people I listen to now that make me, I go to sleep like happy because I gotta listen to a YouTube channel before I fall asleep. Cali girl knows this. Like I can't just go to sleep without nothing in my ear. So Christina has one of those voices, like a lot of the people I listen to, that you listen to and it's soothing, to where you fall asleep and you wake up like energized. But if I listen to somebody that's like, negative and nasty and all of that, then it causes me to, wake up kind of like groggy and crappy. So,
do you want me to sing you a bedtime song?
Are you gonna actually sing?
I'll try.
What song can you
Let's
sing?
see.
Some of.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder. I think it says, how you are like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder where you are.
That was good. I gotta give you applause for that. That was good. Like you literally got a soothing voice. I told you this already. You're a good storyteller. Like you got TC excited. Like you literally are like I tell y'all, if y'all go to her channel, everybody in here, there's 141 people on here. Go to her channel. Your channel's still active, right?
Yes.
Look at that. You got everybody other than the real one. He's a hater. Everybody else is loving that. Like literally. But here's the situation. Why is Jay a troll like that?
Hold on. I wanna tell Jay to chill because I told him to stop spamming because he wants a shout out so bad. But I was gonna come on here with you and say we can give Jay a shout out together. But he's just going crazy.
Oh shoot,
Jay,
he was just
shout out to you, Jay. Dennis will give you a shout out.
To you, Jay. Yeah, shout out to you, Jay. I see Jay. It's all love. I guess he really wanted that shout out. He was mad that whole time because he wanted the shout out. Wow.
Exactly. Now I just have one question for you, DJ.
Yep.
Can you sing a song real quick? Just a short song. Your favorite song.
Let's see. I'm gonna use some good vocals. I gotta pull up this Usher.
Just you guys be prepared for this because you're gonna need to kind of close one ear because I'm just preparing you for this.
I got a good one. Let's see. Crap, what's the name of that song that I sing? That's good. Crap, I can't think of the name.
You mean JJ Fish?
I got it here. No, I got it right here. It's about to come right now. Okay, here we go. I'm about to get demonetized on this video, but it's all good. Here we go. I got to put this on. We're going to sing it together.
This moment that we've had in life, right? We've had to, find fun. I even took the challenge.
I'm going to do it 2 times for y'all, too.
Like, okay,
I'm going to do it 2 times for y'all.
But it was an incredible moment. And as I said, music, right? Or being able to sing and just be.
Here we go.
So I'm going to let him take this one because this was his challenge. So, all right, you got it? Yes, I'm ready for this.
Here we go. All right, let me do it like Usher now. Spotlight.
Big
Big
stage,
stage.
50,000 fans
15,000. All
screaming
right,
in
let me quit.
rage.
Let me quit. I ain't trying to like hear y'all too much. All right, I ain't trying to hear y'all too much. Maybe one day, Christina, we might have to do a concert one day.
I think half the chat left.
Yeah, no. Everybody's gone now. I think they
Sheesh.
like that song. Y'all that ain't in the chat right now, tell me if y'all like that. I know there's a lot of y'all that might like that. I wasn't able to get my word in because Roy and OG, but I make no Conquifador. You got like my number is in the on my video. Just text me and then I'll set so that way you can come on and you got the floor. I don't play Fortnite. It wasn't that bad.
I loved it, DJ. Like the first part, I didn't know if you were singing or just lip singing because you had your mouth wide open, and I think a fly went in there.
No, I was singing.
You're singing with your heart and everything.
Actually,
Good job.
Oh God, I'm sorry, guys. My voice. I only got 2 of those. I already burnt the 2 out. No more. Okay, no more. We got some. Somebody said, "Do I got gas?"
Oh my gosh,
Well,
that's crazy.
now, Christina, it's up to you if you want to stay. You want to bed or you want to stay on here? I gotta go because I'm not gonna wake up early. It's up to you if you want to stay on here.
I think it'd be best to leave and then start again tomorrow because then we can really determine like who's here and who's not because these are people that were already here.
Okay.
But
Well, you know what? I know. What we should do is let's not even waste no time. I say tomorrow. I'm gonna reach out when I get up. I'll text you. If you get up before me, Christina, you know how to do a thumbnail. You can just start the live. I trust you. You know what to do. You can bring people on and all of that. You got access to the back office. You can set up the. You can go on yourself. But I should be up. If you want to text me before you get ready to, but I'll text you. I'm gonna be on you because I know if I don't text you like Christina, go on, you're not gonna do it. I say you just jump on. And I can make you a, I'll make something. I'll call it Real Talk Christina. And you got to get started because you know that you can talk about some stuff, even if you're going for an hour. It doesn't matter because you can build yourself up. Because I think you got a good voice, and I want you to get popping on YouTube too. Are you able to go live on your channel already, like without a computer? Or you have to use a computer?
no, I think I can just do StreamYard. I think do you have to have 50 or 100 to go on YouTube Live? I think I have enough. I have like 72.
Oh,
If
yeah,
it's
you're good. But I'm gonna
it's 50, then I should be able to go live on YouTube.
give me
But I
a
don't know
topic.
a topic.
Is it how you gonna do? You can do a Real Talk Christina?
I think we should stick with the topic, like a good topic.
Real Talk Christina. How about we do good afternoon? What about like good afternoon or something cringy? Or no, what was that show? What was the show name you did before? Is it Let's Talk Love?
Let's talk about love.
Let's talk about love with Real Talk Christina. And then I'm trying to think of a topic. Y'all in the chat, give us a topic. Christina's channel is Real Talk Christina, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna put Let's Talk Love with. I'm gonna put at Real Talk Christina.
I want everyone to know that I'm not bashing men. I think highly of men. I think that I think there's a lot of good men out there. And I think that people should know like men are valuable, but I also want them to know that women are valuable. So I just kind of want to set the record straight. Like that's what I really want to talk about is like relationships, what I think about men, what I think about women. And I don't always just talk highly of women. There's some things that I don't agree with about women that women do. They do some things that are not okay. But we weren't on that topic as far as I know. I was too busy trying to defend women because of Roy, but I can talk about things that women do wrong too.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'll say this. You actually, when you came on, you brought the views got to an all-time high when you jumped on. I'm looking at the analytics. You can go in after we get off this live and look, but I'm looking at we got 32,000 views, which Roy literally between you and Roy, because the other individuals have been on my lives, and with you and Roy, we were at 200 the whole entire time for the most part. And between let's see, between the hour and a half mark, we hit our top peak on comments. We had 117 comments in 1 minute. And then another like 5 minutes before that, we had 65 comments in 1 minute. So yeah, we did numbers. We got 32,000 total in, but like in regards to actually being on the live or coming through organically, we would have been at 1.4K if I would have been on regular live. But because I was on vertical, we got to 32,000 and we got better click-through rate. And it looks like engagement, the number for that is even higher. We're at 106. Normally I'm at 50 seconds that they stay on. This live was 106 seconds. Watch time was all time high also in regards to like the late night. So it's going up. So I called it Let's Talk About Love with Real Talk Christina. Then it's Women the Prize. What time should I put? That way it might give you a boost, a confidence boost to jump on here. You don't got to jump on. You can change your mind.
Anytime after 4. No, come on.
Okay, how about we do 1, which would be, because you're 5 a.m. right now, right?
Yes, I'm 5.
You're a machine. When are you going to sleep? After we get off here?
I don't need to sleep. I can
Jeez, you
run
don't
off for
sleep, really?
4 hours. I can run off for 4 hours if I wanted to.
Are you serious?
Yeah, but I don't want to. I usually get like 7 to 8 hours.
Yeah, you're a machine. That's crazy. Well, okay, so I called it Let's Talk About Love with Real Talk Christina. It's Women the Prize. Do you have a thumbnail photo already from like the old live you used to do, or I'll make you one?
Yeah, I can send you one, or do you just want to do a random
You
one?
can send the one you got, and then I'll see if I can update it and make it better. If it ain't already good, just tell I'm going to send it. But yeah, I'll make it for 1 p.m. my time, which would be it'd be 1 or actually, yeah, 1 o'clock. No. I'm sorry. I got to make it for 11, 12. I got to make it for 10 o'clock. So 10, 11, 12. Yeah, it'll be 1 o'clock your time. You said 1, right?
Like after 3 p.m.
Oh, 3 p.m. Okay, so that means it'd be 11 o'clock my time. So 11, 12, 1, or actually 12, 1, 2. Okay, so yeah, I got to do for 12 o'clock my time. So it'll be 3 o'clock your time. And you can see it on StreamYard. If you need to adjust the time, just go into YouTube and you can change the time, or just call me if you want to do it. But if you for some reason something happens, don't worry. It ain't gonna kill anything if you don't jump on there. But it's already set up right now. I'm doing it. So people will get the alert like a half an hour before. And don't be tripping if you don't get the views up crazy, because remember, it ain't me, and people ain't gonna be used to me not being on there. So I'll put the thumbnail up and just go to work. Do like an hour and a half. That way you can get used to it, and then that way, people will come to your channel, and I want you to get this growth. I'm gonna put it for verticals in advance. That way, it'll already be in verticals. So all you gotta do is just start it. Cool.
Okay. How do you go on the YouTube shorts? Like if I ever did a live on my channel for the future, how do you connect people with the StreamYard? Because I can't figure it out. It doesn't let me.
Okay, so what you got to do is when you go into the Streamlabs office, you click on edit, and then you got to log into your YouTube channel there. And I won't know your password or nothing. It's only you. And once you do that, it'll give you an option to click on Real Talk Christina. And then that way it'll stream live from your channel.
So you have to go through Streamlabs. You can't do StreamYard?
I mean StreamYard. Yeah, sorry, StreamYard. Yeah, you click on that edit. Do you see the edit button up top on your screen now or no?
No.
So when you go back in, I gave you full control. So when you go back in, when you go into the main StreamYard, let me make sure I made you a top member. Yeah, you're an admin. So all you do is when you go into Streamlab or StreamYard, you're gonna see up top where it says destinations. You're gonna push add destination, and then you log into your YouTube account, and then that way, it'll give you an option to click on your YouTube channel to go live.
But
So now
that's
you can
how
go
it's
live
always
on.
been done.
What was that?
But that's how it's always been done. But I'm talking about like the shorts, the vertical view that you do. Can you use StreamYard through there?
Yeah. Yeah, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go, and when you go in the studio, you gotta go to settings, and then it says the 1080p and all of that stuff. It's gonna say it's gonna say like the horizontal, and then it's gonna say vertical.
Oh, I
And just
see.
click on
That's the
vertical.
problem. Okay, I got you now.
And then it'll work to where all these people will come in here like now, and you just gotta, work the room like you used to do it, and make sure, biggest thing you gotta make sure you do is put your Cash App in the banner, put your Cash App name and let it scroll if you want, or leave it up there stationary, and then put your name and put underneath it, follow me on my YouTube channel at, your name. This is about you as much as me. You're giving me content, so I want you to do your best to get views. You can bring people on. I already trust you with, what not let people do and stuff. And just try to get people to come to your channel. That way you can grow your subscribers up. Because remember, if you got 150 people in here, if it gets to that point, then you telling them to go to your channel, you're a woman, use your privilege, they're gonna go and add themselves to your channel. And then you gotta make sure after you're done, you can always download that video, and you can like make shorts out of it. You can actually do it in the studio. You can go in, you can do a short. You might have to be on a computer, but you can go in there, you can make the short directly from this StreamYard, and then you can upload it right away onto whatever channel you want. Your channel, my channel, however you want to do it.
So for the background, I can add my own background, like the way you have it. I can change it, like the backdrop.
You can do all that. Yeah, you can do all that.
I was gonna ask, the sign in is like my Gmail, right?
Yep.
Okay, just want to make
what
sure.
it is now. Yeah, the way you log in now, you just gotta like now that I set it up, once you go in, you see it to where you can just start the live up automatically. And if for some reason it's not allowing you to do it, and if I'm just forgot, I'm not looking at the clock, then all you do is call me. I'll answer because I'll wake up. Come I have my ringer on. It ain't no big deal because I'll be up by then anyway. So yeah, just call me if you have any issues. I'm gonna watch when you go on. So and I might even jump on, a little later. But I want it to be about you. I want you to just gauge how, just how you did last time. You remember how you went on yourself and you brought, like at that time we did the regular size, so you still brought good people in. So this is all about you, because if this works and you are comfortable with this, I say do 3 times a week, and then tell people every single day you're going to be on at that 1 o'clock or whatever time, 3 p.m. Eastern, and then you set your show up, and then you get people that are going to super chat you, and all the super chat money is yours. So keep track of it. And then, Cash App money is yours. Promote yourself, but give them what you always give them, which is good conversation. Let people call in, ask questions, comment. Those that are in the chat, she'll be on at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Y'all can come in with questions. She'll answer them. Pretty fun conversation.
But I do want you to give me your feedback, DJ, if you happen to jump in and out, kind of give me some guidance, because if I'm doing something wrong or it's just, I just would like your feedback, and then I can take it and do better.
Yeah, no, I got you. I want you to remember this too. I got first off, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna watch the whole live. For sure. I'm watching the whole live. I'll probably be working DoorDash, which is why I said I might pop in, but I'll probably be working DoorDash. But I have an app on this computer now to where I can download your whole stream, and I can cut it to where automatically it'll take out all the pauses, all the quiets, and all that stuff, and then I can send it to you, or just upload it directly to your YouTube, however, whatever way. But I can actually edit the video, and that way you'd be able to have like your your words at the bottom, and I can pretty much make it look good. So that way you can repost it. on your own channel. You can clip it however you want to. So just keep that in mind too.
Okay, sounds good.
Yep, you're bringing out some weirdos that are saying some crazy stuff, like the Bible thumpers out here, the holier than thou people. Shout out
Yeah,
to y'all though.
Drip is really on me.
Yeah, I don't know why. He might know you.
No, he's talking
Oh,
about what I said in the live.
But as soon as you
He
lose
doesn't
your job,
agree with what I said.
she said she needs half your money. How you expect? Jesus, Drip, why you going on there like that? I don't get it. It's all good. I've been here for hours. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh my God, Drip, we're about to get off here though. Drip, come tomorrow. She has her show at 3. Okay, but I'm going to be on 3 Eastern time. I'm going to be on. I might be on earlier before you come on, depending on how early I wake up. Because I'm not like you. I need my 7 hours of sleep. So we're gonna see.
Okay.
Well, Dusty, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Look, guys, I appreciate y'all. Thank you for tuning in. Anything you want to say to them before we bounce?
I still haven't forgot about the sandwich thing. Don't think you're slick.
I know. I tried to clean it
That
up.
singing kind of helped, because it made me laugh and it made me feel good. But you're not slick. I still remember, DJ.
No, but that sandwich was funny though. You got to think on the level of you not being mad at that moment. If you weren't mad, that sandwich joke would have been funny in an ignorant way.
It's sad because then the rest of the panel chimed in like, "Oh yeah, sandwiches," and I'm like, "Oh my God."
Yeah, you got to think like freaking 20, 35 years ago, like women took pride in making a man a sandwich. Now it's like the only women that would say, "I'll make my man a sandwich and be happy," are like, the women that the men be wanting now. Because now you guys can't say that out loud without people calling you guys, weak. And it used to be like that though. Like you got Mike talking about peace go in the kitchen. Like men like that are giving us bad name that like making you feel like we're trying to clown y'all.
It feels like we're just nothing, and all we can do is make sandwiches. That's all we're good for.
Yep, definitely. No, Drip, I appreciate you, Drip.
Like we're supposed to be in the kitchen, and that's it.
Nah, that's what women used to take pride. You remember that's when men took care of all bills. Now men aren't able to do all that. So now, yeah, you gotta have 2 people. But back in the day when men used to take care of everything, yeah, I mean, women took pride in that. Like they would never let you know how it used to be with the kitchen. You never was allowed in your mom's kitchen. Now it's different. Now your mom tell you to go in the kitchen to make her a sandwich. Back in the day, you weren't allowed in that kitchen unless you were like an adult. But I get what you're saying though.
That's true.
But look, guys, I'm sorry. We're gonna Jesus Christ, we're bringing out the crazy, crazy folks. Somebody talking about bring peace with the sword, Jesus, and you got Veronica talking about where are all these guys with money. I've come across mostly broke ones that mismanaged the little they got. Jesus, Veronica's on one. But look, guys, go on. Christina's gonna be on here. Yep, Drip. No, I appreciate you, Drip. Definitely. The kitchen sandwich jokes give tired and childish right back to high school. Now Moai goes off for me. But look, guys, it was fun. Come on tomorrow. Christine's going to be on 3 p.m. Eastern time. I might be on earlier. We're going to get this popping. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Thank you, Christina. Appreciate you. That's all we got. Hit the like button on your way out. I'm out.